An argument to prove that the abolishing of Christianity in England may, as things now stand, be attended with some inconveniences, and perhaps not produce those many good effects proposed thereby. By Jonathan Swift. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. An argument to prove that the abolishing of Christianity in England may, as things now stand, be attended with some inconveniences, and perhaps not produce those many good effects proposed thereby. By Jonathan Swift. I am very sensible what a weakness and presumption it is to reason against the general humor and disposition of the world. I remember it was with great justice and a due regard to the freedom, both of the public and the press, forbidden upon several penalties to write or discourse or lay wagers against the Union, even before it was confirmed by Parliament, because that was looked upon as a design to oppose the current of the people, which, besides the folly of it, is a manifest breach of the fundamental law that makes this majority of opinions the voice of God. In like manner, and for the very same reasons, it may perhaps be neither safe nor prudent to argue against the abolishing of Christianity at a juncture when all parties seem so unanimously determined upon the point, as we cannot but allow from their actions, their discourses, and their writings. However, I know not how, whether from the affectation of singularity or the perverseness of human nature, but so it unhappily falls out, that I cannot be entirely of this opinion. Nay, though I were sure an order were issued for my immediate prosecution by the Attorney General, I should still confess that in the present posture of our affairs at home or abroad, I do not yet see the absolute necessity of extirpating the Christian religion from among us. This perhaps may appear too great a paradox even for our wise and paradoxical age to endure. Therefore I shall handle it with all tenderness, and with the utmost deference to that great and profound majority which is of another sentiment. And yet the curious may please to observe how much the genius of a nation is liable to alter in half an age. I have heard it affirmed for certain by some very odd people, that the contrary opinion was even in their memories as much in vogue as the other is now, and that a project for the abolishing of Christianity would then have appeared as singular, and been thought as absurd, as it would be at this time to write or discourse in its defense. Therefore I freely own that all appearances are against me. The system of the gospel, after the fate of other systems, is generally antiquated and exploded, and the mass or body of the common people, among whom it seems to have had its latest credit, are now grown as much ashamed of it as their betters. Opinions, like fashions, always descending from those of quality to the middle sort, and thence to the vulgar, where at length they are dropped and vanish. But here I would not be mistaken, and must therefore be so bold as to borrow a distinction from the writers on the other side, when they make a difference betwixt nominal and real Trinitarians. I hope no reader imagines me so weak to stand up in the defense of real Christianity, such as used in primitive times, if we may believe the authors of those ages to have an influence upon men's belief and actions. To offer at the restoring of that would indeed be a wild project. It would be to dig up foundations, to destroy at one blow all the wit and half the learning of the kingdom, to break the entire frame and constitution of things, to ruin trade, extinguish arts and sciences with the professors of them. In short, to turn our courts, exchanges, and shops into deserts, and would be full as absurd as the proposal of Horace, where he advises the Romans all in a body to leave their city and seek a new seat in some remote part of the world, by way of a cure for the corruption of their manners. Therefore I think this caution was in itself altogether unnecessary, which I have inserted only to prevent all possibility of cavilling. since every candid reader will easily understand my discourse to be intended only in defence of nominal Christianity, the other having been for some time wholly laid aside by general consent, as utterly inconsistent with all our present schemes of wealth and power. But why we should therefore cut off the name and title of Christians, although the general opinion and resolution be so violent for it, I confess I cannot, with submission, apprehend the consequence necessary. However, since the undertakers propose such wonderful advantages to the nation by this project, and advance many plausible objections against the system of Christianity, I shall briefly consider the strength of both, fairly allow them their greatest weight, and offer such answers as I think most reasonable. After which I will beg leave to show what inconveniences may possibly happen by such an innovation in the present posture of our affairs. First, one great advantage proposed by the abolishing of Christianity is that it would very much enlarge and establish liberty of conscience, that great bulwark of our nation, and of the Protestant religion, which is still too much limited by priestcraft, notwithstanding all the good intentions of the legislature, as we have lately found by a severe instance. For it is confidently reported that two young gentlemen of real hopes, bright wit, and profound judgment, who, upon a thorough examination of causes and effects, and by the mere force of natural abilities, without the least tincture of learning, having made a discovery that there was no God, and generously communicating their thoughts for the good of the public, were some time ago, by an unparalleled severity, and upon I know not what obsolete law, broke for blasphemy. And, as it has been wisely observed, if persecution once begins, no man alive knows how far it may reach, or where it will end. In answer to all which, with deference to wiser judgments, I think this rather shows the necessity of a nominal religion among us. Great wits love to be free with the highest objects, and if they cannot be allowed a God to revile or renounce, they will speak evil of dignities, abuse the government, and reflect upon the ministry, which I am sure few will deny to be of much more pernicious consequence, according to the saying of Tiberius, Deorum offensa dis curo. As to the particular fact related, I think it is not fair to argue from one instance, perhaps another cannot be produced yet, to the comfort of all those who may be apprehensive of persecution. Blasphemy, we know, is freely spoke a million of times in every coffee house and tavern, or wherever else good company meet. It must be allowed, indeed, that to break an English freeborn officer only for blasphemy was, to speak the gentlest of such an action, a very high strain of absolute power. Little can be said in excuse for the general. Perhaps he was afraid it might give offence to the allies, among whom, for aught we know, it may be the custom of the country to believe a God. But if he argued, as some have done, upon a mistaken principle that an officer who is guilty of speaking blasphemy may some time or other proceed so far as to raise a mutiny, the consequence is by no means to be admitted. For surely the commander of an English army is like to be but ill obeyed whose soldiers fear and reverence him as little as they do a deity. It is further objected against the gospel system that it obliges men to the belief of things too difficult for free thinkers, and such who have shook off the prejudices that usually cling to a confined education. To which I answer, that men should be cautious how they raise objections which reflect upon the wisdom of the nation. Is not everybody freely allowed to believe whatever he pleases, and to publish his belief to the world whenever he thinks fit, especially if it serves to strengthen the party which is in the right? Would any indifferent foreigner who should read the trumpetry lately written by Asgill, Tyndall, Toland, Coward, and 40 more, imagine the gospel to be our rule of faith, and to be confirmed by parliaments? Does any man either believe, or say he believes, or desire to have it thought that he says he believes one syllable of the matter? And is any man worse received upon that score, or does he find his want of nominal faith a disadvantage to him in the pursuit of any civil or military employment? What if there be an old dormant statute or two against him, and they are not now obsolete, to a degree that Empson and Dudley themselves, if they were now alive, would find it impossible to put them in execution? It is likewise urged that there are by computation in this kingdom above 10,000 parsons, whose revenues, added to those of my lords the bishops, would suffice to maintain at least 200 young gentlemen of wit and pleasure and free thinking, enemies to priestcraft, narrow principles, pedantry, and prejudices, who might be an ornament to the court and town; and then again, so a great number of able-bodied divines might be a recruit to our fleet and armies. This indeed appears to be a consideration of some weight. But then, on the other side, several things deserve to be considered likewise; as, first, whether it may not be thought necessary that in certain tracts of country, like what we call parishes, there should be one man at least of abilities to read and write. Then it seems a wrong computation that the revenues of the Church throughout this island would be large enough to maintain 200 young gentlemen, or even half that number, after the present refined way of living, that is, to allow each of them such a rent as, in the modern form of speech, would make them easy. But still there is in this project a greater mischief behind. And we ought to beware of the woman's folly who killed the hen that every morning laid her a golden egg. For pray, what would become of the race of men in the next age, if we had nothing to trust to besides the scrofulous consumptive production furnished by our men of wit and pleasure, when, having squandered away their vigor, health, and estates, they are forced, by some disagreeable marriage, to piece up their broken fortunes, and entail rottenness and politeness on their posterity? Now, here are 10,000 persons reduced, by the wise regulations of Henry VIII., to the necessity of a low diet and moderate exercise, who are the only great restorers of our breed, without which the nation would, in an age or two, become one great hospital. Another advantage proposed by the abolishing of Christianity is the clear gain of one day in 7, which is now entirely lost, and consequently the kingdom 1/7 less considerable in trade, business, and pleasure; besides the loss to the public of so many stately structures now in the hands of the clergy, which might be converted into playhouses, exchanges, market houses, common dormitories, and other public edifices. I hope I shall be forgiven a hard word if I call this a perfect cavil. I readily own, and there hath been an old custom, time out of mind, for people to assemble in the churches every Sunday, and that shops are still frequently shut, in order, as it is conceived, to preserve the memory of that ancient practice. But how this can prove a hindrance to business or pleasure is hard to imagine. What if the men of pleasure are forced, one day in the week, to game at home instead of the chocolate house? Are not the taverns and coffee houses open? Can there be a more convenient season for taking a dose of physic? Is not that the chief day for traders to sum up the accounts of the week, and for lawyers to prepare their briefs? But I would fain know how it can be pretended that the churches are misapplied. Where are more appointments and rendezvous of gallantry? Where more care to appear in the foremost box, with greater advantage of dress? Where more meetings for business? Where more bargains driven of all sorts? And where so many conveniences or incitements to sleep? There is one advantage greater than any of the foregoing, proposed by the abolishing of Christianity, that it will utterly extinguish parties among us, by removing those factious distinctions of high and low church, of Whig and Tory, Presbyterian and Church of England, which are now so many mutual clogs upon public proceedings, and are apt to prefer the gratifying themselves or depressing their adversaries before the most important interest of the state. I confess, if it were certain that so great an advantage would redound to the nation by this expedient, I would submit and be silent. But will any man say that if the words whoring, drinking, cheating, lying, stealing, were, by act of Parliament, ejected out of the English tongue and dictionaries, we should all awake next morning chaste and temperate, honest and just, and lovers of truth? Is this a fair consequence? Or if the physicians would forbid us to pronounce the words pox, gout, rheumatism, and stone, would that expedient serve like so many talisman to destroy the diseases themselves? Are party and faction rooted in men's hearts no deeper than phrases borrowed from religion, or founded upon no firmer principles? And is our language so poor that we cannot find other terms to express them? Are envy, pride, avarice, and ambition such ill nomenclators that they cannot furnish appellations for their owners? Will not heydukes and mamelukes, mandarins and patshaws, or any other words formed at pleasure, serve to distinguish those who are in the ministry from others who would be in it if they could? What, for instance, is easier than to vary the form of speech, and, instead of the word church, make it a question in politics, whether the monument be in danger? Because religion was nearest at hand to furnish a few convenient phrases, is our invention so barren we can find no other? Suppose, for argument's sake, that the Tories favored Margarita, the Whigs Mrs. Tofts, and the Trimmers Valentini. Would not Margaritians, Toftians, and Valentinians be very tolerable marks of distinction? The Prasani and Venti, two most virulent factions in Italy, began, if I remember right, by a distinction of colors in ribbons, which we might do with as good a grace about the dignity of the blue and the green, and serve as properly to divide the court, the parliament, and the kingdom between them, as any terms of art whatsoever borrowed from religion. And therefore I think there is little force in this objection against Christianity, or prospect of so great an advantage as is proposed in the abolishing of it. It is again objected as a very absurd, ridiculous custom, that a set of men should be suffered, much less employed and hired, to bawl one day in seven against the lawfulness of those methods most in use towards the pursuit of greatness, riches, and pleasure, which are the constant practice of all men alive on the other six. But this objection is, I think, a little unworthy so refined an age as ours. Let us argue this matter calmly. I appeal to the breast of any polite free thinker, whether, in the pursuit of gratifying a predominant passion, he hath not always felt a wonderful incitement by reflecting it was a thing forbidden, and therefore we see, in order to cultivate this test, the wisdom of the nation hath taken special care that the ladies should be furnished with prohibited skills, and the men with prohibited wine. And indeed it were to be wished that some other prohibitions were promoted in order to improve the pleasures of the town, which, for want of such expedients, begin already, as I am told, to flag and grow languid, giving way daily to cruel inroads from the spleen. 'Tis likewise proposed, as a great advantage to the public, that if we once discard the system of the gospel, all religion will of course be banished for ever, and consequently along with it those grievous prejudices of education which, under the names of conscience, honor, justice, and the like, are so apt to disturb the peace of human minds, and the notions whereof are so hard to be eradicated by right reason or free thinking, sometimes during the whole course of our lives. Here first I observe how difficult it is to get rid of a phrase which the world has once grown fond of, though the occasion that first produced it be entirely taken away. For some years past, if a man had but an ill-favoured nose, the deep thinkers of the age would some way or other contrive to impute the cause of the prejudice of this education. From this fountain were said to be derived all our foolish notions of justice, piety, love of our country, all our opinions of God or a future state, heaven, hell, and the like. And there might formerly perhaps have been some pretence for this charge. But so effectual care hath been since taken to remove those prejudices by an entire challenge in the methods of education, that, with honour I mention it to our polite innovators, the young gentlemen who are now on the scene seem to have not the least tincture left of those infusions, or sting of those weeds, and by consequence the reason for abolishing nominal Christianity upon that pretext is wholly ceased. For the rest, it may perhaps admit a controversy whether the banishing all notions of religion whatsoever would be inconvenient for the vulgar. Not that I am in the least of opinion with those who hold religion to have been the invention of politicians, to keep the lower part of the world in awe by the fear of invisible powers, unless mankind were then very different from what it is now. For I look upon the mass or body of our people here in England to be as free thinkers, that is to say, as staunch unbelievers, as any of the highest rank. But I conceive some scattered notions about a superior power to be of singular use for the common people, as furnishing excellent materials to keep children quiet when they grow peevish, and providing topics of amusement in a tedious winter night. Lastly, it is proposed as a singular advantage that the abolishing of Christianity will very much contribute to the uniting of Protestants, by enlarging the terms of communion, so as to take in all sorts of dissenters, who are now shut out of the pale upon account of a few ceremonies, which all sides confess to be things indifferent. That this alone will effectually answer the great ends of a scheme for comprehension, by opening a large noble gate at which all bodies may enter; whereas the chaffering with dissenters, and dodging about this or the other ceremony, is but like opening a few wickets and leaving them at jar, by which no more than one can get in at a time, and that not without stooping and sidling and squeezing his body. To all this I answer, that there is one darling inclination of mankind which usually affects to be a retainer to religion, though she be neither its parent, its godmother, nor its friend. I mean the spirit of opposition that lived long before Christianity, and can easily subsist without it. Let us, for instance, examine wherein the opposition of sectaries among us consist. We shall find Christianity to have no share in it at all. Does the Gospel anywhere prescribe a starched, squeezed countenance, a stiff, formal gait, a singularity of manners and habit, or any affected forms and modes of speech different from the reasonable part of mankind? Yet, if Christianity did not lend its name to stand in the gap, and to employ or divert these humours, they must of necessity be spent in contraventions to the laws of the land, and disturbance of the public peace. There is a portion of enthusiasm assigned to every nation, which, if it hath not proper objects to work on, will burst out and set all into a flame. If the quiet of a state can be bought by only flinging men a few ceremonies to devour, it is a purchase no wise man would refuse. Let the mastiffs amuse themselves about a sheep's skin stuffed with hay, provided it will keep them from worrying the flock. The institution of covenants abroad seems in one point a strain of great wisdom, there being few irregularities in human passions which may not have recourse to vent themselves in some of those orders, which are so many retreats for the speculative, the melancholy, the proud, the silent, the politic, and the morose, to spend themselves and evaporate the noxious particles, for each of whom we in this island are forced to provide a several sect of religion to keep them quiet. And whenever Christianity shall be abolished, the legislature must find some other expedient to employ and entertain them. For what imports it how large a gate you open, if there will be always left a number who place a pride and a merit in not coming in? Having thus considered the most important objections against Christianity, and the chief advantages proposed by the abolishing thereof, I shall now, with equal deference and submission to wiser judgments as before, proceed to mention a few inconveniences that may happen if the Gospel should be repealed, which perhaps the projectors may not have sufficiently considered. And first, I am very sensible how much the gentlemen of wit and pleasure are apt to murmur and be choked at the sight of so many daggle tailed parsons that happen to fall in their way and offend their eyes; but at the same time these wise reformers do not consider what an advantage and felicity it is for great wits to be always provided with objects of scorn and contempt, in order to exercise and improve their talents, and divert their spleen from falling on each other, or on themselves, especially when all this may be done without the least imaginable danger to their persons. And to urge another argument of a parallel nature, if Christianity were once abolished, how could the free thinkers, the strong reasoners, and the men of profound learning be able to find another subject so calculated in all points whereon to display their abilities? What wonderful productions of wit should we be deprived of from those whose genius by continual practice hath been wholly turned upon the railleries and invectives against religion, and would therefore never be able to shine or distinguish themselves upon any other subject? We are daily complaining of the great decline of wit among us, and would we take away the greatest, perhaps the only topic we have left? Who would ever have suspected Asgill for a wit, or Toland for a philosopher, if the inexhaustible stock of Christianity had not been at hand to provide them with materials? What other subject through all art or nature could have produced Tyndall for a profound author, or furnished him with readers? It is the wise choice of the subject that alone adorns and distinguishes the writer. For had 100 such pens as these been employed on the side of religion, they would have immediately sunk into silence and oblivion. Nor do I think it wholly groundless, or my fears altogether imaginary, that the abolishing of Christianity may perhaps bring the Church in danger, or at least put the Senate to the trouble of another securing vote. I desire I may not be mistaken. I am far from presuming to affirm or think that the Church is in danger at present, or as things now stand; but we know not how soon it may be so when the Christian religion is repealed. As plausible as this project seems, there may be a dangerous design lurk under it. Nothing can be more notorious than the atheists, deists, Socinians, anti-Trinitarians, and other subdivisions of freethinkers are persons of little zeal for the present ecclesiastical establishment. Their declared opinion is for repealing the sacramental test. They are very indifferent with regard to ceremonies, nor do they hold the jus divinium of episcopacy. Therefore they may be intended as one politic step toward altering the constitution of the Church established, and setting up presbytery in the stead, which I leave to be further considered by those at the helm. In the last place, I think nothing can be more plain than that by this expedient we shall run into the evil we chiefly pretend to avoid, and that the abolishment of the Christian religion will be the readiest course we can take to introduce Popery. And I am the more inclined to this opinion, because we know it has been the constant practice of the Jesuits to send over emissaries, with instructions to personate themselves members of the several prevailing sects among us. So it is recorded that they have at sundry times appeared in the guise of Presbyterians, Anabaptists, Independents, and Quakers, according as any of these were most in credit. So, since the fashion hath been taken up of exploding religion, the Popish missionaries have not been wanting to mix with the freethinkers, among whom Toland, the great oracle of the anti-Christians, is an Irish priest, the son of an Irish priest, and the most learned and ingenious author of a book called the Rites of the Christian Church, was in a proper juncture reconciled to the Romish faith, whose true son, as appears by 100 passages in this treatise, he still continues. Perhaps I could add some others to the number, but the fact is beyond dispute, and the reasoning they proceed by is right. For, supposing Christianity to be extinguished, the people will never he at ease till they find out some other method of worship, which will as infallibly produce superstition as this will end in Popery. And therefore, if, notwithstanding all I have said, it still be thought necessary to have a bill brought in for repealing Christianity, I would humbly offer an amendment, that instead of the word Christianity may be put religion in general, which I conceive will much better answer all the good ends proposed by the projectors of it. For as long as we leave in being a God and his providence, with all the necessary consequences which curious and inquisitive men will be apt to draw from such promises, we do not strike at the root of the evil, though we should ever so effectually annihilate the present scheme of the gospel. For of what use is freedom of thought, if it will not produce freedom of action, which is the sole end, how remote soever in appearance, of all objections against Christianity? And therefore the free thinkers consider it as a sort of edifice, wherein all the parts have such a mutual dependence on each other, that if you happen to pull out one single nail, the whole fabric must fall to the ground. This was happily expressed by him who had heard of a text brought for proof of the Trinity, which in an ancient manuscript was differently read. He thereupon immediately took the hint, and by a sudden deduction of a long sorties, most logically concluded, why, if it be as you say, I may safely drink on, and defy the parson. From which, and many the like instances easy to be produced, I think nothing can be more manifest than that the quarrel is not against any particular points of hard digestion in the Christian system, but against religion in general, which by laying restraints on human nature is supposed the great enemy to the freedom of thought and action. Upon the whole, if it shall still be thought for the benefit of Church and State that Christianity be abolished, I conceive, however, it may be more convenient to defer the execution to a time of peace, and not venture in this conjuncture to disoblige our allies, who, as it falls out, are all Christians, and many of them, by the prejudices of their education, so bigoted as to place a sort of pride in the appellation. If upon being rejected by them we are to trust to an alliance with the Turk, we shall find ourselves much deceived; for as he is too remote, and generally engaged in war with the Persian emperor, so his people would be more scandalized at our infidelity than our Christian neighbors. For they are not only strict observers of religious worship, but, what is worse, believe a God, which is more than is required of us, even while we preserve the name of Christians. To conclude, whatever some may think of the great advantages to trade by this favourite scheme, I do very much apprehend that in 6 months' time, after the act is passed for the extirpation of the gospel, the Bank and East India stock may fall at least 1%. And since that is 50 times more than ever the wisdom of our age thought fit to venture for the preservation of Christianity, there is no reason we should be at so great a loss merely for the sake of destroying it. End of an argument to prove that the abolishing of Christianity in England may, as things now stand, be attended with some inconveniences, and perhaps not produce those many good effects proposed thereby. By Jonathan Swift.
Conjugal Precepts by Plutarch, translated by John Phillips. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Plutarch to Pollianus and Eurydice sendeth greeting. Now that the nuptial ceremonies are over, and that the priestess of Ceres has joined you both together in the bands of matrimony according to the custom of the country, I thought a short discourse of this nature might not be either unacceptable or unseasonable, but rather serve as a kind epithalamium to congratulate your happy conjunction. More especially, since there can be nothing more useful in conjugal society than the observance of wise and wholesome precepts, suitable to the harmony of matrimonial converse. For among the variety of musical moods and measures there is one which is called hippothoros, a sort of composition to the flute and hautboy, made use of to encourage and provoke stallions to cover mares. But philosophy being furnished with many noble and profitable discourses, there is not any one subject that deserves a more serious study than that of wedlock, whereby they who are engaged in a long community of bed and board are more steadfastly united in affection, and made more pliable one to another in humour and condition. To this purpose, having reduced under several short heads and similes some certain instructions and admonitions which you, as tutored up in philosophy, have frequently already heard, I send you the collection as a present, beseeching the Muses so with their presence to assist the goddess Venus, that the harmony of your mutual society and complacency in domestic diligences may outcry the melodious concords of lute or harp, while you live united together by reason and philosophy. Therefore it is that the ancients placed the statue of Venus by that of Mercury, to signify that the pleasures of matrimony chiefly consist in the sweetness of conversation. They also set the Graces and Suadela, the goddess of eloquence, together, to show that the married couple were to act only by persuasion, and not to use the violences of wrangling and contention. 1. Solon advised that the bride should eat a quince before she entered the nuptial sheets, intimating thereby, in my opinion, that the man was to expect his first pleasures from the breath and speech of his new married bedfellow. 2. In Boeotia it is the custom, when they veil the virgin bride, to set upon her head a chaplet of wild asparagus, which from a thorny stalk affords a most delicious fruit, to let us understand that a new married woman, discreetly brooking at the beginning the first distastes of marriage restraints, grows yieldingly complacent at length, and makes conforming wedlock a happiness to each. And indeed such husbands who cannot bear with the little disdains and first froppishness of imprudent youth are like to those that choose the sour grapes and leave to others the ripe delicious clusters. On the other side, those young ladies that take a disdain to their husbands by reason of their first debates and encounters may be well compared to those that patiently endure the sting but fling away the honey. 3. It especially behooves those people who are newly married to avoid the first occasions of discord and dissension. Considering that vessels newly formed are subject to be bruised and put out of shape by many slight accidents, but when the materials come once to be settled and hardened by time, nor fire nor sword will hardly prejudice the solid substance. 4. Fire takes speedy hold of straw or hare's fur, but soon goes out again, unless fed with an addition of more fuel. Thus that same love, whose flames are nourished only by heat of youth and looser charms of beauty, seldom proves of long continuance or grows to wedlock maturity, unless it have taken a deep root in conformity of manners, and mutual affection be enlivened by the intermixture of souls as well as bodies, while prudence and discretion feed the noble flame. 5. They who bait their hooks with intoxicated drugs with little pains surprise the hungry fish, but then they prove unsavory to the taste and dangerous to eat. Thus women that by the force of charms and philters endeavor to subdue their husbands to the satisfaction of their pleasure, become at length the wives of madmen, sots, and fools. For they whom the sorceress Circe had enchanted, being then no better than swine and asses, were no longer able to please or do her service. But she loved Ulysses entirely, whose prudence avoided her venomous intoxications, and rendered his conversation highly grateful. 6. They who rather choose to be the mistresses of senseless fools than the obedient wives of wise and sober husbands are like those people that prefer misguidance of the blind before the conduct of them that can see and know the way. 7. They will not believe that Pasiphae, the consort of a prince, could ever be enamored of a bull, and yet themselves are so extravagant as to abandon the society of their husbands, men of wisdom, temperance, and gravity, and betake themselves to the bestial embraces of those who are given wholly to riot and debauchery as if they were dogs or goats. 8. Some men, either unable or unwilling to mount themselves into their saddles through infirmity or laziness, teach their horses to fall upon their knees, and in that posture to receive their riders. In like manner, there are some persons who, having married young ladies not less considerable for the nobility of their birth than their wealthy dowries, take little care themselves to improve the advantages of such a splendid conjunction, but with a severe moroseness labor to depress and degrade their wives, proud of the mastery and vaunting in domestic tyranny; whereas in this case it becomes a man to use the reins of government with as equal regard to the quality and dignity of the woman as to the stature of the horse. 9. We behold the moon then shining with a full and glorious orb, when farthest distant from the sun; but, as she warps back again to meet her illustrious mate, the nearer she makes her approach, the more she is eclipsed until no longer seen. Quite otherwise, a woman ought to display the charms of her virtue and the sweetness of her disposition in her husband's presence, but in his absence to retire to silence and reservedness at home. 10. Nor can we approve the saying of Herodotus, that a woman lays aside her modesty with her shift. For surely then it is that a chaste woman chiefly veils herself with bashfulness, when in the privacies of matrimonial duties, excess of love and maiden reverence become the secret signals and testimonies of mutual affection. 11. As in musical concords, when the upper strings are so tuned as exactly to accord, the bass always gives the tone, so in well-regulated and well-ordered families all things are carried on with the harmonious consent and agreement of both parties, but the conduct and contrivance chiefly redounds to the reputation and management of the husband. 12. It is a common proverb, that the sun is too strong for the north wind. For the more the wind ruffles and strives to force a man's upper garment from his back, the faster he holds it, and the closer he wraps it about his shoulders. But he who so briskly defended himself from being plundered by the wind, when once the sun begins to scald the air, all in a dropping sweat is then constrained to throw away not only his flowing garment, but his tunic also. This puts us in mind of the practice of most women, who, being limited by their husbands in their extravagances of feasting and superfluities of habit, presently fill the house with noise and uproar, whereas if they could but suffer themselves to be convinced by reason and soft persuasion, they would of themselves acknowledge their vanity and submit to moderation. 13. Cato ejected a certain Roman out of the Senate for kissing his wife in the presence of his daughter. It is true, the punishment was somewhat too severe; but if kissing and calling and hugging in the sight of others be so unseemly, as indeed it is, how much more indecent is it to chide and brawl and maunder one at another while strangers are in company? If lawful familiarity and caresses between man and wife are not to be allowed but in their private retirements, shall the bitter interchanges and loud discoveries of invective and inconsiderate passion be thought an entertainment pleasingly proper for unconcerned and public ears? 14. As there is little or no use to be made of a mirror, though in a frame of gold encased with all the sparkling variety of richest gems, unless it render back the true similitude of the image it receives, so is there nothing of profit in a wealthy dowry, unless the conditions, the temper, the humor of the wife be conformable to the natural disposition and inclination of the husband, and he sees the virtues of his own mind exactly represented in hers. Or if a fair and beautiful mirror that makes a sad and pensive visage look jocund and gay, or a wanton or smiling countenance show pensive and mournful, is therefore presently rejected as of no value, thus may not she be thought an angry, peevish, and importunate woman, that louts and lowers upon the caresses of a husband, and when he courts the pastime of her affections, entertains him with frumps and taunts, but when she finds him serious in business, allures him then with her unseasonable toyings to pleasure and enjoyment? For the one is an offense of impertinency, the other a contempt of her husband's kindness. but, as geometricians affirm that lines and surfaces are not moved of themselves, but according to the motions of the bodies to which they belong, so it behooves a woman to challenge no peculiar passion or affection as her own, but to share with her husband in business, in his recreations, in his cares, and in his mirth. 15. As they who are offended to see their wives eat and drink freely in their company do but whet their appetites to glut and gormandize in corners by themselves, so they who refuse to frolic in retirement with their wives, or to let them participate of their private pastimes and dalliances, do but instruct them to cater for their own pleasures and delights. 16. The Persian kings, when they contain themselves within the limits of their usual banquets, suffer their married wives to sit down at their tables. But when they once design to indulge the provocations of amorous heats and wine, then they send away their wives, and call for their concubines, their gypsies, and their songstresses, with their lascivious tunes and wanton galliards. Wherein they do well, not thinking it proper to debauch their wives with the tipsy frolics and dissolute extravagances of their intemperance. If therefore any private person, swayed by the unruly motions of his incontinency, happen at any time to make a trip with a kind she-friend or his wife's chambermaid, it becomes not the wife presently to lower and take pepper in the nose, but rather to believe that it was his respect to her which made him unwilling she should behold the follies of ebriety and foul intemperance. 17. Princes that be addicted to music increase the number of excellent musicians. If they be lovers of learning, all men strive to excel in reading and in eloquence. If given to martial exercises, a military ardor rouses straight the drowsy sloth of all their subjects. Thus husbands effeminately finical only teach their wives to paint and polish themselves with borrowed lustre. The studious of pleasure render them immodest and whorish. On the other side, men of serious, honest, and virtuous conversations make sober, chaste, and prudent wives. 18. A young Lacedaemonian lass, being asked by an acquaintance of hers whether she had yet embraced her husband, made answer, No, but that he had embraced her. And after this manner, in my opinion, it behooves an honest woman to behave herself toward her husband, never to shun nor to disdain the caresses and dalliances of his amorous inclinations, when he himself begins, but never herself to offer the first occasion of provocation. For the one savours of impudent harlotry, the other displays a female pride and imperiousness void of conjugal affection. 19. It behooves a woman not to make peculiar and private friendships of her own, but to esteem only her husband's acquaintance and familiars as hers. Now as the gods are our chiefest and most beneficial friends, it behooves her to worship and adore only those deities which her husband reputes and reverences for such. But as for quaint opinions and superstitious innovations, let them be exterminated from her outermost threshold. For no sacrifices or services can be acceptable to the gods, performed by women, as it were, by stealth and in secret, without the knowledge of the husband. 20. Plato asserts those cities to be the most happy and best regulated, where these expressions, this is mine, this is not mine, are seldomest made use of; for that then the citizens enjoy in common, so far as is convenient, those things that are of greatest importance. But in wedlock those expressions are utterly to be abolished. For as the physicians say that the right side being bruised or beaten communicates its pain to the left, so indeed the husband ought to sympathize in the sorrows and afflictions of the woman, and much more does it become the wife to be sensible of the miseries and calamities of the husband, to the intent that, as knots are made fast by knitting the bows of a thread one within another, so the ligaments of conjugal society may be strengthened by the mutual interchange of kindness and affection. This Nature herself instructs us, by mixing us in our bodies; while she takes a part from each, and then blending the whole together produces a being common to both, to the end that neither may be able to discern or distinguish what was belonging to another, or lay claim to assured propriety. Therefore is community of estate and purses chiefly requisite among married couples, whose principal aim it ought to be to mix and incorporate their purchases and disbursements into one substance, neither pretending to call this hers, or that his, but accounting all inseparably peculiar to both. However, as in a goblet where the proportion of water exceeds the juice of the grape, yet still we call the mixture wine, in like manner the house and estate must be reputed the possession of the husband, although the woman brought the chiefest part. 21. Helen was covetous, Paris luxurious. On the other side, Ulysses was prudent, Penelope chaste. Happy therefore was the match between the latter. But the nuptials of the former brought an Iliad of miseries as well upon the Greeks as barbarians. 22. The question being put by some of his friends to a certain Roman, why he had put away his wife, both sober, beautiful, chaste, and rich, the gentleman, putting forth his foot and showing his buskin, said, Is not this a new, handsome, complete shoe? Yet no man but myself knows where it pinches me. Therefore ought not a woman to boast either of her dower, her parentage, or beauty, but in such things as most delight a husband, pleasantness of converse, sweetness of disposition, and briskness of humour, there to show nothing of harshness, nothing distasteful, nothing offensive, but from day to day to study behaviour jocund, blithe, and conformable to his temper. For as physicians are much more afraid of fevers that proceed from hidden causes, which have been by little and little contracting for a long time together, than those that receive their nourishment from apparent and manifest unconcoctions, thus, if daily continued, the petty snubs and frumps between man and wife, though perhaps unknown to others, are of that force that above all things else they canker conjugal affection, and destroy the pleasure of cohabitation. 23. King Philip so far doted on a fair Thessalian lady, that she was suspected to have used some private arts of fascination towards him. Wherefore Olympias laboured to get the supposed sorceress into her power. But when the queen had viewed her well, and duly examined her beauty, beheld the graces of her deportment, and considered her discourse, bespake her no less than a person of noble descent and education. Hence, fond suspicions, hence vainer calumnies, said she, for I plainly find the charms which thou makest use of are in thyself. Certainly therefore a lawful wife surpasses the common acceptation of happiness when, without enhancing the advantages of her wealth, nobility, and form, or vaunting the possession of Venus's cestus itself, she makes it her business to win her husband's affection by her virtue and sweetness of disposition. 24. Another time the same Olympias, understanding that a young courtier had married a lady, beautiful indeed, but of no good report, said, Sure, the Hotspur had little brains, otherwise he would never have married with his eyes. For they are fools who in the choice of a wife believe the report of their sight or fingers; like those who telling out the portion in their thoughts take the woman upon content, never examining what her conditions are, or whether she is proper to make him a fit wife or no. 25. Socrates was wont to give this advice to young men that accustomed themselves to their mirrors: If ill favoured, to correct their deformity by the practice of virtue; if handsome, not to blemish their outward form with inward vice. In like manner, it would not be amiss for a mistress of a family, when she holds her mirror in her hands, to discourse her own thoughts. If deformed thus, should I prove lewd and wicked too? On the other side, thus the fair one, what if chaste beside? For it adds a kind of veneration to a woman not so handsome, that she is more beloved for the perfections of her mind than the outside graces of her body. 26. Dionysius, the tyrant of Sicily, sent several costly presents of rich apparel, necklaces, and bracelets to the daughters of Lysander, which however the father would never permit the virgins to accept, saying, These gaudy presents will procure more infamy than honour to my daughters." And indeed, before Lysander, Sophocles in one of his tragedies had uttered the following sentence to the same effect: "Mistake not, silly wretch, this pompous trim Rather disgraces than proclaims thee great, And shows the rage of thy lascivious heat." For, as Crates said, that is ornament which adorns, and that adorns a woman which renders her more comely and decent. This is an honour conferred upon her, not by the lustre of gold, the sparkling of emeralds and diamonds, nor splendour of the purple tincture, but by the real embellishments of gravity, discretion, humility, and modesty. 27. They who offer to Juno as the goddess of wedlock never consecrate the gall with the other parts of the sacrifice, but having drawn it forth, they cast it behind the altar. Which constitution of the lawgiver fairly implies that all manner of passionate anger and bitterness of reproach should be exterminated from the thresholds of nuptial cohabitation. Not but that a certain kind of austerity becomes the mistress of a family; which however should be like that of wine, profitable and delightful, not like aloes, biting and medicinally ungrateful to the palate. 28. Plato observing the morose and sour humour of Xenocrates, otherwise a person of great virtue and worth, admonished him to sacrifice to the Graces. In like manner, I am of opinion that it behooves a woman of moderation to crave the assistance of the Graces in her behaviour towards her husband, thereby, according to the saying of Metrodorus, to render their society mutually harmonious to each other, and to preserve her from being waspishly proud out of a conceit of her fidelity and virtue. For it becomes not a frugal woman to be neglectful of decent neatness, nor one who has great respect to her husband to refrain complacency in her conversation, seeing that, as the over-rigid humour of a wife renders her honesty irksome, so sluttery begets a hatred of her sparing and pinching housewifery. 29. She who is afraid to laugh or to appear merry and gay before her husband, for fear of waking his jealousy, may be said to resemble one that forbears to anoint herself at all, lest she should be thought to use unnecessary or harlotry perfumes, or that neglects to wash her face to avoid the suspicion of painting. Thus we find that poets and orators, who desire to shun the tiring tediousness of a low, vulgar, and drowsy style, ingeniously labour to detain and move both their readers and their auditors by the quaintness of their invention, grandeur of the subject, and lively representation of the humours and conditions which they bring upon the stage. From whence a discreet mistress of a family may likewise learn to avoid all manner of over-nice curiosity and squeamish affectation, all excess of jollity savouring of the courtesan, and everything tending to profuse pomp. But she will rather employ all her wit and art in exhibiting to her husband all the graces of life and character, accustoming him to honesty and decency joined with pleasure and delight. Nevertheless, if there be any woman so severe and reserved by nature that no means can be found to make her blithe and sportive, it behooves her husband to give way to her temper; and, as Phocion answered Antipater, who commanded him to do an ill thing that misbecame his quality, I cannot be thy friend and flatter thee at one and the same time, in like manner ought a man to rest satisfied with the virtues of a chaste wife, though her serious disposition will not permit her to act the airy part of a mistress. 30. The Egyptian women were anciently never wont to wear shoes, to the end they might accustom themselves to stay at home. But altogether different is the humour of our women; for they, unless allowed their jewels, their bracelets and necklaces, their gaudy vestments, gowns, and petticoats, all bespangled with gold, and their embroidered buskins, will never stir abroad. 31. Theano, as she was dressing herself one morning in her chamber, by chance discovered some part of her naked arm; upon which one of the company crying out, "Oh, what a lovely arm is there!" "'Tis very true," said she, "but yet not common." Thus ought a chaste and virtuous woman not only to keep her naked arms from open view, but to lock up her very words, and set a guard upon her lips, especially in the company of strangers, since there is nothing which sooner discovers the qualities and conditions of a woman than her discourse. 32. Phidias made the statue of Venus at Elis with one foot upon the shell of a tortoise, to signify two great duties of a virtuous woman, which are to keep at home, and be silent. For she is only to speak to her husband, or by her husband. Nor is she to take amiss the uttering her mind in that manner, through another more proper organ. 33. Princes and kings honor themselves in giving honor to philosophers and learned men. On the other side, great personages admired and courted by philosophers are no way honored by their flatteries, which are rather a prejudice and stain to the reputation of those that use them. Thus it is with women, who in honoring and submitting to their husbands win for themselves honor and respect, but when they strive to get the mastery, they become a greater reproach to themselves than to those that are so ignominiously henpecked. But then again, it behooves a husband to control his wife, not as a master does his vassal, but as the soul governs the body, with a gentle hand of mutual friendship and reciprocal affection. For as the soul commands the body without being subject to its pleasures and inordinate desires, in like manner should a man so exercise his authority over his wife as to soften it with complaisance and kind requital of her loving submission. 34. Philosophers assert that, of bodies which consist of several parts, some are composed of parts distinct and separate, as a navy or army royal; others of contiguous parts, as a house or a ship; and others of parts united at the first conception, equally partaking of life and motion and growing together, as are the bodies of all living creatures. Thus, where people wed for pure affection, that marriage may be said to resemble those bodies whose parts are solidly fixed together. They who marry for the sake of great portions, or else desirous of offspring, are like to bodies whose parts are contiguous and cleave close to one another; and they who only bed together, if there be any such, resemble bodies whose parts are distinct and without dependency. Now, as physicians say that liquids are the only bodies which most easily intermix without any difference of propriety or respect one with another, so should it be said of people joined together in matrimony, that there is a perfect mixture of bodies and estates, of friends and relations. Therefore the Roman law prohibits new married people from giving and receiving mutual presents one from another; not that they should not participate one with another, but to show that they were not to enjoy anything but what they possess in common. 35. In Leptis, a city of Libya, it was an ancient custom for the bride, the next day after the nuptial solemnity, to send home to the mother of the bridegroom to borrow a boiler, which she not only refused to lend, but sent back word that she had none to spare; to the end that the new married woman, having by that means tried the disposition of her mother-in-law, if afterwards she found her humour peevish and perverse, might with more patience brook her unkindness, as being no more than what she expected. Rather it becomes the daughter to avoid all occasions of distaste. For it is natural to some mothers to be jealous that the wife deprives her of that filial tenderness which she expects from her son; for which there is no better cure than for a wife so to contrive the gaining of her husband's love as not to lessen or withdraw his affection from his mother. 36. It is generally observed that mothers are fondest of their sons, as expecting from them their future assistance when they grow into years, and that fathers are kindest to their daughters, as standing most in need of their paternal succor. And perhaps, out of that mutual respect which the man and his wife bear to one another, either of them should seem to carry greater affection for that which is proper and familiar to the other. But this pleasing controversy is easily reconciled; for it becomes a woman to show the choicest of her respects and to be more complaisant to the kindred of her husband than to her own, to make her complaints to them and conceal her discontents from her own relations. For the trust which she reposes in them causes them to confide in her, and her esteem of them increases their respects to her. 37. The commanders of the Grecian auxiliaries that marched in aid of Cyrus gave these instructions to their soldiers, that, if their enemies advanced whooping and hallooing to the combat, they should receive the charge, observing an exact silence; but on the other side, if they came on silently, then to rend the air with their martial shouts. Thus prudent wives, when their husbands in the heat of their passion rant and tear the house down, should make no returns, but quietly hold their peace. But if they only frown out their discontents in moody anger, then, with soft language and gently reasoning the case, they may endeavor to appease and qualify their fury. 38. Rightly therefore are they reprehended by Euripides, who introduced the harp and other instruments of music at their compotations. For music ought rather to be made use of for the mitigation of wrath and to allay the sorrows of mourning, not to heighten the voluptuousness of those that are already drowned in jollity and delight. Believe yourselves then to be in an error that sleep together for pleasure, but when angry and at variance make two beds, and that never at that time call to your assistance the goddess Venus, who better than any other knows how to apply a proper remedy to such distempers; as Homer teaches us, where he brings in Juno using this expression, Your deadly feuds will I myself appease, and the amorous bed shall be the charming place where all your strife shall in embracing cease. 39. Though it becomes a man and his wife at all times to avoid all occasions of quarrelling one with another, yet is there no time so unseasonable for contention as when they are between the same sheets. As the woman in difficult labor said to those who were about to lay her upon her bed, How, said she, can this bed cure these pains, since it was in this very bed that my pleasures were the cause of all my throes? And still less will those reproaches and contests which the bed produces be reconciled at any other time or place. 40. Hermione seems to be in the right, speaking to this effect in one of the tragedies of Euripides. The lewd discourse of women void of shame ruined my honor and my virtuous name. However, these mischiefs rarely happen but where women at variance and jealous of their husbands open not only their door but their ears to whole swarms of twaddling gossips that widen the difference. For then it behooves a prudent woman to shut her ears and beware of listening to such enchanting tattlers, calling to mind the answer of Philip, when he was exasperated by his friends against the Greeks for cursing and reviling him, notwithstanding all the benefits they had received at his hands, What would they have done, said he, had we used them with unkindness and severity? The same should be the reply of a prudent woman to those she-devils when they bewail her condition, and cry, A woman so loving, so chaste and modest, and yet abused by her husband. For then should she make answer, What would he do, should I begin to hate him and to do him wrong? 41. A certain master, whose slave had been run away from him for several months together, after a long search at length found him suddenly in a workhouse, and said, Where could I have desired to meet with thee more to my wish than in such a place as this? Thus, when a woman is grown jealous of her husband, and meditates nothing but present divorce, before she is to be too hasty, let her reason with herself in this manner. In what condition would my rival choose to see me with greater satisfaction than as I am, all in a fret and fume, enraged against my husband, and ready to abandon both my house and marriage bed together? 42. The Athenians yearly solemnized 3 sacred seed times. The first in Cyrrhus, in memory of the first invention by their ancestors of ploughing and sowing; the second at a place called Rharia; and the third under Pelis, which they call Boisygios, in commemoration of the first spanning of oxen to the plough. But more sacred than all these is the nuptial ploughing and sowing, in order to the procreation of children; and therefore Sophocles rightly calls Venus the fruitful Cytherea. For which reason it highly imparts both the man and the woman, when bound together by the holy tie of wedlock, to abstain from all unlawful and forbidden copulation, and from ploughing and sowing where they never desire to reap any fruit of their labor, or, if the harvest come to perfection, they conceal and are ashamed to own it. 43. The orator Gorgias, in a full assembly of the Grecians resorting from all parts to the Olympic games, making an oration to the people, wherein he exhorted them to live in peace, unity, and concord among one another, Melanthus cried out aloud, "This man pretends to give us advice, and preaches here in public nothing but love and union, who in his own private family is not able to keep his wife and his mind from being continually together by the ears, and yet there are only they three in the house." For it seems that Gorgias had a kindness for his servant, which made her mistress jealous; and therefore it behooves that man to have his family in exquisite order who will undertake to regulate the failing of his friends or the public miscarriages, especially since the misbehavior of men toward their wives is far sooner divulged among the people than the transgressions of women against their husbands. 44. It is reported that the scent of sweet perfumes will make a cat grow mad. Now, supposing those strong perfumes which are used by many men should prove offensive to their wives, would it not be a great piece of unnatural unkindness to discompose a woman with continual fits rather than deny himself a pleasure so trivial? But when it is not their husbands perfuming themselves, but their lascivious wandering after lewd and extravagant women, that disturbs and disorders their wives, it is a great piece of injustice for the tickling pleasure of a few minutes to afflict and disquiet a virtuous woman. For since they who are conversant with bees will often abstain from women, to prevent the persecution of those little but implacable enemies of unclean dalliance, much rather ought a man to be pure from the pollutions of harlotry when he approaches his chaste and lawful wife. 45. They whose business it is to manage elephants never put on white frocks, nor dare they that govern wild bulls appear in red, those creatures being scared and exasperated by those colors. And some report that tigers, when they hear a drum beat afar off, grow mad and exercise their savage fury upon themselves. If then there are some men that are offended at the gay and sumptuous habit of their wives, and others that brook as ill their gadding to plays and balls, what reason is there that women should not refrain those vanities rather than perplex and discontent their husbands, with whom it becomes their modesty to live with patience and sobriety? 46. What said a woman to King Philip that pulled and hauled her to him by violence against her will? "Let me go," said she, "for when the candles are out, all women are alike." This is aptly applied to men addicted to adultery and lust. But a virtuous wife, when the candle is taken away, ought then chiefly to differ from all other women; for when her body is not to be seen, her chastity, her modesty, and her peculiar affection to her husband ought then to shine with their brightest lustre. 47. Plato admonishes old men to carry themselves with most gravity in the presence of young people, to the end the awe of their example may imprint in youth the greater respect and reverence of age. For the loose and vain behavior of men stricken in years breeds a contempt of gray hairs, and never can expect veneration from juvenility. Which sober admonition should instruct the husband to bear a greater respect to his wife than to all other women in the world, seeing that the nuptial chamber must be to her either the school of honor and chastity, or that of incontinency and wantonness. For he that allows himself those pleasures that he forbids his wife, acts like a man that would enjoin his wife to oppose those enemies to which he has himself already surrendered. 48. As to what remains, in reference to superfluity of habit and decent household furniture, remember, dear Eurydice, what Timoxenas has written to Aristilla. And do you, Pollianus, never believe that women will be weaned from those toys and curiosities wherein they take a kind of pride, and which serve for an alleviation of their domestic solitude, while you yourself admire the same things in other women, and are taken with the gaiety of golden breakers, magnificent pictures of your houses, and rich trappings for your mules and horses? For it were a strange moroseness to debar a woman those ornamental vanities which naturally her sex admire, nor will it easily be endured without regret where she sees the man much more indulgent to his own humour. Since then thou art arrived at those years which are proper for the study of such sciences as are attained by reason and demonstration, endeavour to complete this knowledge by conversing with persons that may be serviceable to thee in such a generous design. And as for thy wife, like the industrious bee, gather everywhere from the fragrant flowers of good instruction, replenish thyself with whatever may be of advantage to her, and impart the same to her again in loving and familiar discourse, both for thy own and for her improvement. For father thou and mother art to her. She now is thine, and not the parent's care. Nor is it less to thy commendation to hear what she returns. And you, my honoured husband, are my guide, and tutor in philosophy beside, from whose instructions I at once improve the fruits of knowledge and the sweets of love. For such studies as these fix the contemplations of women upon what is laudable and serious, and prevent their wasting time upon impertinent and pernicious vanity. For that lady that is studious in geometry will never affect the dissolute motions of dancing; and she that is taken with the sublime notions of Plato and Xenophon will look with disdain upon the charms and enchantments of witches and sorcerers; and if any ridiculous astrologer promises to pull the moon down from the sky, she will laugh at the ignorance and folly of the women who believe in him, being herself well grounded in astronomy, and having heard about Agenice, the daughter of Hegetor, a Thessalian lord, who understanding the reason of the eclipses of the moon, and knowing beforehand the time of her being obscured by the shadow of the earth, made the credulous women believe that it was she who at those times unhinged the moon and removed her from the sky. True it is that never any woman brought forth a perfect child without the assistance and society of man, but there are many whose imaginations are so strongly wrought upon by the sight or bare relation of monstrous spectacles, that they bring into the world several sorts of immature and shapeless productions. Thus, unless great care be taken by men to manure and cultivate the inclinations of their wives with wholesome and virtuous precepts, they often breed among themselves the false conceptions of extravagant and loose desires. But do thou, Eurydice, make it thy business to be familiar with the learned proverbs of wise and learned men, and always to embellish thy discourse with their profitable sentences, to the end thou mayest be the admiration of other women, that shall behold thee so richly adorned without the expense or assistance of jewels or embroideries. For pearls and diamonds are not the purchase of an ordinary purse, but the ornaments of Theano, Cleobuline, Gorgo the wife of King Leonidas, Timoclea the sister of Theagenes, the ancient Roman Claudia, or Cornelia the daughter of Scipio, already so celebrated and renowned for their virtues, will cost but little, yet nothing will set thee out more glorious or illustrious to the world, or render thy life more comfortable and happy. For if Sappho, only because she could compose an elegant verse, had the confidence to write to a haughty and wealthy dame in her time, Dead thou shalt lie forgotten in thy tomb, Since not for thee Pierian roses bloom, why may it not be much more lawful for thee to boast those great perfections that give thee a greater privilege, not only to gather the flowers, but to reap the fruits themselves, which the Muses bestow upon the lovers and real owners of learning and philosophy? End of Conjugal Precepts, by Plutarch. Translated by John Phillips.
Dante and the Bowery by Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It is the conventional thing to praise Dante because he of set purpose used the language of the marketplace, so as to be understanded of the common people. But we do not in practice either admire or understand a man who writes in the language of our own marketplace. It must be the Florentine marketplace of the 13th century, not Fulton Market of today. What infinite use Dante would have made of the Bowery! Of course, he could have done it only because not merely he himself, the great poet, but his audience also, would have accepted it as natural. The 19th century was more apt than the 13th to boast of itself as being the greatest of the centuries, but save as regards purely material objects, ranging from locomotives to bank buildings, it did not wholly believe in its boasting. A 19th century poet, when trying to illustrate some point he was making, obviously felt uncomfortable in mentioning 19th century heroes if he also referred to those of classic times, lest he should be suspected of instituting comparisons between them. A 13th century poet was not in the least troubled by any such misgivings, and quite simply illustrated his point by allusions to any character in history or romance, ancient or contemporary, that happened to occur to him. Of all the poets of the 19th century, Walt Whitman was the only one who dared use the Bowery. That is, use anything that was striking and vividly typical of the humanity around him, as Dante used the ordinary humanity of his day, and when Whitman was not quite natural in doing so, for he always felt that he was defying the conventions and prejudices of his neighbors, and his self-consciousness made him a little defiant. Dante was not defiant of conventions. The conventions of his day did not forbid him to use human nature just as he saw it, no less than human nature as he read about it. The Bowery is one of the great highways of humanity, a highway of seething life, of varied interest, of fun, of work, of sordid and terrible tragedy, and it is haunted by demons as evil as any that stalk through the pages of the Inferno. But no man of Dante's art, and with Dante's soul, would write of it nowadays, and he would hardly be understood if he did. Whitman wrote of homely things and everyday men, and of their greatness, but his art was not equal to his power and his purpose, and, even as it was, he, the poet, by set intention of the democracy, is not known to the people as widely as he should be known, and it is only the few, the men like Edward Fitzgerald, John Burroughs, and W.E. Henley, who prize him as he ought to be prized. Nowadays, at the outset of the 20th century, cultivated people would ridicule the poet who illustrated fundamental truths, as Dante did 600 years ago, by examples drawn alike from human nature as he saw it around him and from human nature as he read of it. I suppose that this must be partly because we are so self-conscious as always to read a comparison into any illustration, forgetting the fact that no comparison is implied between two men, in the sense of estimating their relative greatness or importance, when the career of each of them is chosen merely to illustrate some given quality that both possess. It is also probably due to the fact that an age in which the critical faculty is greatly developed often tends to develop a certain querulous inability to understand the fundamental truths which less critical ages accept as a matter of course. To such critics it seems improper, and indeed ludicrous, to illustrate human nature by examples chosen alike from the Brooklyn Navy Yard or Castle Garden and the Piraeus, alike from the Tammany and from the Roman mob organized by the foes or friends of Caesar. To Dante such feeling itself would have been inexplicable. Dante dealt with those tremendous qualities of the human soul which dwarf all differences in outward and visible form and station, and therefore he illustrated what he meant by any example that seemed to him apt. Only the great names of antiquity had been handed down, and so, when he spoke of pride or violence or flattery, and wished to illustrate his thesis by an appeal to the past, he could speak only of great and prominent characters. But in the present of his day, most of the men he knew, or knew of, were naturally people of no permanent importance, just as is the case in the present of our own day. Yet the passions of these men were the same as those of the heroes of old, godlike or demoniac, and so he unhesitatingly used his contemporaries or his immediate predecessors to illustrate his points, without regard to their prominence or lack of prominence. He was not concerned with the differences in their fortunes and careers, with their heroic proportions or lack of such proportions. He was a mystic whose imagination soared so high and whose thoughts plumbed so deeply the far depths of our being, that he was also quite simply a realist. For the eternal mysteries were never before his mind, and compared to them, the differences between the careers of the mighty masters of mankind and the careers of even very humble people seemed trivial. If we translate his comparisons into the terms of our day, we are apt to feel amused over this trait of his, until we go a little deeper and understand that we are ourselves to blame, because we have lost the faculty simply and naturally to recognize that the essential traits of humanity are shown alike by big men and by little men, in the lives that are now being lived and in those that are long ended. Probably no two characters in Dante impress the ordinary reader more than Farinata and Campaneus, the man who raises himself waist high from out his burning sepulchre, unshaken by torment, and the man who, with scornful disdain, refuses to brush from his body the falling flames. The great souls, magnanimous Dante calls them, whom no torture, no disaster, no failure of the most absolute kind could force to yield or to bow before the dread powers that had mastered them. Dante has created these men, has made them permanent additions to the great figures of the world. They are imaginary only in the sense that Achilles and Ulysses are imaginary, that is, they are now as real as the figures of any men that ever lived. One of them was a mythical hero in a mythical feat, the other a second-rate faction leader in a faction-ridden Italian city of the 13th century, whose deeds have not the slightest importance aside from what Dante's mention gives. Yet the two men are mentioned as naturally as Alexander and Caesar are mentioned. Evidently they are dwelt upon at length because Dante felt it his duty to express a peculiar horror for that fierce pride which could defy its overlord, while at the same time, and perhaps unwillingly, he could not conceal a certain shuddering admiration for the lofty courage on which this evil pride was based. The point I wish to make is the simplicity with which Dante illustrated one of the principles on which he lays most stress, by the example of a man who was of consequence only in the history of the parochial politics of Florence. Farinata will now live forever as a symbol of the soul, yet as an historical figure he is dwarfed beside any one of hundreds of the leaders in our own Revolution and Civil War. Tom Benton of Missouri and Jefferson Davis of Mississippi were opposed to one another with a bitterness which surpassed that which rived asunder Guelph and Ghibellin, or black Guelph from white Guelph. They played mighty parts in a tragedy more tremendous than any which any medieval city ever witnessed or could have witnessed. Each possessed an iron will and undaunted courage, physical and moral. Each led a life of varied interest and danger, and exercised a power not possible in the career of the Florentine. One, the champion of the Union, fought for the principles as unyieldingly as the other fought for what he deemed right in trying to break up the Union. Each was a colossal figure. Each, when the forces against which he fought overcame him, for in his latter years Benton saw the cause of disunion triumph in Missouri, just as Jefferson Davis lived to see the cause of union triumph in the nation, fronted an adverse fate with a frowning defiance. The high heart and the stubborn will which Dante has commemorated for all time in his hero who held hell in great scorn. Yet a modern poet who endeavored to illustrate such a point by reference to Benton and Davis would be uncomfortably conscious that his audience would laugh at him. He would feel ill at ease, and therefore would convey the impression of being ill at ease, exactly as he would feel that he was posing, was forced and unnatural, if he referred to the deeds of the evil heroes of the Paris Commune, as he would without hesitation refer to the many similar but smaller leaders of the riots in the Roman Forum. Dante speaks of a couple of French troubadours, or of a local Sicilian poet, just as he speaks of Euripides, and quite properly, for they illustrate as well what he has to teach. But we of to-day cannot possibly speak of a couple of recent French poets or German novelists in the same connection without having an uncomfortable feeling that we ought to defend ourselves from possible misapprehension, and therefore we could not speak of them naturally. When Dante wishes to assail those guilty of crimes of violence, he in one stanza speaks of the torments inflicted by divine justice on Attila, coupling him with Pyrrhus and Sextus Pompey, a sufficiently odd conjunction in itself, by the way, and in the next stanza mentions the names of a couple of local highwaymen who had made travel unsafe in particular neighborhoods. The two highwaymen in question were by no means as important as Jesse James and Billy the Kid. Doubtless they were far less formidable fighting men, and their adventures were less striking and varied. Yet think of the way we should feel if a great poet should now arise who would incidentally illustrate the ferocity of the human heart by allusions both to the terrible Hunnish scourge of God and to the outlaws who in our own times defied justice in Missouri and New Mexico. When Dante wishes to illustrate the fierce passions of the human heart, he may speak of Lycurgus or of Saul, or he may speak of two local contemporary captains, victor or vanquished, in obscure struggles between Guelph and Ghibellin, men like Jacopo del Casero or Bonconte, whom he mentions as naturally as he does Cyrus or Rehoboam. He is entirely right. What one among our own writers, however, would be able simply and naturally to mention Ulrich Dahlgren, or Custer, or Morgan, or Raphael Semmes, or Marion, or Sumter, as illustrating the qualities known by Hannibal, or Ramses, or William the Conqueror, or by Moses, or Hercules. Yet the Guelph and Ghibellin captains of whom Dante speaks were in no way as important as those American soldiers of the second or third rank. Dante saw nothing incongruous in treating at length of the qualities of all of them. He was not thinking of comparing the genius of the unimportant local leader with the genius of the great sovereign conquerors of the past. He was thinking only of the qualities of courage and daring, of the awful horror of death, and when we deal with what is elemental in the human soul, it matters but little whose soul we take. In the same way he mentions a couple of spendthrifts of Padua and Siena, who come to violent ends, just as in the preceding canto he had dwelt upon the tortures undergone by Dionysius and Simon de Montfort, guarded by Nessus and his fellow centaurs. For some reason he hated the spendthrifts in question, as the Whigs of revolutionary South Carolina and New York hated Tarleton, Kruger, St. Leger, and Delancey, and to him there was nothing incongruous in drawing a lesson from one couple of offenders more than from another. It would, by the way, be outside my present purpose to speak of the rather puzzling manner in which Dante confounds his own hatreds with those of heaven, and, for instance, shows a vindictive enjoyment in putting his personal opponent, Filippo Argenti, in hell, for no clearly adequate reason. When he turns from these, whom he is glad to see in hell, toward those for whom he cares, he shows the same delightful power of penetrating through the externals into the essentials. Cato and Manfred illustrate his point no better than Belacqua, a contemporary Florentine maker of citherns. Alas, what poet today would dare to illustrate his argument by introducing Steinway in company with Cato and Manfred? Yet again, when examples of love are needed, he draws them from the wedding feast at Cana, from the actions of Pylades and Orestes, and from the life of a kindly, honest comb dealer of Siena who had just died. Could we now link together Peter Cooper and Pylades without feeling a sense of incongruity? He couples Priscian with a politician of local note, who had written an encyclopedia, and a lawyer of distinction who had lectured at Bologna and Oxford. We could not now, with such fine unconsciousness, bring Evarts and one of the compilers of the Encyclopedia Britannica into a life comparison. When Dante deals with the crimes which he most abhorred, simony and barratry, he flails offenders of his age who were of the same type as those who in our days flourish by political or commercial corruption, and he names his offenders, both those just dead and those still living, and puts them, popes and politicians alike, in hell. There have been trust magnates and politicians and editors and magazine writers in our own country whose lives and deeds were no more edifying than those of the men who lie in the third and the fifth chasm of the eighth circle of the Inferno. Yet for a poet to name those men would be condemned as an instance of shocking taste. One age expresses itself naturally in a form that would be unnatural, and therefore undesirable, in another age. We do not express ourselves nowadays in epics at all, and we keep the emotions aroused in us by what is good or evil in the men of the present in a totally different compartment from that which holds our emotions concerning what was good or evil in the men of the past. An imitation of the letter of the times past, when the spirit was wholly altered, would be worse than useless, and the very qualities that help to make Dante's poem immortal would, if copied nowadays, make the copyist ridiculous. Nevertheless, it would be a good thing if we could, in some measure, achieve the mighty Florentine's high simplicity of soul, at least to the extent of recognizing in those around us the eternal qualities which we admire or condemn in the men who wrought good or evil at any stage in the world's previous history. Dante's masterpiece is one of the supreme works of art that the ages have witnessed, but we would have been the last to wish that it should be treated only as a work of art, or worshipped only for art's sake, without reference to the dread lessons it teaches mankind. End of Dante and the Bowery by Theodore Roosevelt. Recording by Guero.
Iconia Scrub Among Florida Lakes by Louise Seymour Houghton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Iconia Scrub Among Florida's Lakes by Louise Seymour Houghton. From Lippincott's Magazine of Popular Literature and Science, Volume 26, September 1880. "And if you do get lost after that, it's no great matter," said the county clerk, folding up his map, "for then all you've got to do is to find William Townsend and inquire." He had been giving us the itinerary for our cross-country journey by way of the lakes to Iconia Scrub. How many of all the Florida tourists know where that is? I wonder, or even what it is, the strange amphibious land which goes on from year to year developing, the solid ground into marshy parairas, the prairies into lakes, bright sparkling sapphires which Nature is threading one by one, year by year, upon her emerald chaplet of forest borderland? How many of them all have guessed that close at hand, hidden away amid the shadows of the scrub oaks, lies her laboratory, where any day they may steal in upon her at work and catch a world a making. There are 3 individuals who know a little more about it now than they did a few weeks since. 3, or shall we not rather say 4? For who shall say that Barney gained less from the excursion than the artist, the scribe, and the small boy who were his fellow travelers? That Barney became a party to the expedition in the character, so to speak, of our lay brother, expected to perform the servile labor of the establishment, while his superiors were worshipping at nature's shrines, in nowise detracted from his improvement of the bright spring holiday. It was, indeed, upon the small boy who beat the mule, rather than upon the mule that drew the wagon, that the fatigues of the expedition fell. "He just glimpses around at me with his old eyeball," says the small boy, exasperate, throwing away his broken cudgel, "and that's all the good it does." We knew nothing more of Ekoniah when we set out upon our journey than that it was the old home of an Indian tribe in the long ago days before primeval forest had given place to the second growth of scrub, and that it was a region unknown to the northern tourist. It lies to the southwest of Magnolia, our point of departure on the St. Johns River, but at first our route lay westerly, that it might include the lake country of the ridge. "It's a pretty country," said a friendly cracker, of whom, despite the county clerk's itinerary, we were fain to ask the way within 2 hours after starting. "A right pretty country, but it's all alike. You'll be tired of it afore you're done gone halfway." Is he blind, our friend the cracker? Already, in the very outset of our journey, we have beheld such varied beauties as have steeped our souls in joy. After weeks of rainless weather, the morning has been showery, and on our setting forth at noon we had found the world new washed and decked for our coming. Birds were singing, rainbows glancing in quivering, water-laden trees. Flowers were shimmering in the sunshine. The young growth was springing up glorious from the blackness of desolating winter fires. Such tender tones of pink and gray, such fiery hearted reds and browns and olive greens, such misty vagueness in the shadows, such brilliance in the sunlight that melted through the openings of the woods. All alike, indeed! No accidents of rock or hill are here, but oh the grandeur of those far sweeping curves of undulating surface! The mystery of those endless aisles of solemn whispering pines, the glory of color intense and fiery, which breathes into every object a throbbing, living soul. For hours we journeyed through the forest, always in the center of a vast circle of scattered pines, upon the outer edge of which the trees grew dense and dark, stretching away into infinity. Our road wandered in and out among the prostrate victims of many a summer tempest. Now we were winding around dark bays of sweet gum and magnolia, now skirting circular ponds of delicate young cypress, now crossing narrow branches sunk deep in impenetrable hummocks of close crowded oak and ash and maple, thick matted with vines and undergrowth, now pausing to gather orchids and pitcher plants and sun-kisses and andromeda, now fording the broad bend of Peter's Creek where it flows, sapphire in the sunshine, out from the moss-draped live oaks, between high banks of red and yellow clays and soft gray sand, to lose itself in a tangle of flowering shrubs; now losing and finding our way among the intricate cross-roads that lead by Bradley's Creek and Darbin Savage's tramway and the new blazed road of the county clerk's itinerary. Suddenly the sky grew dark, thunder began to roll, and were we in the right road? It seemed suspiciously well traveled, for now we called to mind that Middleburg was nigh at hand, and thither we had been warned not to go. There was a house in the distance, the second we had seen since leaving the settlements near the river, and there we learned that we were right and wrong. It was the Middleburg road. After receiving sundry lucid directions respecting a blind road and an old field, we turned away. How dark it was growing! How weirdly soughed the wind among the pine tops! How bodingly the thunder growled afar! There came a great slow drop, another, and suddenly, with swiftly rushing sound, the rain was upon us, drenching us all at once before waterproofs and umbrellas could be made available. It was then that Barney showed the greatness of his soul. In the confusion of the moment we had run afoul of a stout young oak, which obstinately menaced the integrity of our axle. It was only possible to back out of the predicament, but Barney scorned the thought of retreat. Not all the blandishments of the small boy, whether brought to bear in the form of entreaties, remonstrances, jerks, or threats, availed. Barney stood unmoved, and the hatchet was our only resource. How that mule's eye twinkled as from time to time he cast a backward glance upon the small boy wrestling with a dull hatchet and a sturdy young scrub oak under the pelting rain, amid lightning flash and thunder peal, needs a more graphic pen than mine to describe. A better drenched biped than climbed into the wagon at the close of this episode, or a more thoroughly satisfied quadruped than jogged along before him, it would be difficult to find. As suddenly as they had come up, the clouds rolled away, and sunlight flamed out from the west, so suddenly that it caught the rain halfway and filled the air with tremulous rainbow hues. Then burst out afresh the sound of birds. Sweet scents thrilled up from flower and shrub. The very earth was fragrant and fresh. Resinous odors exhaled from every tree. The sun sank down in gold and purple glory, and the night swept over the dark woods. Myriad fireflies flitted round. Insects chirped in every hollow. The whippoorwill called from the distant thicket. The nighthawk circled in the open glade. A cheerful sound of cowbells broke the noisy stillness. The forest opened upon a row of dark buildings and darker orange trees, and barking of dogs and kindly voices told us that rest was at hand. No words can do justice to the hospitality of Floridians, whether native or foreign. We were now to begin an experience which was to last us through our entire journey. Here we were, a wandering company of who knows what, arriving hungry, drenched, and unexpected long after the supper hour, and our mere appearance was the open sesame to all the treasures of house and barn. Not knowing what our hap might be, we had gone provided with blankets and food, but both proved to be superfluous wherever we could find a house. Bad might be the best it afforded, but the best was at our service. At Kay's Ferry it was decidedly not bad. Abundance reigned there, though in a quaint old fashion, and very soon after our arrival we were warming and drying ourselves before a cheerful fire, while from the kitchen came most heartening sounds and smells, as of fizzling ham and bubbling coffee. Never was seen a prettier place than this as we beheld it by the morrow's light. The house stands on a high bluff, worthy the name of a hill, which slopes steeply but greenly down to the south prong of Black Creek, better deserving the name of river than many a stream which boasts the designation. We crossed it upon a boom, pausing midway in sudden astonishment at the lovely view. A long reach of exquisitely pure water, bordered by the dense overhanging foliage of its high banks, stretched away to where, a mile below us, a sudden bend hid its lower course from view, and on the high green bluff which closed the vista were seen the white house and venerable overarching trees of some old estate. The morning air was crisp and pure. Every leaf and twig stood out with clean-cut distinctness, to be mirrored with startling clearness in the stream. The sky was cloudless. No greater contrast could be imagined from the tender sweetness of yesterday. The birds, exhilarated by the sparkle in the air, sang with a rollicking abandonment quite contagious. The very kids and goats on the crags above the road caught the infection, and frisked about, tinkling their bells and joining most unmelodiously in the song, while Barney, crossing the creek upon a flatboat, lifted up a tuneful voice in the chorus. We turned aside from our route to visit Whitesville, the beautiful old home of Judge B. It is a noble, great mansion, with broad double doors opening from every side of a wide hall, and standing in the midst of a wild garden, luxuriant with flowers and shrubs and vines, and with a magnificent ivy climbing to the top of a tall, blasted tree at the gate. "I came to this place from New Haven in '29," its owner told us. "Sailed from New York to Darien, Georgia, in a sloop, and from there in a sailboat to this very spot. I prospected all about, bought a little pony, and rode him, well, 5,000 miles after I began to keep count. Finally I came back and settled here." "Were you never troubled by Indians?" we asked. "Well, they put a fort here in the Indian War. The government did, right here, where you see the china trees." It was a beautiful green slope beside the house, with 5 great Pride of Indias in a row, and a glimpse of the creek through the thickets at the foot. There never was any engagement here, though. The Indians had a camp over there at Kay's, where you came from, but they all went away to the nation after a while. "Did you stay here through the Civil War?" "Oh, yes. I never took any part in the troubles, but the folks all suspected and watched me. They knew I was a Union man. One day a Federal regiment came along and wanted to buy corn and fodder. The men drew up on the green, and the colonel rode up to the door. 'Colonel,' says I can't sell you anything, but I believe the keys are in the corn barn and stable doors. I can't hinder you taking anything by force.' He understood, and took pretty well what he wanted. Afterward he came and urged me to take a voucher, but I wouldn't do that. By and by the Confederates came around and accused me of selling to the Federals, but they couldn't prove anything against me." "There used to be Confederate headquarters up there at Kay's?" we asked. "Oh, yes, and the Federals had it too. General Birney was there for a while. One day, just after he came, a lot of 'em came over here. One of my boys was lying very sick in that front chamber just then, the one, you know, the county clerk. Well, an orderly rode up to the door and called out, 'Here, you damned old rebel, the general wants you.' 'I don't answer to that name,' said I. 'You don't?' 'No, I don't.' 'What, ain't you a rebel?' 'I don't answer to that name,' said I. 'Well, consider yourself my prisoner,' says he, so I walked up there with him. Judge Price was at headquarters just then, and he knew me well. It seems that the general had heard that I kept a regular rebel commissariat, sending stores to them secretly. Well, when the judge had told him who I was, the general wrote me a pass at once, and then asked, 'Is there anything I can do for you?' 'General,' said I, 'my son lies very sick. I should like to see the last of him, and beg to be permitted to retire.' 'Is that so?' said the general. 'Would you like me to send you a doctor?' I accepted, and he sent me two. He came up afterward, and found that his men had torn down the fences, broken open the store and dragged out goods, set the oil and molasses running, and done great damage, about $4,000 worth, we estimated. You see, they thought it was a rebel commissariat. When he came into the house, he asked my wife if she could give him supper. 'General,' said she, 'you have taken away my cooks. If you will send for your own, I shall be very happy to get supper for you.' He did so, and spent the night here, sleeping in one of the chambers while his officers lay all over the piazzas. Next day they all rode away, quite satisfied, I guess. There were several skirmishes about here afterward, and we have some pieces of bombs in the house now that fell in the yard." The judge pressed us to stay and dine, but we had arranged for a gypsy dinner in the woods, and were anxious to push on. Push on! How Barney could smile could he hear the word! He never did anything half so energetic as to push. He did not even pull. So we bade farewell to our general host, and started westwardly again. We were now upon the high land of the ridge, the backbone of the state, and though perhaps hardly 90 feet above the sea, the air had all the exhilarating freshness of great altitudes. All through the week which followed we felt its tonic inspiration and seemed to drink in intoxicating draughts of health and spirits, and never more than during the 15-mile drive between Black Creek and Kingsley's Pond. Kingsley's Pond, the highest body of water in the state, is the first of a long succession of lakes which, lying between the St. Johns and the railway, have only lately been, as it were, discovered by the Northerner. It is perfectly circular in form, being precisely 2 miles across in every direction. Like all the lakes of Florida, it is of immense depth, and its waters are so transparent that the white sand at the bottom may be seen glistening like stars. In common with the other waters of this region, it is surrounded by a hard beach of white sand, rising gradually up to a beautifully wooded slope, being quite free from the marshes which too often render the lakes of Florida unapproachable. One of the northern colonies which within the last 2 years have discovered this delightful region has settled on the shores of Kingsley's Pond. Although an infant of only 20 months, the village has made excellent growth and gives promise of a bright future. Farming is not largely followed, the principal industry of these and the other northern colonists being orange culture, a business to which the climate is wonderfully propitious, the dry, pure air of this district being alike free from excessive summer heats and from the frosts which are occasionally disastrous to groves situated on lower ground in the same latitude. Though there are few native Floridians in this part of the country, the neighborhood of the lake rejoices in the possession of a cracker doctress of wondrous powers. Who but her knows that chapter in the book of Daniel the reading of which stays the flowing of blood, or that other chapter potent to extinguish forest fires? One does not need a long residence in the state to learn to appreciate the good fortune of the Lakers in this particular. Not far from the village, on the western shore of the pond, lives the one old settler. He met us with the hearty welcome which we had learned almost to look for as a right, and sitting on his front piazza in the shade of his orange trees, gladdening our eyes with a view of his vine embowered pig pen, we listened to the legend of the pond. "Yes, I've lived here 24 year, but I done kim to Floridy nigh on 40 year ago. Walked here from Georgy to jine the Injun war. I done found this place a scouting about, and when I got married I come here to settle. The Yankee folks wants to change the name of the pond to Summit Lake and one thing or another, but I lays votes square agin it every time, and allus will. You see, hit don't ought to be changed. I don't mind the pond part. They might call it lake if they think it sounds better, but Kingsley's it has to be. Kinglesley. That, I take it, is the prompt way to spell the name of the man as named it, and that's the name it has to be. You see, it was thisaway. Kingsley were a mail rider, leastways, express, in the old Injun war time. I don't know how long ago. They was a fort on the pond them days over on the south side. Well, Kingsley were a comin' down toward the fort from the north when he thort he see an Injun. He looked behind, and sure enough there they was, a closin' in on him. He looked ahead agin. Sure's your bone there was a double row of 'em, better'n 100, on all 2 sides of the trail. He hadn't a minute to study, and just one thing to do, and he done hit. He just clapped spurs to his critter and made for the pond. He knowed what they wanted of him," confidentially and solemnly. "It were their intention to ketch him and scalp him alive, you know. Well, they followed him to the pond, a whoopin' and a yellin' all the way, makin' sure on him. When he got to the pond he rid right in, the Injuns after him. But his critter soon began to gin out. When he sees that he just gathered up his kit and jumped into the water and swum for dear life. 2 mile that feller swum, and saved his kit and musket. The Injuns got his critter, but you never see nothin' so mad as they was to see him get off that away. The soldiers at the fort was a watchin' all the time. They run down to meet him. They see he looked kind of foolish as he swum in, and as soon as he struck the shore he just flung himself on the sand and laid for half an hour, 'thout openin' his eyes or speakin'. Then he done riz right up and toted his kit to the commander and axed to hev the pond named after him. The commander said it mought to be so, and so it was, and so it has to be, I says, and allers will. It would be impossible to detail the exquisite and varied beauty of the way between Kingsley's Pond and Ekoniah Scrub. Through the fair primeval forest we wandered, following the old Alachua trail, the very name of which enhanced the charm of the present scene by calling up thrilling fancies of the past. For this is the famous Indian war path from the hunting grounds of the interior to the settlements on the frontier, and may well be the oldest and the most adventure-fraught thoroughfare in the United States. We could hardly persuade ourselves that we were not passing through some magnificent old estate, of late, perhaps, somewhat fallen into neglect. So perfect was the lawn-like smoothness of the grassy uplands, so rhythmical were the undulations of the slopes, so majestic the natural avenues of enormous oaks, so admirable the diversity of hill and dell, knoll and glade, shrubbery and lawn, forest and park, interspersed with frequent sheets of water, Blue Pond, rivaling the sky in color, Sandhill Pond, deep set among high wooded slopes, with picturesque log mill and house, Magnolia Lake, with its flawless mirror, Crystal, of more than crystal clearness, with gorgeous sunset memories and sweet recollections of kindly hospitalities in the two homes which crown its twin heights, Bedford and Brooklyn Lakes, with log cottages beneath clustering trees, Minnie Lake, and its great alligator sleeping on a log, starry lily pad and Osceola's punch bowl, deep enough and none too large to hold the potations of a worthy, Twin Lakes, scarce divided by the island in their midst, Double Pond, low sunk in the green forest slope, a perfect circle bisected by a wooded ridge, Geneva Lake, dotted with islands and beautiful with shining orange groves, always among the lawns and glades, the forest slopes and aisles of pines with sough of wind and song of bird, and fragrant wild perfumes, always with bright bits of life between the long grand silences, a group of men faring on foot across the pine level, a rosy bareheaded girl, the only girl in the place, searching for calves in the dingle, who gave us flowers and told us the road with the sweet lingering cadence of the South in her velvet voice, two men riding by turns the mule that bore their sacks of corn to mill, two boys carrying a great cross-cut saw along a sloping lakeside, a noble Newfoundland dog frisking beside them, the fleet bay horse and erect military figure of our host at Crystal Lake, guiding us among the intricacies of the lake colony, always with sunny memories of happy hours, gypsy dinners beside golden watered Branch or Sapphire Lake, the cheery half hour in the log house on the hill above the little grist mill, with the bright young Philadelphians who have here cast in their lot, the abundant feast in the farmhouse under the orange trees, and the old time stories of the after dinner hour, the pleasant days at Crystal Lake, where our first day's drenching resulted so happily in a slight illness that detained us in that lovely spot, and showed us, in the new colony lately settled on this and the adjacent lakes, how refinement and cultivation, lending elegance to rude toil and harsh privation, may realize even utopian dreams. The great farm on Geneva Lake was the first old plantation which we had seen since leaving Kingsley's, and this lies on the outskirts of Ekoniah Scrub, which has long been settled by native Floridians or Georgians. "It ain't a farmin' kentry above there on the sandhills," said our host of the thrifty old farm on Lake Geneva. "It's fine for oranges and bananas, but the scrub's better for plantin'. Talk about oranges! Look at that tree afore you. A sour tree hit were. Right smart big, too, but 4 years ago I sawed it off near the ground and stuck in 5 buds. That tree is done borne 3 craps already. 15 oranges the second year from the bud, 150 the third, and last year we picked 800 off her. Seedlin's? Anybody might have fruit 7 year from the seed, but they must take care of the trees to do it. Look at them trees by the fence. 8 year old them is. Some of 'em bore the 6th year. Every one on 'em is sot full now, full enough for young trees. Yes, that's right smart good orange land up there in the sand hills. 40 year ago, when I kim here, there was nothin' but wild critters in that lake kentry, as the Yankee folks calls it. All kinds of varmints there was, bears, tigers, panthers, cats, and all kinds. Right smart huntin' they was, and 'tain't so bad now. They's rabbits and coons and possums, sure enough, and deer too. And cats? Why, cats is plenty, but they ain't no count. I never hunted much myself, but I've heerd an old man tell, Higgins by name, if you could find him and could get him right, he'd tell you right smart old stories about varmints and Injuns too. I've heerd him tell how he went out with some puppies one time to larn 'em to hunt bear. He heerd one of the puppies a screechin', and 'case he didn't want to lose him he run up. The screechin' come from a sort of scrub, and he got clost up afore he see it was a she bear and 2 cubs. The bear had the puppy, but when she see Higgins she dropped it and made for him. Now you know a bear ain't like no varmint nor cow beast. It don't go round under the trees, but just makes a road for itself over the scrub. Higgins hadn't no time to take aim, and if he'd a missed, he was gone, sure enough. So he just drawed his knife, and when she riz up to clutch him, he struck her plumb in the heart, killed her dead. No, I never had no trouble with Injuns. They was all gone to the nation when I settled here. But I saw Billy Bowlegs once, and Jumper too. I was a goin' through the woods, and I met a kyart with 3 men in it. 2 on 'em was kinder dark lookin', but I never thort much of that, till the man that was drivin' stopped and axed me ef I knowed who he had in behind. It was them 2 chiefs, sure enough. Right good lookin' fellers they was too. We had left the sand hills of the ridge, and had reached the borders of the scrub, but there was yet another of the new northern settlements to visit. It lay a few miles beyond Geneva Lake, in the flat woods to the south of Santa Fe Lake, the largest and best known of the group. Who does not know the dreary flat woods villages of the South, with their decaying log cabins and hopelessly unfinished frame houses, with their white roads, ankle deep in sand, wandering disconsolately among fallen trees and palmetto scrub and blackened stumps? Melrose is like them all, but with a difference. The decaying cabins, new 2 years ago, are deserted in favor of the great frame houses, which, unfinished indeed, have yet a determined air, as if they meant to be finished some day. The sandy roads are alive with long trains of heavy log trucks or lighter freight wagons. There are men actually buying things in the 3 stores. There is a school with live children playing before the door. There are saw and grist mills buzzing noisily. There is a post office, which connects us with the outer world as we receive our waiting letters. There is a stir of enterprise in the air which speaks quite plainly of Chicago and the Northern States, whence have come the colonists. There is talk of a railroad to the St. Johns on the east, and of a canal which shall connect the lakes with one another, and with the railway on the west. There is a really good hotel, where we spend the night in unanticipated luxury upon a breezy eminence overlooking the silver sheet of Santa Fe Lake, which stretches away for miles to the north and eastward. The morrow was almost spent while we lingered in the neighborhood of the lake. The road makes a wide circuit to avoid its far-reaching arms and bays. Only here and there are glimpses of the water seen through the trees, and cart tracks leading off to exquisite points of view upon its banks. We are in the flat woods again, palmetto clumps under the pine trees, pitcher plants and orchis in the low spots, violets and pinguicula beside the ditches, vetches and lupins and pawpaw and the trailing mimosa in the sand. The park-like character of the woods is gone. Still there are here and there gentle undulations upon which the long lines of western sunlight slope away. The lake gleams silvery through the trees. The air is pure and sparkling as in high altitudes. It was evening before we could leave the lakeside and plunge into the dense new growth which adds to the ancient name of Ekoniah the modern appellation of scrub. Amid its close crowding thickets night came upon us speedily. How hospitably we were received in the bare new homestead of Parson H. How generously our hosts relinquished their one barred bed and passed a night of horror exposed to the fury of myriad mosquitoes, whose songs of triumph we heard from our own protected pillows. How basely Barney requited all this kindness by breaking into the corn crib and stuffing himself as full as a sausage, as the small boy reported, may not here be dwelt upon. The early morning was exquisite. Soft mists veiled all the glorious colors. Great spider webs, strung thick with diamonds, stretched from tree to tree. A little pot-hole pond of lilies exhaled sweet odors. The lark's ecstatic song thrilled down from upper air. There was a gentle hill before us, and halfway up a view to the right of a broad lake, with the log huts of a settlement on the high bank. The sun has drunk up all the mists, and shines bright upon the soft gray satin of the girdled pine trees in the clearing. Flowers are crowding everywhere. Orange milkweed, purple phlox, creamy pawpaw, azure bluebells, spotted foxgloves, rose-tinted daisies, brown-eyed coreopsias, and unknown flowers of palest blue. Butterflies flit noiselessly among them, and mocking-birds sing loud in the leafy screens above. A red-headed woodpecker taps upon a resounding tree, and screams in exultation as he seizes his prey. We skirted Viola Lake, cresting the high hill, and descending to a shaded valley where the lapping waters plashed upon the roadside, then mounted another hill, among thick clustering oaks and giant pines, to where three lakes are seen spreading broadly out upon a grassy plain, between high wooded slopes, and these are Ekoniah. 20 years ago a tiny rivulet wandered through broad prairies. 8 years later a wider stream, already beginning to encroach upon the grassy borderland, now a chain of ever broadening lakes, already drawing near to the hills which frame in the widespread plain. Famous grazing lands these were once, the favored haunts of cattle drovers, more famous hunting grounds in older days, before firm prairie had given place to watery savanna. They were Indian villages upon the heights above and bloody battles in the plains below. But who shall tell the story of those days? The Indians are gone. The cattle drovers have followed them to the far south. The new settler of 20 years ago cared nothing for antiquities or for the legends of an older time. The dead past is buried. Even the sonorous old Indian name has been softened down to Ekoniah, and be it the happy lot of this chronicler to rescue it from oblivion. The lakes of the lately traversed lake region, frequent as they had been, were as nothing to those of Ekoniah Scrub. The road rose and fell over a succession of low hills, each ascent gained discovering a new sheet of water to right, to left, or before us, deep sunk among thick clustering trees. At rare intervals the forest would fall away on either hand, opening up a wide view of cultivated fields, sweeping grandly down in long stripes of tender green to the billowy verdure of the broad savanna, where silvery sparkling lakes lay embedded, and great round hummocks of dark trees uprose like islands in the grassy sea. In the distance would be barren slopes of rich dark red and silvery gray, swelling upward to the far dim mystery of pine woods and the blue arch above. We ate our dinner beside Lake Rosa, a circular basin of clearest water, rippling and dimpling under the soft breeze. Toward evening we found the ford, which a paralytic old woman sitting in a sunny corner of a farmhouse piazza had indicated to us as right pretty. Pretty it was, indeed, as we came down to it through the most luxuriant of hummocks of transparent foliaged sweet gums and shining leaved magnolias with one great creamy flower. Right pretty it was, too, in the old woman's meaning of the word, for Barney drew us through in safety, scarce up to his knees in the transparent water which reflected so perfectly every flower and leaf of the dense water growth. The road beyond was cut through an arch of close meeting trees, and farther on it skirted a broad lake, which already, in its slow, sure, upward progress, had covered the roadway and was reaching even to the fence which bounds the field above. In this field is a large mound, never investigated, although the farmer who owns the property says he has no doubt that it is the site of an Indian village, for the plow turns up in the fields around not only arrowheads but fragments of pottery and household utensils. It was not our good fortune to obtain any of those relics, as they have not been preserved, and this was the only mound of any extent which we saw. Such mounds are said, however, to be not infrequent in the district, and Indian relics are found everywhere. As we drove along the hillside we began to notice frequent basin-like depressions of greater or less size, always perfectly circular, always with the same saucer-shaped dip, always without crack or fissure, yet appearing to have been formed by a gradual receding of the substructure, reminding one of the depression in the sand of an hourglass, or of the grain in a hopper. Many of these concaves were dry, others had a little water in the bottom. All of them had trees growing here and there, quite undisturbed, whether in the water or not, and there was no one who had cared to note how long a time had elapsed since they had begun their decline and fall. There is little doubt, however, that the future traveler will find them developed into lakes, as, indeed, we found one here and there upon the hilltops. How many times we got lost among the lakes and potholes, the fallen trees and thickets of Ekoniah scrub, it would be tedious to relate. How many times we came down to the prairie level, and, fearful to trust ourselves upon the treacherous billowy green, were forced to try back for a new road along the hillside, it would be difficult to say. The county clerk's itinerary had ended here, and William Townsend proved to be less ubiquitous than we had been led to expect. Thus it was that night came down upon us one evening before we had reached a place of shelter. Suddenly, in the thick scrub, not lingeringly as in the long forest glades of the lake country. For an hour we pushed on, trusting now to Barney's sagacity, now to the pioneering abilities of artist and scribe, who marched in the van. Fireflies flitted about, their unusual brilliancy often cheating us into the fond hope that shelter was at hand. The ignis fatui in the valley below often added to the deception, and after many disappointments we were about to spread our blankets upon the earth and prepare for a night's rest al fresco, when we heard a distant cow call. Clear and melodious as the far-off Ranz des Vaches, it broke upon the stillness, gladdening all our hearts. How we answered it! How we hastened over logs and through thickets in the direction of answering voices and glancing lights! No ignis fatui now. How we were met half-way by an entire family whom we had aroused, and with what astonishment we heard ourselves addressed by name, can better be imagined than described. By the happiest of chances we had come upon the home of some people whom we had casually met upon the St. John's River only a few weeks before, and our dearest and oldest friends could not have welcomed us more cordially or have been more gladly met by us. In the early morning we heard again, between sleeping and waking, the musical cow call. It echoed among the hills and over the lakes. There were the tinkling of bells, the pattering of hoofs, the eager, impatient sounds of a herd of cattle, glad of morning freedom. It was like a dream of Switzerland. And, hastening out, we found the dream but vivified by the intense purity of the air surcharged with ozone, the exquisite clearness of the outlines of the hills, the sparkling brightness of the lakes in the valley, the freshness of glory and beauty which overspread all like a world new made. One of the great events of that day was a desperate fight between two chameleons in a low oak scrub on the hilltop. The little creatures attacked each other with such fury, with such rapid changes of color from gray to green and from green to brown, with such unexpected mutations of shape from long and slender to short and squat, with such sudden dartings out and angry flamings of the transparent membrane beneath the throat, with such swift springs and fights and glancings to and fro, as were wonderful to see. It seemed as though both must succumb to the fierce scratchings and clawings, and when at last one got the entire head of his adversary in his mouth, and proceeded deliberately to chew it up, we thought that the last act in the tragedy was at hand. The small boy made a stealthy step forward with a view to a capture, when, presto change! Two chameleons with heads intact were calmly gazing down upon us with that placid look of their kind which seemed to assure us that fighting was the last act of which they were capable. That day, too, is memorable for the charming scenes it brought us, impossible for the pencil to reproduce with all their sweet accessories. We have found the ford at last, where the blue ribbon of the stream lies across the white sand of our road. The prairie stretches out broad and green with many circular islets of tree mounds in the ocean-like expanse. The winding road beyond the ford leads between cultivated fields on one side and the tree-bordered prairie on the other, up to the low horizon, where soft white thunderheads are heaped in the hazy blue. The tinkling of cow-bells comes sweetly over the sea of grass. Slow wavelets sob softly in the sedges of the stream. Fish glance through the water. A duck flies up on swiftly whirring wings. A great moss-draped live oak leans over the stream, and the perfume of the tender grapes which crown it floats toward us on the air. Again, after we have climbed the hill to Swan Lake, and have dined beside Half Moon Pond, and have laid our course, as the sailors say, by our map and the sun, straight through the scrub to visit Lake Ella, we come out upon the heights above Lake Hutchinson. The dark greens of the foreground soften into the deep blue shadows in the middle distance. Lake Hutchinson sparkles, a vivid sapphire, against the distant silvery gray of Lake Geneva, while far away the low blue hills melt, range behind range, into the pale blue sky. Our faces were turned homeward, but there were yet many miles of the Laconia country running to northward on the east of the ridge, and lakes and lakes and lakes among the scrub-clothed hills. A new feature had become apparent in many of them. A low reef of marsh entirely encircling the inner waters and separating them from a still outer lagoon, reminding us, with a difference, of coral reefs encircling lakes in mid-ocean. The shores of these lakes were not marshy, but firm and hard, like the lakes of the hilltops, with the same smooth forest slope surrounding. Is a reverse process going on here, we wondered, from that we have seen in the prairies, and are these sheets of water to change slowly into marsh and so to firm land again? There are a number of such lakes as these, and on the heights above one of the largest, which they have called Bethel, a family of Canadian emigrants have recently taken up a homestead. There was still another chain of prairie lakes, the old field ponds, stretching north and south on our right, and as we wound around them, plashing now and again through the slowly encroaching water, we had Gator Bone Pond upon our right. The loneliness of the scene was indescribable. For hours we had been winding in and out among the still lagoons, or climbing and descending the ever steeper, darker hills. Night was drawing on. Stealthy mists came creeping grayly up from the endless old field ponds. Fireflies and glow-worms and will-o'-the-wisps danced and glowered amid the intense blackness. Frogs croaked. Mosquitoes shrilled. Owls hooted. Barney's usual deliberate progress became a snail's pace, which hinted plainly at blankets and the oat sack, when, all at once, a bonfire flamed up from a distant height, and the sagacious quadruped quickened his pace along the steep hill road. A very pandemonium of sounds saluted our ears as we emerged from the forest lowings and roarings and shriekings of fighting cattle, wild hoots from hoarse masculine throats, the shrill tones of a woman's angry voice, the discordant notes of an accordion, the shuffle of heavy dancing feet. We had but happened upon a band of cow hunters returning homeward with their spoils, and the fightings of their imprisoned cattle were only less frightful than their own wild orgies. If we had often before been reminded of Italian skies and of the freshness and brightness of Swiss mountain air, now thoughts of the Black Forest, with all of weird or horrible that we had ever read of that storied country, rushed to our minds. Robber haunted mills, murderous inns, treacherous hosts, terribly strange beds. Not that we apprehended real danger, but to our unfranchised and infant minds the chills and fevers which mayhap lurked in the mist-clothed forest, or even a wandering cat, seemed less to be dreaded than the wild bacchanals who surrounded us. We would fain have returned, but it was too late. Barney was already in the power of unseen hands, which had seized upon him in the darkness. An old virago had ordered us into the house, and when we had declined to partake of the relics of a feast which strewed the table, we were ignominiously consigned to a den of a lean-to opening upon the piazza. A terribly strange bed indeed was the old four-poster, which swayed and shrieked at the slightest touch, and myriad the enemies which there lay in wait for our blood. We were not murdered, however, nor did our unseen foes, as had once been predicted by a cracker friend, quite eat us plumb up bodaciously alive. In the early morning we fled, though not until we had seen how beautiful a home the old plantation once had been. These were not crackers among whom we had passed the night, but the native and best. Not a fair specimen of this class, surely, but such as here and there in the remoter corners of the South are breeding such troubles as may well become a grave problem to the statesman, the legitimate outgrowth of the old regime. War orphaned, untutored, unrestrained, contemning legitimate authority, spending the intervals of jail life in wild revels and wilder crimes, such were the men in whose ruined home we had passed the night. There was yet one more morning among the gorgeous foliaged scrub hills, one more gypsy meal by a lakeside, one more genial welcome to a hospitable cracker board, and we were at home again in the wide sea of pines which stretches to the St. Johns. In the 10 days of our journey we had seen, within a tract of land some 30 miles long by 40 in breadth, more than 50 isolated lakes and 3 prairie chains, had visited 4 enterprising northern colonies and numerous thrifty southern farms, had found an air clear and invigorating as that of Switzerland, soft and balmy as in the tropics, while the gorgeous colorings of tree and flower, of water and sky, were like a dream of the Orient. "But there," said the small boy, stopping suddenly with a half unbuckled strap of Barney's harness in his hand, "we forgot one thing. After all, never found William Townsend." End of Iconia Scrub, by Louise Seymour Houghton.
Manners and Customs of All Nations. Elephant Hunt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Christopher, jxchristopher@yahoo.com. Manners and Customs of All Nations. Elephant Hunt. From The Mirror of Literature, Amusement and Instruction, Volume 13, Number 374, June 6, 1829. A medical officer, in a recent letter from Hambantati, says, "I have just returned from beholding a sight which, even in this country, is of rare occurrence, that is, an elephant hunt, conducted under the orders of government. A minute description, though well worth perusal, would be far too long for a letter. I shall, therefore, only give you what is usually called a faint idea. Imagine 2,000 or 3,000 men surrounding a tract of country 6 or 8 miles in circumference, each one armed with different combustibles and moving fires. In the midst suppose 300 elephants, being driven towards the centre by the gradual and regular approach of these fires, till at last they are confined within a circle of about 2 miles. They are then driven by the same means into a space made by the erection of immense logs of ebony and other strong wood, bound together by cane, and of the shape, in miniature, of the longitudinal section of a funnel, towards which they rush with the greatest fury, amidst the most horrid yells on the approach of fire, of which they stand in the greatest dread. When enclosed they become outrageous, and charge on all sides with great fury, but without any effect on the strong barricado. They at last gain the narrow path of the enclosure, the extreme end of which is just large enough to admit 1 elephant, which is immediately prevented breaking out by strong bars laid across. To express their passion, their desperation when thus confined, is impossible, and still more so to imagine the facility and admirable contrivance by which they are removed and tamed. Thus it is: a tame elephant is placed on each side, to whom the wild one is fastened by ropes. He is then allowed to pass out, and immediately on his making the least resistance, the tame ones give him a most tremendous squeeze between their sides, and beat him with their trunks until he submits. They then lead him to a place ready prepared, to which he is strongly fastened, and return to perform the same civility to the next one. In this way 70 wild elephants were captured for the purpose of government labour. The tame elephants daily take each wild one singly to water and to feed, until they become quite tame and docile. The remaining elephants were shot by the people. I took possession of a young one, and have got him now tied up near my door. He is quite reconciled, and eats with the greatest confidence out of my hand. He is, however, too expensive to keep long, and I fear I must eventually shoot him. Some idea of the expense may be supposed, when I tell you that one article alone, milk, his allowance is 2 gallons per day. I was at this scene with 30 other officers and their ladies, and we remained in temporary huts for nearly 10 days. Asiatic Journal. End of Manners and Customs of All Nations. Elephant Hunt. Recording by James Christopher. jxchristopher@yahoo.com.
General Washington and General Jackson on Negro Soldiers, by Henry Carey Baird. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. General Washington and General Jackson on Negro Soldiers. We are in the midst of a great war for the existence of free institutions. No one can be so blind as not to see that the triumph of the Confederacy would ensure the overthrow of rational liberty. In the heart of the rebel states there exist 4 millions of an oppressed race, who would gladly aid us in the war we are carrying on, but from regard to the feelings and interests of our enemies we have hitherto refused their assistance. That we should have hesitated so long to accept and secure the cooperation of these people shows a degree of forbearance unequaled in history. There certainly does exist at this time a strong prejudice in the minds of many against employing negroes as soldiers, but the following extracts from authentic documents will show that this prejudice is unfounded, and that our wisest and best men, our bravest and most patriotic generals, our Washington and our Jackson, did not hesitate to solicit, to employ, and to reward the military services of negroes in the War of the Revolution, and again within the memory of many of us in our last war with England. If our fathers in 1812 and our grandfathers in 1776 did not hesitate to put muskets into the hands of negroes, why should we? If Washington and Jackson thought it no disgrace to lead negroes to battle, why should any officer now hesitate to follow their example? George Livermore, Esquire, has lately published an historical research respecting the opinions of the founders of the Republic on negroes as slaves, as citizens, and as soldiers. As its size and scarcity prevents its general circulation, the following extracts have been taken from his work to bring the views of our ancestors relative to the policy of negro enlistments before the public. Bancroft, in his History of the United States, Volume 7, page 421, speaking of the Battle of Bunker Hill, says, "Nor should history forget to record that as in the army at Cambridge, so also in this gallant band, the free negroes of the colony had their representatives. For the right of free negroes to bear arms in the public defense was at that day as little disputed in New England as their other rights. They took their places, not in a separate corps, but in the ranks with the white men, and their names may be read on the pension rolls of the country, side by side with those of other soldiers of the Revolution." Major Samuel Lawrence served through the War of the Revolution. "At one time he commanded a company whose rank and file were all negroes, of whose courage, military discipline, and fidelity he always spoke with respect. On one occasion, being out reconnoitering with this company, he got so far in advance of his command that he was surrounded, and on the point of being made prisoner by the enemy. The men, soon discovering his peril, rushed to his rescue, and fought with the most determined bravery till that rescue was effectually secured." Memoir of William Lawrence, by Rev. S.K. Lothrop, Doctor of Divinity, pages 8, 9. On the 23rd of October, a committee of conference, "to consider the condition of the army and to devise means for its improvement," agreed that negro soldiers be rejected altogether. But notwithstanding this action of the committee of conference, Washington, on the 31st of December, 1775, wrote from Cambridge to the President of Congress as follows: "It has been represented to me that the free negroes who have served in this army are very much dissatisfied at being discarded, as it is to be apprehended that they may seek employ in the ministerial army. I have presumed to depart from the resolution respecting them, and have given license for their being enlisted. If this is disapproved of by Congress, I will put a stop to it." Sparks Washington, Volume 3, pages 218, 219. On the 16th of January, 1776, Congress decided, "that the free negroes who have served faithfully in the army at Cambridge may be reenlisted therein, but no others." Journals of Congress, Volume 2, page 26. General Thomas, in a letter to John Adams, says, "I am sorry to hear that any prejudices should take place in any Southern colony with respect to the troops raised in this. I am certain the insinuations you mention are injurious, if we consider with what precipitation we were obliged to collect an army. In the regiments at Roxbury the privates are equal to any that I served with in the last war. Very few old men, and in the ranks very few boys. Our fifers are many of them boys. We have some negroes, but I look on them in general equally serviceable with other men for fatigue, and in action many of them have proved themselves brave. I would avoid all reflection, or anything that may tend to give umbrage. But there is in this army from the southward a number called riflemen, who are as indifferent men as I ever served with. These privates are mutinous, and often deserting to the enemy, unwilling for duty of any kind, exceedingly vicious, and I think the army here would be as well without as with them. But to do justice to their officers, they are, some of them, likely men." M.S. letter, dated 24th October, 1775. The following is an extract from the journal of a Hessian officer dated October 23, 1777. "From here to Springfield there are few habitations which have not a negro family dwelling in a small house near by. The negroes are here as fruitful as other cattle. The young ones are well foddered, especially while they are still calves. Slavery is moreover very gainful. The negro is to be considered just as the bondservant of a peasant. The negress does all the coarse work of the house, and the little black young ones wait on the little white young ones. The negro can take the field instead of his master, and therefore no regiment is to be seen in which there are not negroes in abundance, and among them are able-bodied, strong, and brave fellows." Schlosser's Briefwechsel, Vol. 4, p. 365. We next give an extract from an act of the State of Rhode Island and Providence Plantations in General Assembly, February session, 1778. "Whereas for the preservation of the rights and liberties of the United States it is necessary that the whole powers of government should be exerted in recruiting the Continental battalions, and whereas His Excellency, General Washington, hath enclosed to this State a proposal made to him by Brigadier General Varnum to enlist into the 2 battalions raising by this State such slaves as should be willing to enter into this service, and whereas history affords us frequent precedents of the wisest, the freest, and bravest nations having liberated their slaves and enlisted them as soldiers to fight in defense of their country; and also whereas the enemy with a great force have taken possession of the capital and a great part of this State, and this State is obliged to raise a very considerable number of troops for its own immediate defense, whereby it is, in a manner, rendered impossible for this State to furnish recruits for the said 2 battalions without adopting the said measure so recommended, it is voted and resolved that every able-bodied negro, mulatto, or Indian man-slave in this State may enlist into either of the said 2 battalions, to serve during the continuance of the present war with Great Britain; that every slave so enlisting shall be entitled to and receiving all the bounties, wages, and encouragements allowed by the Continental Congress to any soldier enlisting into their service. It is further voted and resolved that every slave so enlisting shall upon his passing muster before Colonel Christopher Green be immediately discharged from the service of his master or mistress, and be absolutely free, as though he had never been encumbered with any kind of servitude or slavery." The negroes enlisted under this act were the men who immortalized themselves at Red Bank. Arnold, in his History of Rhode Island, Vol. 2, pages 427, 428, describing the Battle of Rhode Island, fought August 29th, 1778, says, "A third time the enemy, with desperate courage and increased strength, attempted to assail the redoubt, and would have carried it, but for the timely aid of 2 Continental battalions dispatched by Sullivan to support his almost exhausted troops. It was in repelling these furious onsets that the newly raised black regiment under Colonel Green distinguished itself by deeds of desperate valor. Posted behind a thicket in the valley, they 3 times drove back the Hessians, who charged repeatedly down the hill to dislodge them." On March 29, 1779, we find in the Secret Journals of Congress, Vol. 1, pages 107 through 110, "Resolved, that it be recommended to the States of South Carolina and Georgia, if they shall think the same expedient, to take measures immediately for raising 3,000 able-bodied negroes; that the said negroes be formed into separate corps as battalions, according to the arrangements adopted for the main army, to be commanded by white commissioned and non-commissioned officers." After other provisions for their organization, the last section provides, "that every negro who shall well and faithfully serve as a soldier to the end of the present war, and shall then return his arms, be emancipated and receive the sum of $50." Washington, Hamilton, General Greene, General Lincoln, and Colonel John Laurens were warm friends of this measure. That the mother of statesmen also enlisted negroes during the War of the Revolution and emancipated them for their services is shown by the heading of a law passed by the General Assembly of Virginia in 1783, entitled "An Act Directing the Emancipation of Certain Slaves who have served as soldiers in this State, and for the Emancipation of the Slave Aberdeen." Henning Statutes at Large of Virginia, Volume 11, pages 308, 309. In the Navy, negroes have always been entered on the ship's books without any distinction. The following extract from a letter of Commodore Chauncey gives his views on the subject. "I regret that you are not pleased with the men sent you by Messrs. Champlin and Forrest, for to my knowledge a part of them are not surpassed by any seamen we have in the fleet, and I have yet to learn that the color of the skin or the cut and trimmings of the coat can affect a man's qualifications or usefulness. I have nearly 50 blacks on board of this ship, and many of them are among my best men." In 1814 the State of New York passed "an act to authorize the raising of 2 regiments of men of color, passed October 24, 1814." In conclusion, we offer the proclamation and address of General Andrew Jackson to the negroes: "Headquarters 7th Military District, Mobile, September 21st, 1814. To the free colored inhabitants of Louisiana: Through a mistaken policy you have heretofore been deprived of a participation in the glorious struggle for national rights in which our country is engaged. This no longer shall exist. As sons of freedom you are now called upon to defend our most inestimable blessing. As Americans, your country looks with confidence to her adopted children for a valorous support, as a faithful return for the advantages enjoyed under her mild and equitable government. As fathers, husbands, and brothers, you are summoned to rally around the standard of the eagle, to defend all which is dear in existence. Your country, although calling for your exertions, does not wish you to engage in her cause without amply remunerating you for the services rendered. Your intelligent minds are not to be led away by false representations. Your love of honor would cause you to despise the man who should attempt to deceive you. In the sincerity of a soldier and the language of truth, I address you. To every noble-hearted, generous freeman of color, volunteering to serve during the present contest with Great Britain, and no longer, there will be paid the same bounty in money and lands now received by the white soldiers of the United States, namely, $124 in money and 160 acres of land. The non-commissioned officers and privates will also be entitled to the same monthly pay and daily rations and clothes furnished to any American soldier. On enrolling yourselves in companies, the Major General commanding will select officers for your government from your white fellow citizens. Your non-commissioned officers will be appointed from among yourselves. Due regard will be paid to the feelings of freemen and soldiers. You will not, by being associated with white men in the same corps, be exposed to improper comparisons or unjust sarcasm. As a distinct, independent battalion or regiment pursuing the path of glory, you will, undivided, receive the applause and gratitude of your countrymen. To assure you of the sincerity of my intentions and my anxiety to engage your invaluable services to our country, I have communicated my wishes to the Governor of Louisiana, who is fully informed as to the manner of enrollment, and will give you every necessary information on the subject of this address. Andrew Jackson, Major General Commanding. Niles Register, Volume 7, page 205. At the close of a review of the white and colored troops in New Orleans, on Sunday, December 18, 1814, General Jackson's address to the troops was read by Edward Livingston, one of his aides, and the following is the portion addressed: "To the men of color, soldiers, From the shores of Mobile I collected you to arms. I invited you to share in the perils and to divide the glory of your white countrymen. I expected much from you, for I was not uninformed of those qualities which must render you so formidable to an invading foe. I knew that you could endure hunger and thirst and all the hardships of war. I knew that you loved the land of your nativity, and that like ourselves you had to defend all that is most dear to man. But you surpass my hopes. I have found in you, united to these qualities, that noble enthusiasm which impels to great deeds. Soldiers, the President of the United States shall be informed of your conduct on the present occasion, and the voice of the representatives of the American nation shall applaud your valor, as your general now praises your ardor. The enemy is near, his sails cover the lakes, but the brave are united, and if he finds us contending among ourselves, it will be for the prize of valor and fame, its noblest reward." Niles's Register, Volume 7, pages 345, 346. Such are some of the views of our ancestors in regard to the employment of negro soldiers. Is it not the duty of every loyal man to give a careful consideration to these facts? By utilizing this element the government can secure the services of 700,000 able-bodied men, acclimated to and familiar with the seat of war, and at the same time strike the rebels a vital blow. Will not posterity hold to a severe account the statesmen who would neglect to use so powerful a force for the suppression of the rebellion? End of General Washington and General Jackson on Negro Soldiers, by Henry Carey Baird. Read by Guero.
The King Follett Discourse by Joseph Smith, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The King Follett Discourse.
Beloved Saints, I will call the attention of this congregation while I address you on the subject of the dead. The decease of our beloved brother, Elder King Follett, who was crushed in a well by the falling of a tub of rock, has more immediately led me to that subject. I have been requested to speak by his friends and relatives, but inasmuch as there are a great many in this congregation who live in this city as well as elsewhere, who have lost friends, I feel disposed to speak on the subject in general, and offer you my ideas, so far as I have ability, and so far as I shall be inspired by the Holy Spirit to dwell on this subject. I want your prayers and faith that I may have the instruction of Almighty God, and the gift of the Holy Ghost, so that I may set forth things that are true, and which can easily be comprehended by you, and that the testimony may carry conviction to your hearts and minds of the truth of what I shall say. Pray that the Lord may strengthen my lungs, stay the winds, and let the prayers of the saints to heaven appear, that they may enter into the ears of the Lord of Sabaoth. For the effectual prayers of the righteous avail much. There is strength here, and I verily believe that your prayers will be heard. Before I enter fully into the investigation of the subject which is lying before me, I wish to pave the way and bring up the subject from the beginning, that you may understand it. I will make a few preliminaries, in order that you may understand the subject when I come to it. I do not intend to please your ears with superfluity of words that are oratory, or with much learning, but I intend to edify you with the simple truths from heaven. In the first place, I wish to go back to the beginning, to the morn of creation. There is the starting point for us to look to, in order to understand and be fully acquainted with the mind, purposes, and decrees of the great Elohim, who sits in yonder heavens as he did at the creation of this world. It is necessary for us to have an understanding of God himself in the beginning. If we start right, it is easy to go right all the time, but if we start wrong, we may go wrong, and it be hard matter to get right. There are but a very few beings in this world who understand rightly the character of God. The great majority of mankind do not comprehend anything, either that which is past or that which is to come, as it respects their relationship to God. They do not know, neither do they understand the nature of that relationship, and consequently they know but little above the brute beast, or more than to eat, drink, and sleep. This is all man knows about God or his existence, unless it is given by the inspiration of the Almighty. If a man learns nothing more than to eat, drink, and sleep, and does not comprehend any of the designs of God, the beast comprehends the same things. It eats, drinks, sleeps, and knows nothing more about God. Yet it knows as much as we, unless we are able to comprehend by the inspiration of Almighty God. If men do not comprehend the character of God, they do not comprehend themselves. I want to go back to the beginning. And so, lift your minds into a more lofty sphere and a more exalted understanding than what the human mind generally aspires to. I want to ask this congregation, every man, woman, and child, to answer the question in their own heart, what kind of a being God is. Ask yourselves. Turn your thought into your hearts, and say if any of you have seen, heard, or communed with him. This is a question that may occupy your attention for a long time. I again repeat the question, what kind of a being is God? Does any man or woman know? Have any of you seen him, heard him, or communed with him? Here is the question that will, peradventure, from this time henceforth occupy your attention. The Scriptures inform us that this is life eternal, that they might know thee, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom thou hast seen. If any man does not know God, and inquires what kind of being he is, if he will search diligently in his own heart, if the declaration of Jesus and the apostles be true, he will realize that he is not eternal life, for there can be eternal life on no other principle. My first object is to find out the character of the only wise and true God, and what kind of a being he is. And if I am so fortunate as to be the man to comprehend God and can explain or convey the principles to your hearts, so that the Spirit seals them upon you, then let every man and woman henceforth sit in silence, put their hands on their mouths, and never lift their hands or voices or say anything against the man of God or the servants of God again. But if I fail to do it, it becomes my duty to renounce all further pretensions to revelations and inspirations, or to be a prophet. And I should be, like the rest of the world, a false teacher, be hailed as a friend, and no man would seek my life. But if all religious teachers were honest enough to renounce their pretensions to godliness, when their ignorance of the knowledge of God is made manifest, they will all be as badly off as I am, at any rate. And you might as well take the lives of other false teachers as that of mine, if I am the false. If any man is authorized to take away my life because he thinks and says I am a false teacher, then upon the same principle we should be justified in taking away the life of every false teacher. And where would be the end of blood? And who would not be the sufferer? But meddle not with any man for his religion. And all governments ought to permit every man to enjoy his religion unmolested. No man is authorized to take away life in consequence of difference of religion, which all laws and governments ought to tolerate and protect, right or wrong. Every man has a natural, and in our country, a constitutional right to be a false prophet, as well as a true prophet. If I show verily that I have the truth of God, and show that 99 out of every 100 professing religious ministers are false teachers, having no authority, while they pretend to hold the keys of God's kingdom on earth, and was to kill them because they're false teachers, it would deluge the whole world with blood. I will prove that the world is wrong by showing what God is. I am going to inquire after God for I want you all to know him, and to be familiar with him. And if I'm bringing you to a knowledge of him, all persecutions against me ought to cease. You will then know that I am his servant, for I speak as one having authority. I will go back to the beginning, before the world was, to show what kind of being God is. What sort of a being was God in the beginning? Open your ear and heart, all ye ends of the earth, for I'm going to prove it to you by the Bible, and to tell you the designs of God in relation to the human race, and why he interferes with the affairs of man. God himself was once as we are now, and is an exalted man, and sits enthroned in yonder heavens. That is the great secret. If the veil were rent today, and the great God who holds this world in its orbit, and who upholds all worlds and all things by his power, was to make himself visible, I say, if you were to see him today, you would see him like a man in form, like yourselves, in all the person, image, and very form as a man, for Adam was created in the very same fashion, image and likeness of God, and received instruction from, and walked, and talked, and conversed with him, as one man talks and communes with another. In order to understand the subject of the dead, for consolation of those who mourn for the loss of their friends, it is necessary we should understand the character and being of God, and how he came to be so, for I'm going to tell you how God came to be God. We have imagined and supposed that God was God from all eternity. I will refute that idea, and take away the veil, so that you may see. These are incomprehensible ideas to some, but they are simple. It is the first principle of the gospel to know for a certainty the character of God, and to know that we may converse with him as one may converse with another, and that he was once a man like us, yea, that God himself, the Father of us all, dwelt on an earth the same as Jesus Christ himself did, and I will show it from the Bible. I wish I was in a suitable place to tell it, and that I had the trump of an archangel, so that I could tell the story in such a manner that persecution would cease forever. What did Jesus say? The Scriptures inform us that Jesus said, as the Father hath power in himself, even so hath the Son power. To do what? Why, what the Father did. The answer is obvious. In a manner, to lay down his body and take it up again. Jesus, what are you going to do? To lay down my life, as my Father did, and take it up again. Do we believe it? If you do not believe it, you do not believe the Bible. The Scriptures say it, and I defy all the learning and wisdom and all the combined powers of earth and hell together to refute it. Here then is eternal life, to know the only wise and true God, and you have got to learn how to be gods yourselves, and to be kings and priests to God, the same as all gods have done before you, namely, by going from one small degree to another, and from one small capacity to a great one, from grace to grace, from exaltation to exaltation, until you attain to the resurrection of the dead, and are able to dwell in everlasting burnings, and to sit in glory, as do those who sit enthroned in everlasting power. And I want you to know that God, in the last days, while certain individuals are proclaiming his name, is not trifling with you or me. These are the first principles of consolation. How consoling to the mourners, when they are called to part with a husband, wife, father, mother, child, or dear relative, to know that, although the earthly tabernacle is laid down and dissolved, they shall rise again to dwell in everlasting burnings, in immortal glory, not to sorrow, suffer, or die any more, but they shall be heirs of God and joint heirs with Jesus Christ. What is it? To inherit the same power, the same glory, and the same exaltation, until you arrive at the station of a God, and ascend the throne of eternal power, the same as those who have gone before? What did Jesus do? Why, I do the things I saw my Father do, when worlds came rolling into existence. My Father worked out his kingdom with fear and trembling, and I must do the same. And when I get my kingdom, I shall present it to my Father, so that he may obtain kingdom upon kingdom, and I will exalt him in glory. He will then take a higher exaltation, and I will take his place, and thereby become exalted myself, so that Jesus treads in the tracks of his Father and inherits what God did before, and God is thus glorified and exalted in the salvation and exaltation of all his children. It is plain, beyond disputation, and you thus learn some of the first principles of the gospel, about which so much hath been said. When you climb up a ladder, you must begin at the bottom, and ascend step by step until you arrive at the top. And so it is with the principles of the gospel. You must begin with the first, and go on until you learn all the principles of exaltation. But it will be a great while after you have passed through the veil before you will have learned them. It is not all to be comprehended in this world. It will be a great work to learn our salvation and exaltation even beyond the grave. I suppose I am not allowed to go into an investigation of anything that is not contained in the Bible. If I do, I think there are so many overwise men here that they would cry treason and put me to death. So I will go to the old Bible and turn commentator today.
I shall comment on the very first Hebrew word in the Bible. I will make a comment on the very first sentence of the history of the creation in the Bible.
Beroshit. I want to analyze the word baith, in, by, through, and everything else. Rosh, the head. Shit, grammatical termination. When the inspired man wrote it, he did not put the baith there. An old Jew without any authority added the word. He thought it too bad to begin to talk about the head. It read first, the head one of the gods brought forth the gods. That is the true meaning of the words. Baurau signifies to bring forth. If you do not believe it, you do not believe the learned man of God. Learned men can teach you no more than what I have told you. Thus the head god brought forth the gods in the grand council. I will transpose and simplify in the English language. O ye lawyers, ye doctors, and ye priests, who have persecuted me, I want to let you know that the Holy Ghost knows something as well as you do. The head god called together the gods and sat in grand council to bring forth the world. The grand councilor sat at the head in yonder heavens and contemplated the creation of the worlds which were created at that time. When I say doctors and lawyers, I mean the doctors and lawyers of the Scriptures. I have done so hitherto without explanation, to let the lawyers flutter and everybody laugh at them. Some learned doctors might take a notion to say the Scriptures say thus and so, and we might believe the Scriptures. They are not to be altered. But I am going to show you an error in them. I have an old edition of the New Testament in the Latin, Hebrew, German, and Greek languages. I have been reading the German, and find it to be the most correct translation, and to correspond nearest to the revelation which God has given to me from the last 14 years. It tells about Jacobus, the son of Zebedee. It means Jacob. In the English New Testament, it is translated James. Now, if Jacob had the keys, you might talk about James through all eternity and never get the keys. In the 21st of the 4th chapter of Matthew, my old German edition gives the word Jacob instead of James. The doctors, I mean doctors of law, not physic, say, if you preach anything not according to the Bible, we will cry treason. How can we escape the damnation of hell, except God be with us and reveal to us? Men bind us with chains. The Latin says Jacob, and the German says Jacob. Here we have the testimony of 4 against 1. Thank God that I have got this old book, but I thank him more for the gift of the Holy Ghost. I have got the oldest book in the world, but I have the oldest book in my heart, even the gift of the Holy Ghost. I have all the 4 testaments. Come here, ye learned men, and read, if you can. I should not have introduced this testimony were it not backed up by the word Rosh, the head, the father of the gods. I should not have brought it up only to show that I am right. In the beginning, the head of the gods called a council of the gods, and they came together and concocted a plan to create the world and people it. When we begin to learn this way, we begin to learn the only true God, and what kind of a being we have got to worship. Having a knowledge of God, we begin to know how to approach him, and how to ask so as to receive an answer. When we understand the character of God and how to come to him, he begins to unfold the heavens to us, and to tell us all about him. When we are ready to come to him, he is ready to come to us. Now, I ask all who hear me, why the learned men who are preaching salvation say that God created the heavens and the earth out of nothing? The reason is that they are unlearned in the things of God, and have not the gift of the Holy Ghost. They account it blasphemy for anyone to contradict their idea. If you tell me that God made the world out of something, they will call you a fool. But I am learned, and know more than all the world put together. The Holy Ghost does, anyhow, and he is within me, and comprehends more than all the world, and I will associate myself with him. You ask the learned doctors why they say the world was made out of nothing, and they will answer, doesn't the Bible say he created the world? And they infer from the word create that he must have been made out of nothing. Now the world came from the bow row, which does not mean to create out of nothing. It means to organize, the same as a man would organize materials and build a ship. Hence we infer that God had materials to organize the world out of chaos, chaotic matter, which is element, and which dwells all the glory. Element had an existence from the time he had. The pure principles of element are principles which can never be destroyed. They may be organized and reorganized, but not destroyed. They had no beginning, and can have no end. I have another subject to dwell upon, which is calculated to exalt man, but it is impossible for me to say much on this subject. I shall therefore just touch upon it, for time will not permit me to say all. It is associated with the subject of the resurrection of the dead, namely the soul, the mind of man, the immortal spirit. Where did it come from? All learned men and doctors of divinity say that God created it in the beginning, but it is not so. The very idea lessens man in my estimation. I do not believe the doctrine, I know better. Hear it, all ye ends of the world, for God has told me so. If you don't believe me, it will not make the truth without effect. I will make a man appear a fool before I get through. If he does not believe it, I'm going to tell of things more noble. We say that God himself is a self-existent being. Who told you so? It is correct enough, but how did it get into your heads? Who told you that man did not exist in like manner upon the same principles? Man does exist upon the same principles. God made a tabernacle and put a spirit into it, and it became a living soul. How does it read in the Hebrew? It does not say in the Hebrew that God created the spirit of man. It says, God made man out of the earth, and put into him Adam's spirit, and so became a living body. The mind, or the intelligence, which man possesses is co-equal with God himself. I know that my testimony is true. Hence, when I talk of these mourners, what have they lost? Their relatives and friends are only separated from their bodies for a short season. Their spirits, which existed with God, have left the tabernacle of clay only for a little moment, as it were, and they now exist in a place where they converse together, the same as we do on the earth. I am dwelling on the immortality of the spirit of man. Is it logical to say that the intelligence of spirits
is immortal,
and yet that it had a beginning? The intelligence of spirits had not beginning, neither will it have an end. That is good logic. That which has a beginning may have an end. There never was a time when they were not spirits, for they are all co-equal with our Father in heaven. I want to reason more on the spirit of man, for I am dwelling on the body and spirit of man, on the subject of the dead. I take my ring from my finger and liken it unto the mind of man, the immortal part, because it has no beginning. Suppose you cut it in two. Then it has a beginning and an end. But join it again, it continues one eternal round. So with the spirit of man, as the Lord liveth, it had a beginning, it will have an end. All the fools and learned and wise men from the beginning of creation who say that the spirit of man had a beginning, prove that it must have an end. And if that doctrine is true, then the doctrine of annihilation would be true. But if I am right, I might with boldness proclaim from the housetops that God never had the power to create the spirit of man at all. God himself could not create himself. Intelligence is eternal, and exists upon a self-existent principle. It is a spirit from age to age, and there is no creation about it. All the minds and spirits that God ever sent into the world are susceptible of enlargement. The first principles of man are self-existent with God. God himself, finding he was in the midst of spirits and glory, because he was more intelligent, saw proper to institute laws whereby the rest could have a privilege to advance like himself. The relationship we have with God places us in a situation to advance in knowledge. He has power to institute laws to instruct the weaker intelligences, that they may be exalted with himself, so that they might have one glory upon another, and all that knowledge, power, glory, and intelligence which is requisite in order to save them in the world of spirits. This is good doctrine. It tastes good. I can taste the principles of eternal life, and so can you. They are given to me by the revelations of Jesus Christ, and I know that when I tell you these words of eternal life as they are given to me, you taste them, and I know that you believe them. You say honey is sweet, and so do I. I can also taste the spirit of eternal life. I know that it is good. And when I tell you of these things, which were given me by the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, you are bound to receive them as sweet and rejoice more and more. I want to talk more about the relation of man to God. I will open your eyes in relation to your dead. All things whatsoever God in his infinite wisdom has seen fit and proper to reveal to us, while we are dwelling in mortality, in regard to our mortal bodies, are revealed to us in the abstract and independent of affinity of this mortal tabernacle, but are revealed to our spirits precisely as though we had no bodies at all. Those revelations which will save our spirits will save our bodies. God reveals them to us in view of no eternal dissolution of the body or tabernacle. Hence the responsibility, the awful responsibility, that rests upon us in relation to our dead. For all the spirits who have not obeyed the gospel in the flesh must either obey it in the spirit or be damned. Solemn thought, dreadful thought. Is there nothing to be done? No preparation? No salvation for our fathers and friends who have died without having had the opportunity to obey the decrees of the Son of Man? Would to God that I had 40 days and nights in which to tell you all. I would let you know that I am not a fallen prophet. What promises are made in relation to the subject of the salvation of the dead? And what kind of characters are those who can be saved, although the bodies are moldering and decaying in the grave? When his commandments teach us, it is in view of eternity, for we are looked upon by God as though we were in eternity. God dwells in eternity, and does not view things as we do. The greatest responsibility in this world that God has laid upon us is to seek after our dead. The apostle says, "They without us cannot be made perfect." For it is necessary that the sealing power should be in our hands to seal our children and our dead for the fullness of the dispensation of times, a dispensation to meet the promises made by Jesus Christ before the foundation of the world for the salvation of man. Now, I will speak of them. I will meet Paul halfway. I say to you, Paul, you cannot be perfect without us. It is necessary that those who are going before and those who come after us should have salvation in common with us. And thus hath God made it obligatory upon man. Hence God said, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. And he shall turn the heart of the fathers to the children, and the heart of the children to their fathers, lest I come and smite the earth with a curse. I have a declaration to make as to the provisions which God hath made to suit the conditions of man, made from before the foundation of the world. What has Jesus said? All sin and all blasphemies and every transgression except one that man can be guilty of may be forgiven. And there is a salvation for all men, either in this world or to the world to come, who have not committed the unpardonable sin, there being a provision either in this world or the world of spirits. Hence God hath made a provision that every spirit in the eternal world can be fettered out and saved unless he has committed that unpardonable sin which cannot be remitted to him either in this world or the world of spirits. God has wrought out a salvation for all men unless they have committed a certain sin, and every man who has a friend in the eternal world can save him unless he has committed the unpardonable sin. And so you can see how far you can be a savior. A man cannot commit the unpardonable sin after the dissolution of the body, and there is a way possible for escape. Knowledge saves a man, and in the world of spirits no man can be exalted but by knowledge. So long as a man will not give heed to the commandments, he must abide without salvation. If a man has knowledge, he can be saved, although, if he has been guilty of great sins, he will be punished for them. But when he consents to obey the gospel, whether here or in the world of spirits, he is saved. A man is his own tormentor and his own condemner. Hence the saying, they shall go into the lake that burns with fire and brimstone. The torment of disappointment in the mind of man is as exquisite as a lake burning with fire and brimstone. I say, so is the torment of man. I know the Scriptures and understand them. I said, no man can commit the unpardonable sin after the dissolution of the body, nor in this life until he receives the Holy Ghost. But they must do it in this world. Hence the salvation of Jesus Christ was wrought out for all men, in order to triumph over the devil. For if it did not catch him in one place, it would in another, for he stood up as a Savior. All will suffer until they obey Christ himself. The contention in heaven was, Jesus said there would be certain souls that would not be saved, and the devil said he could save them all, and laid his plans before the grand council, who gave their vote in favor of Jesus Christ. So the devil rose up in rebellion against God, and was cast out with all who put up their heads for him. All sins shall be forgiven, except the sin against the Holy Ghost, for Jesus will save all except the sons of perdition. What must a man do to commit the unpardonable sin? He must receive the Holy Ghost, have the heavens opened unto him, and know God, and then sin against him. After a man has sinned against the Holy Ghost, there is no repentance for him. He has got to say that the sun does not shine while he sees it. He's got to deny Jesus Christ when the heavens have been opened unto him, and to deny the plan of salvation with his eyes open to the truth of it. And from that time he begins to be an enemy. This is the case with many apostates of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. When a man begins to be an enemy to his work, he hunts me. He seeks to kill me, and never ceases to thirst for my blood. He gets the spirit of the devil, the same spirit that they who had crucified the Lord of life, the same spirit that sins against the Holy Ghost. You cannot save such persons. You cannot bring them to repentance. They make open war, like the devil, and awful is the consequence. I advise all of you to be careful what you do, or you may by and by find out that you have been deceived. Stay yourselves, do not give way. Don't make any hasty moves. You may well be saved. If a spirit of bitterness is in you, don't be in haste. You may say, that man is a sinner. Well, if he repents, he shall be forgiven. Be cautious. Wait. When you find a spirit that wants bloodshed, murder, the same is not of God, but is of the devil. Out of the abundance of the heart of man the mouth speaketh. The best men bring forth the best works. The man who tells you words of life is the man who can save you. I warn you against all evil characters who sin against the Holy Ghost. There is no redemption for them in this world nor in the world to come. I could go back and trace every subject of interest concerning the relationship of man to God. If I had time, I can enter into the mysteries. I can enter largely into the eternal words, for Jesus said, in my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. Paul says, there is one glory of the sun, and another glory of the moon, and another glory of the stars. For one star differeth from another star in glory. So also is the resurrection of the dead. What have we to console us in relation to the dead? We have reason to have the greatest hope and consolations for our dead of any people on the earth, for we have seen them walk worthily in our midst, and seen them sink asleep in the arms of Jesus. And those who have died in the faith are now in the celestial kingdom of God, and hence is the glory of the Son. You mourners have occasion to rejoice, speaking of the death of Elder King Follett. For your husband and father is gone to wait until the resurrection of the dead, until the perfection of the remainder, for at the resurrection your friend will rise in perfect felicity and go to celestial glory, while many must wait myriads of years before they can receive the like blessings. And your expectations and hopes are far above what man can conceive, for why has God revealed it to us? I am authorized to say, by the authority of the Holy Ghost, that you have no occasion to fear, for he is gone to the home of the just. Don't mourn, don't weep. I know it by the testimony of the Holy Ghost that is within me. and you may wait for your friends to come forth to meet you on the morn of the celestial world. Rejoice, O Israel! Your friends who have been murdered for the truth's sake in the persecutions shall triumph gloriously in the celestial world, while their murderers shall welter for ages in torment, even until they shall have paid the uttermost farthing. I say this for the benefit of strangers. I have a father, brothers, children, and friends who have gone to a world of spirits. They are only absent for a moment. They are in the spirit, and we shall soon meet again. The time will soon arrive when the trumpet shall sound. When we depart, we shall hail our mothers, fathers, friends, and all whom we love, who have fallen asleep in Jesus. There will be no fear of mobs, persecutions, or malicious lawsuits and arrests, but it will be an eternity of felicity.
Question may be asked, will mothers have their children in eternity? Yes, yes, mothers, you shall have your children, for they shall have eternal life, for their debt is paid. There's no damnation awaits them, for they are in the spirit. But as the child dies, so shall it rise from the dead, and be forever living in the learning of God. It will never grow. It will still be the child, in the same precise form as it appeared before it died out of its mother's arms, but possessing all the intelligence of a God. Children dwell in the mansions of glory, and exercise power, but appear in the same form as when on earth. Eternity is full of thrones, upon which dwell thousands of children, reigning on thrones of glory, with not one cubit added to their stature.
I will leave this subject here and make a few remarks on the subject of baptism. The baptism of water, without the baptism of fire and the Holy Ghost attending it, is of no use. They are necessarily and inseparably connected. An individual must be born of water and the Spirit in order to get into the kingdom of God. In the German, the text bears me out the same as the revelations which I have given and taught for the last 14 years on that subject. I have the testimony to put in their teeth. My testimony has been true all the time. You will find it in the declaration of John the Baptist. John says, I baptize you with water, but when Jesus comes, who has the power, he shall administer the baptism of fire and the Holy Ghost. Where is now all the sectarian world? And if this testimony is true, they are all damned as clearly as anathema can do it. I know the text is true. I call upon all you Germans who know that it is true to say, aye. Alexander Campbell, how are you going to save people with water alone? For John said his baptism was good for nothing without the baptism of Jesus Christ. Therefore, not leaving the principles of the doctrine of Christ, let us go on unto perfection, not laying again the foundation of repentance and dead works, and of faith toward God, of the doctrine of baptisms, and of laying on of hands, and of resurrection of the dead, and of eternal judgment. And this will we do, if God permit. There is one God, one Father, one Jesus, one hope of our calling, one baptism. Many talk of baptism not being essential to salvation, but this kind of teaching will lay the foundation of their damnation. I have the truth, and am at the defiance of the world to contradict me if they can. I have now preached a little Latin, a little Hebrew, Greek, and German, and I have fulfilled all. I am not so big a fool as many have taken me to be. The Germans know that I can read the German correctly. Hear it, all ye ends of the earth, all ye priests, all ye sinners, and all men. Repent, repent. Obey the gospel. Turn to God, for your religion won't save you, and you will be damned. I do not say how long, for there have been remarks concerning all men being redeemed from hell. But I say that those who sin against the Holy Ghost cannot be forgiven in this world or in the world to come. They shall die the second death. Those who commit the unpardonable sin are doomed to gnolum, to dwell in hell, worlds without end. As they concoct seeds of bloodshed in this world, so shall they rise in that resurrection which is as a lake of fire and brimstone. Some shall rise to the everlasting burnings of God, for God dwells in everlasting burnings. And some shall rise to the damnation of their own filthiness, which is as exquisite a
torment as the lake of fire and brimstone. I have intended my remarks for all, both rich and poor, bond and free, great and small. I have no enmity against any man. I love you all, but I hate some of your deeds. I am your best friend, and if persons miss their mark, it is their own fault. If I reprove a man and he hates me, he is a fool, for I love all men, especially these my brethren and sisters. I rejoice in hearing the testimony of my aged friends. You don't know me. You never knew my heart. No man knows my history. I cannot tell it. I should never undertake it. I don't blame any of you for not believing my history. If I had not experienced what I have, I could not have believed it myself. I never did harm any man since I was born in the world. My voice is always for peace. I cannot lie down until all my work is finished. I never think any evil, nor do anything to the harm of my fellow man. When I am called by the trump of the archangel and weighed in the balance, you will all know me then. I add no more. God bless you all. Amen.
End of the King Follett Discourse by Joseph Smith, Jr. Read by Nicholas James Bridgewater.
Letter 5 to Patrick Henry, March 27, 1779, by Thomas Jefferson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Letter 5 to Patrick Henry, March 27, 1779. To His Excellency Patrick Henry, Albemarle, March 27, 1779. Sir, a report prevailing here that in consequence of some powers from Congress, the Governor and Council have it in contemplation to remove the Convention troops, the troops under Burgoyne captured at Saratoga, either wholly or in part from their present situation. I take the liberty of troubling you with some observations on that subject. The reputation and interest of our country, in general, may be affected by such a measure. It would, therefore, hardly be deemed an indecent liberty in the most private citizen to offer his thoughts to the consideration of the Executive. The locality of my situation, particularly in the neighborhood of the present barracks, and the public relation in which I stand to the people among whom they are situated, together with a confidence which a personal knowledge of the members of the Executive gives me, that they will be glad of information from any quarter on a subject interesting to the public, induce me to hope that they will acquit me of impropriety in the present representation. By an article in the Convention of Saratoga it is stipulated, on the part of the United States, that the officers shall not be separated from their men. I suppose the term officers includes general as well as regimental officers. As there are general officers who command all the troops, no part of them can be separated from these officers without a violation of the article. They cannot, of course, be separated from one another, unless the same general officer could be in different places at the same time. It is true, the article adds the words "as far as circumstances will admit." This was a necessary qualification, because in no place in America, I suppose, could there have been found quarters for both officers and men together, those for the officers to be according to their rank. So far, then, as the circumstances of the place where they should be quartered should render a separation necessary in order to procure quarters for the officers according to their rank, the article admits that separation. And these are the circumstances which must have been under the contemplation of the parties, both of whom, and all the world beside, who are ultimate judges in the case, would still understand that they were to be as near in the environs of the camp as convenient quarters could be procured, and not that the qualification of the article destroyed the article itself and laid it wholly at our discretion. Congress, indeed, have admitted of this separation, but are they so far lords of right and wrong as that our consciences may be quiet with their dispensation? Or is the case amended by saying they leave it optional in the governor and council to separate the troops or not? At the same time that it exculpates, not them, it is drawing the governor and council into a participation in the breach of faith. If indeed it is only proposed that a separation of the troops shall be referred to the consent of their officers, that is a very different matter. Having carefully avoided conversation with them on public subjects, I cannot say, of my own knowledge, how they would relish such a proposition. I have heard from others that they will choose to undergo anything together, rather than to be separated, and that they will remonstrate against it in the strongest terms. The Executive, therefore, if voluntary agents in this measure, must be drawn into a paper war with them, the more disagreeable, as it seems that faith and reason will be on the other side. As an American, I cannot help feeling a thorough mortification that our Congress should have permitted an infraction of our public honor. As a citizen of Virginia, I cannot help hoping and confiding that our supreme Executive, whose acts will be considered as the acts of the Commonwealth, estimate that honor too highly to make its infraction their own act. I may be permitted to hope, then, that if any removal takes place it will be a general one, and, as it is said to be left to the governor and council to determine on this, I am satisfied that, suppressing every other consideration, and weighing the matter dispassionately, they will determine upon this sole question: Is it for the benefit of those for whom they act that the convention troops should be removed from among them? Under the head of interest, these circumstances, viz., the expense of building barracks, said to have been £25,000, and of removing the troops backwards and forwards, amounting to I know not how much, are not to be pretermitted, merely because they are continental expenses; for we are a part of the continent, we must pay a shilling of every dollar wasted; but the sums of money which, by these troops, or on their account, are brought into and expended in this State, are a great and local advantage. This can require no proof. If at the conclusion of the war, for instance, our share of the continental debt should be $20 millions, or say that we are called on to furnish an annual quota of $2,400,000 to Congress to be raised by tax, it is obvious that we should raise these given sums with greater or less ease, in proportion to the greater or less quantity of money found in circulation among us. I expect that our circulating money is, by the presence of these troops, at the rate of $30,000 a week, at the least. I have heard, indeed, that an objection arises to their being kept within this State, from the information of the commissary that they cannot be subsisted here. In attending to the information of that officer, it should be borne in mind that the county of King William and its vicinities are one thing, the territory of Virginia another. If the troops could be fed upon long letters, I believe the gentleman at the head of that department in this country would be the best commissary upon earth. But till I see him determined to act, not to write, to sacrifice his domestic ease to the duties of his appointment, and apply to the resources of this country, wheresoever they are to be had, I must entertain a different opinion of him. I am mistaken, if, for the animal subsistence of the troops hitherto, we are not principally indebted to the genius and exertions of Hawkins, during the very short time he lived after his appointment to that department by your board. His eye immediately pervaded the whole State. It was reduced at once to a regular machine, to a system, and the whole put into movement and animation by the fiat of a comprehensive mind. If the Commonwealth of Virginia cannot furnish these troops with bread, I would ask of the commissariat, which of the 13 is now become the grain colony? If we are in danger of famine from the addition of 4,000 mouths, what has become of that surplus of bread, the exportation of which used to feed the West Indies and Eastern States, and fill the colony with hard money? When I urge the sufficiency of this State, however, to subsist these troops, I beg to be understood as having in contemplation the quantity of provisions necessary for their real use, and not as calculating what is to be lost by the wanton waste, mismanagement, and carelessness of those employed about it. If magazines of beef and pork are suffered to rot by slovenly butchering, or for want of timely provision and sale; if quantities of flour are exposed by the commissaries entrusted with the keeping it to pillage and destruction; and if, when laid up in the continental stores, it is still to be embezzled and sold, the land of Egypt itself would be insufficient for their supply, and their removal would be necessary, not to a more plentiful country, but to more able and honest commissaries. Perhaps the magnitude of this question, and its relation to the whole State, may render it worth while to await the opinion of the National Council, which is now to meet within a few weeks. There is no danger of distress in the meantime, as the commissaries affirm they have a great sufficiency of provisions for some time to come. Should the measure of removing them into another State be adopted, and carried into execution before the meeting of assembly, no disapprobation of theirs will bring them back, because they will then be in the power of others, who will hardly give them up. Want of information as to what may be the precise measure proposed by the Governor and Council obliges me to shift my ground, and take up the subject in every possible form. Perhaps they have not thought to remove the troops out of the State altogether, but to some other part of it. Here the objections arising from the expenses of removal and of building new barracks recur. As to animal food, it may be driven to one part of the country as easily as to another. That circumstance, therefore, may be thrown out of the question. As to bread, I suppose they will require about 40 or 45,000 bushels of grain a year. The place to which it is to be brought to them is about the center of the State. Besides that the country round about is fertile, all the grain made in the counties adjacent to any kind of navigation may be brought by water to within 12 miles of the spot. For these 12 miles wagons must be employed. I suppose half a dozen will be plenty. Perhaps this part of the expense might have been saved had the barracks been built on the water, but it is not sufficient to justify their being abandoned now they are built. Wagonage, indeed, seems to the commissariat an article not worth economizing. The most wanton and studied circuitry of transportation has been practiced. To mention only one act, they have bought quantities of flour for these troops in Cumberland, have ordered it to be wagoned down to Manchester, and wagoned thence up to the barracks. This fact happened to fall within my own knowledge. I doubt not there are many more such, in order either to produce their total removal, or to run up the expenses of the present situation, and satisfy Congress that the nearer they are brought to the commissary's own bed, the cheaper they will be subsisted. The grain made in the western counties must be brought partly in wagons, as conveniently to this as to any other place, perhaps more so, on account of its vicinity to one of the best passes through the Blue Ridge, and partly by water, as it is near to James River, to the navigation of which 10 counties are adjacent above the falls. When I said that the grain might be brought hither from all the counties of the State adjacent to navigation, I did not mean to say it would be proper to bring it from all. On the contrary, I think the commissary should be instructed, after the next harvest, not to send 1 bushel of grain to the barracks from below the falls of the rivers, or from the northern counties. The counties on tidewater are accessible to the calls for our own army. Their supplies ought, therefore, to be husbanded for them. The counties in the northwestern parts of the State are not only within reach for our own grand army, but peculiarly necessary for the support of McIntosh's army. or for the support of any other northwestern expedition which the uncertain conduct of the Indians should render necessary, insomuch that if the supplies of that quarter should be misapplied to any other purpose, it would destroy in embryo every exertion, either for particular or general safety there. The counties above tide water, in the middle and southern and western parts of the country, are not accessible to calls for either of those purposes, but at such an expense of transportation as the article would not bear. Here, then, is a great field, whose supplies of bread cannot be carried to our army, or rather, which will raise no supplies of bread, because there is nobody to eat them. Was it not, then, wise in Congress to remove to that field 4,000 idle mouths, who must otherwise have interfered with the pasture of our own troops? And if they are removed to any other part of the country, will it not defeat this wise purpose? The mills on the waters of James River, above the falls, open to canoe navigation, are very many. Some of them are of great note as manufacturers. The barracks are surrounded by mills. There are 5 or 6 round about Charlottesville. Any 2 or 3 of the whole might, in the course of the winter, manufacture flour sufficient for the year. To say the worst, then, of the situation, it is but 12 miles wrong. The safe custody of these troops is another circumstance worthy consideration, equally removed from the access of an eastern or western enemy, central to the whole State, so that, should they attempt an eruption in any direction, they must pass through a great extent of hostile country. In a neighborhood thickly inhabited by a robust and hardy people, zealous in the American cause, acquainted with the use of arms, and the defiles and passes by which they must issue, it would seem that in this point of view no place could have been better chosen. Their health is also of importance. I would not endeavor to show that their lives are valuable to us, because it would suppose a possibility that humanity was kicked out of doors in America, and interest only attended to. The barracks occupy the top and brow of a very high hill. You have been untruly told they were in a bottom. They are free from fog, have 4 springs, which seem to be plentiful, one within 20 yards of the piquet, 2 within 50 yards, and another within 250, and they propose to sink wells within the piquet. Of 4,000 people, it should be expected, according to the ordinary calculations, that one should die every day; yet in the space of near 3 months, there have been but 4 deaths among them, 2 infants under 3 weeks old, and 2 others by apoplexy. The officers tell me the troops were never before so healthy since they were embodied. But is an enemy so execrable, that though in captivity his wishes and comforts are to be disregarded and even crossed? I think not. It is for the benefit of mankind to mitigate the horrors of war as much as possible. The practice, therefore, of modern nations, of treating captive enemies with politeness and generosity, is not only delightful in contemplation, but really interesting to all the world, friends, foes, and neutrals. Let us apply this. The officers, after considerable hardships, have all procured quarters comfortable and satisfactory to them. In order to do this, they were obliged, in many instances, to hire houses for a year certain, and at such exorbitant rents as were sufficient to tempt independent owners to go out of them, and shift as they could. These houses, in most cases, were much out of repair. They have repaired them at considerable expense. One of the general officers has taken a place for 2 years, advanced the rent for the whole time, and been obliged, moreover, to erect additional buildings for the accommodation of part of his family, for which there was not room in the house rented. Independent of the brickwork, for the carpentry of these additional buildings, I know he is to pay $1,500. The same gentleman, to my knowledge, has paid to one person $3,670 for different articles to fix himself commodiously. They have generally laid in their stocks of grain and other provisions, for it is well known that officers do not live on their rations. They have purchased cows, sheep, etc., set into farming, prepared their gardens, and have a prospect of comfort and quiet before them. To turn to the soldiers, the environs of the barracks are delightful, the ground cleared, laid off in hundreds of gardens, each enclosed in its separate paling, these well prepared, and exhibiting a fine appearance. General Riedesel alone laid out upwards of 200 pounds in garden seeds, for the German troops only. Judge what an extent of ground these seeds would cover. There is little doubt that their own gardens will furnish them a great abundance of vegetables through the year. Their poultry, pigeons, and other preparations of that kind present to the mind the idea of a company of farmers rather than a camp of soldiers. In addition to the barracks built for them by the public and now very comfortable, they have built great numbers for themselves, in such messes as fancied each other, and the whole corps, both officers and men, seem now happy and satisfied with their situation. Having thus found the art of rendering captivity itself comfortable, and carried it into execution, at their own great expense and labor, their spirit sustained by the prospect of gratifications rising before their eyes, does not every sentiment of humanity revolt against the proposition of stripping them of all this, and removing them into new situations, where from the advanced season of the year no preparations can be made for carrying themselves comfortably through the heats of summer, and when it is known that the necessary advances for the conveniences already provided have exhausted their funds and left them unable to make the like exertions anew? Again, review this matter as it may regard appearances. A body of troops, after staying a twelvemonth at Boston, are ordered to take a march of 700 miles to Virginia, where, it is said, they may be plentifully subsisted. As soon as they are there, they are ordered on some other march, because in Virginia, it is said, they cannot be subsisted. Indifferent nations will charge this either to ignorance or to whim and caprice; the parties interested to cruelty. They now view the proposition in that light, and it is said there is a general and firm persuasion among them that they were marched from Boston with no other purpose than to harass and destroy them with eternal marches. Perseverance in object, though not by the most direct way, is often more laudable than perpetual changes, as often as the object shifts light. A character of steadiness in our councils is worth more than the subsistence of 4,000 people. There could not have been a more unlucky concurrence of circumstances than when these troops first came. The barracks were unfinished for want of laborers, the spell of weather the worst ever known within the memory of man; no stores of bread laid in; the roads, by the weather and number of wagons, soon rendered impassable. Not only the troops themselves were greatly disappointed, but the people in the neighborhood were alarmed at the consequences which a total failure of provisions might produce. In this worst state of things their situation was seen by many and disseminated through the country, so as to occasion a general dissatisfaction, which even seized the minds of reasonable men, who, if not infected with the contagion, must have foreseen that the prospect must brighten, and that great advantages to the people must necessarily rise. It has, accordingly, so happened. The planters, being more generally sellers than buyers, have felt the benefit of their presence in the most vital part about them, their purses, and are now sensible of its source. I have too good an opinion of their love of order to believe that a removal of these troops would produce any irregular proofs of their disapprobation, but I am well assured it would be extremely odious to them. To conclude, the separation of these troops would be a breach of public faith. Therefore suppose it impossible. If they are removed to another State, it is the fault of the commissaries. If they are removed to any other part of the State, it is the fault of the commissaries; and in both cases the public interest and public security suffer. The comfortable and plentiful subsistence of our own army is lessened, the health of the troops neglected, their wishes crossed, and their comforts torn from them, the character of whim and caprice, or, what is worse, of cruelty, fixed on us as a nation, and, to crown the whole, our own people disgusted with such a proceeding. I have thus taken the liberty of representing to you the facts, and the reasons which seem to militate against the separation or removal of these troops. I am sensible, however, that the same subject may appear to different persons in very different lights. What I have urged as reasons may, to sounder minds, be apparent fallacies. I hope they will appear, at least, so plausible as to excuse the interposition of your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, THOMAS JEFFERSON. End of Letter 5 to Patrick Henry, March 27, 1779, by Thomas Jefferson. McGuffey's Eclectic Primer, Revised Edition, by William Holmes McGuffey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bologna Times. McGuffey's Eclectic Primer, Revised Edition, by William Holmes McGuffey. Preface. The flattering success of McGuffey's Revised Readers and the inquiry for more primary reading matter to be used in the first year of school work have induced the publishers to prepare a revised primer which may be used to precede the first reader of any well arranged series. The method pursued is the same as that in McGuffey's Revised Readers, and the greatest possible care has been taken to ensure a gradation suited to the youngest children. Only about 6 new words are to be mastered in each lesson. These new words and the new elementary sounds are always to be found in the vocabulary of the lesson in which they are first used. The plan of the book enables the teacher to pursue the phonic method, the word method, the alphabet method, or any combination of these methods. Illustrations of the best character have been freely supplied, and the skilled teacher will be able to use them to great advantage. The script exercises throughout the book and the slate exercises at the close have been specifically written and carefully engraved for this primer. They may be used to teach the reading of script and as exercises in learning to write. In the full confidence that the public will appreciate a cheap and attractive primer of this character, the publishers have spared no expense to make this book equal, in type, paper, and illustrations, to any that have been issued from their press. The Alphabet. Capital letters: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. In lowercase, the alphabet: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. McGuffey's Eclectic Primer, Lesson 1. A and eat rat. A, E, D, N, R, T. A rat, a cat. A cat, a rat. A cat and a rat. A rat and a cat. Lesson 2. At, the, ran, has. An, H, th, s. The cat, the rat. The cat has a rat. The rat ran at Ann. Ann has a cat. The cat ran at the rat. Lesson 3. Gnat, hat, fan, can, f. A fan, a hat. Ann and Nat. Ann has a fan. Nat has a hat. Ann can fan Nat. Lesson 4. Man, cap, lad, sat. L M P S. A cap, the lad. A man and a lad. The man sat. The lad ran. The man has a hat. The lad has a cap. Lesson 5. Review. The cat and the rat ran. Ann sat, and Nat ran. A rat ran at Nat. Can Ann fan the lad? The man and the lad. The man has a cap. The lad has a fan. Has Ann a hat? Ann has a hat and a fan. A, at, rat, sat. Can, cap, lad, and. The cat ran. Ann ran. The man has a hat. Lesson 6. Dog, rab, fat, gnats. O, B, G. Gnat's cap, a fat dog. Has the lad a dog? The lad has a fat dog. The dog has Gnat's cap. Gnat and Rab ran. Rab ran at a cat. Lesson 7. See, sees, frog, on, log, e. A log, the frog. See the frog on a log. Rab sees the frog. Can the frog see Rab? The frog can see the dog. Rab ran at the frog. Lesson 8. It, stand, ands, is, lamp, mat, I. A mat, the stand. See the lamp. It is on a mat. The mat is on the stand. The lamp is Nat's, and the mat is Ann's. Lesson 9. Tom, nag, not, him, catch, he, his, ch. See the nag. It is Tom's nag. Can Tom catch his nag? He cannot catch him. The dog ran at the nag, and the nag ran. Lesson 10. Review. Tom's nag is fat. His dog is not fat. Nat is on Tom's nag. Nat's dog, Rab, cannot catch the rat. See the frog on the log. A lad sees the frog. The lad cannot catch it. A cat is on the mat. The cat sees a rat. Ann's fan is on the stand. The man has a lamp. A dog ran at the man. Ann sat on a log. Script exercise. Tom sees Nat's dog. A fat frog is on the log. Cannot Rab catch it? Lesson 11. Nest, this, eggs, she, in, get, box, hen. X, sh. The box, a nest. This is a fat hen. The hen has a nest in the box. She has eggs in the nest. A cat sees the nest and can get the eggs. Lesson 12. Old, run, fox, you. Can this old fox catch the hen? The fox can catch the hen and get the eggs in the nest. Run, Rab, and catch the fox. Script exercise. This nest has eggs in it. Lesson 13. Pond, ducks, them, feed, Nell, I, buy, will. I, Y, ch, W. Nell is by the pond. I see ducks on the pond. Nell sees the ducks and will feed them. She cannot get the ducks. Lesson 14. Holds, to, blind, merry, hand, kind. A, O, K, Y. This old man can not see. He is blind. Mary holds him by the hand. She is kind to the old blind man. Lesson 15. Review. I see ducks on the pond. Tom will feed them. Tom is blind. He holds a box in his hand. Nell is kind to him. This old hen has a nest. Mary will run and get the eggs. Lesson 16. Sue, doll, dress, new, her. Let, you. Sue has a doll. It has a new dress. She will let Ann hold the doll in her hands, and Ann will fan it. Sue is kind to Ann. Lesson 17. There, 5, bird, tree, rob, do. E-I-V. A bird is in the tree. It has a nest there. The nest has 5 eggs in it. Do not rob the nest. Will the bird let the cat get her 5 eggs? Lesson 18. Cage, pet, sing, lives, so, loves. O-G-ing. This is a pet bird. It lives in a new cage. It will stand on Sue's hand and sing. Sue loves her pet bird. So do I love it. Lesson 19. Are you, yes, fast, to, like, boys, of, play. A, y, oi. Do you see the boys at play? Yes, I see them. There are 5 of them. Tom is too fat to run fast. Nat can catch him. I like to see boys play. Lesson 20. Review. Sue has a doll and a pet bird. Her doll has a new dress and a cap. Sue loves Mary and will let her hold the doll. The pet bird lives in a cage. Sue and Mary will stand by the cage and the bird will sing. There are birds in the tree by the pond. Can you see them? Yes, there are 5 of them in a nest. Tom will not rob a bird's nest. He is too kind to do so. Script exercise. Nell will feed the ducks. Sue has a new dress. Lesson 21. What night owl, day, an, but, well, big, eyes best. A, ow, w. What bird is this? It is an owl. What big eyes it has! Yes, but it cannot see well by day. The owl can see best at night. Nat Pond has a pet owl. Lesson 22. Grass, they, come, off, barn. Shade, hot, cows, out. E, o. The day is hot. The cows are in the shade of the big tree. They feed on the new grass. Our cows do not run off. At night they come to the barn. Lesson 23. Soon, sun, neck, set. Way, bell, one, there. The sun will soon set. The cows are on their way to the barn. One old cow has a bell on her neck. She sees our dog, but she will not run. Our dog is kind to the cows. Lesson 24. Brave, if, ship, boat. Drown, men, rock, save. The ship has run on a rock. 5 men are on the ship. If the boat cannot get to them, they will drown. The boat has brave men in it. They will save the 5 men. Lesson 25. Review. Come, boys, and feed the cows. The sun has set, and they are at the barn. Sue has a bell on the neck of her pet cat. One hot day, Ann and Nell sat on the grass in the shade of a big tree. They liked to rock their dolls and sing to them. The brave men in our boat are on their way to the ship. They will save the men in the ship if they can. They will not let them drown. What bird has big eyes? The owl. Can an owl see at night? Yes, an owl can see best at night. Lesson 26. Fall, ice, skates, cry, with, had, stone, did. A, see, sk. The boys are on the ice with their skates. There is a stone on the ice. One boy did not see it and has had a fall. But he is a brave boy and will not cry. Lesson 27. Look, go, John, hear, all, wheel, mill, have, round. U, J. Look! There are John and Sue by the mill pond. They like to see the big wheel go round. They have come to play on the logs and in the boat. John and Sue will play here all day. Script exercise. The cows like grass. They stand in the shade. Lesson 28. Or, Jane, girls, floor, roll, some, which, black. O. Here are some girls with skates, but they are not on the ice. Their skates roll on the floor. Which way do you like to skate? On the ice or on the floor? The girl with the new black dress is Jane Bell. Lesson 29. For, out, as, how, try, horse, should, hurt, ears, be. Oh, no, you. Look out for the cars. How fast they come. No horse can go as fast as the cars. I will not try to catch them, for I should fall and be hurt. See the horse, look at the cars. Will he not run? Lesson 30. Review. There is ice on the pond, and the mill wheel cannot go round. The boys are all out on the ice with their skates. I will let you and Tom try to skate, but do not fall, for you will be hurt. Look, here come the cars. John and Nat try to skate as fast as the cars go, but they cannot. John has had a fall. The girls are not on the pond, but some of them have skates which roll on the floor. Script exercise. How fast the cars go. Can you see them? Lesson 31. Work, axe, pile, Ned, think, wood, saw, hard, cut. O, the, in. Ned and John are hard at work. John has a saw and Ned has an axe. They will try to cut all of the wood which you see in the pile. Do you think they can do this in one day? Lesson 32. Noise, air, hear, gone, may, walk, cool, to. A, oi. Two girls have gone out for a walk. It is May and the air is cool. They hear the birds sing in the trees, and they hear the noise of the frogs in the pond. They see men at work and boys at play. Lesson 33. Pull, cart, goats, Bess, up, ride, hill. The letter U pronounced Bess has a cart and two goats. She likes to ride in her cart. See how the goats pull. Bess is so big, I think she should walk up the hill. The goats love Bess, for she feeds them and is kind to them. Lesson 34. Blaze, put, yet, house, fire, roof, call, ring, we. Z. This house is on fire. Look, the roof is in a blaze. Run, boys, and ring the bell. Call some men to put out the fire. We may yet save the house if we work hard. Lesson 35. Review. Bess, do you hear a noise? Yes, Tom. What is it? It is the mill by our house. Logs are cut there. How do they cut the logs, Tom? With an axe? Not with an axe, Bess. It is too hard work. They cut them with a saw. May we not go and see the mill at work, Tom? Yes, I think so. The air is cool, and we can walk in the shade. We should go soon, Bess, or the pile of wood will be gone. Our 2 goats and the cart are here, Tom. We can ride to the mill. It is not uphill, and the goats can pull us fast. Lesson 36. Miss, wants, would, tells, rule, keep, good, that, each. U pronounced oo. The girls and boys all love Miss May. She is so kind to them. Miss May tells them there is a rule that she wants them to keep. It is, do to each one as you would like each one to do to you. This is a good rule, and all boys and girls should keep it. Lesson 37. School, child, church, when, books, skates. What kind of house is this? Do you think it is a schoolhouse or a church? It looks like a church, but I think it is a schoolhouse. I see the books and girls with their books and slates. When the bell rings, they will go in. A good child likes to go to school. Lesson 38. Quail, quick, seen, kill, me, oh, eat, first, no, Henry, qu. John, come here, be quick, and tell me what kind of bird this is. Do you not know, Henry? Oh no, what is it? It is a quail. It is the first quail I have seen. Is it good to eat? Yes, but I should not like to kill it. Lesson 39. Kate, dear, name, blue, baby, near, shut, crib, sit. Is not this a dear baby in the crib? Her name is Kate, and she has big blue eyes. You cannot see her eyes, for they are shut. Kate is a good baby, but she will cry if she is hurt, or if she is not well. Bess likes to sit near the baby and to rock her in the crib. Lesson 40. Review. Henry Black and Ned Bell live near our house. They go to school, and I see them go by each day with their books and slates. Miss May tells the girls and boys that they should be at the schoolhouse when the bell rings. So Henry walks fast, and is first at school. He is a good boy, and wants to keep the rule of the school. Ned is not a good boy. I do not think he likes to go to school or to church. I saw him try to kill a quail with a stone. The quail is too quick a bird for that, and Ned did not hurt it. But I know that a good child would not try to kill a bird. Script exercise. There is a baby at Ned's house. Her name is Kate. Ned is not a good boy, but he loves Kate, and I do not think he would hurt her. Lesson 41. Light, far, its, high, where, see, tall, were. The tall house which you see on that high rock is a lighthouse. At night its light is seen far out at sea, and the men on ships can tell where to go. If it were not for this, they would run on the rocks. How would you like to live in a lighthouse? Lesson 42. Wrong, wolf, us, my, took, sheep, more, watch, lambs. Let us watch the sheep as they feed on the hills. They like to eat the new grass. Do you see my 2 lambs? I had 2 more, but an old wolf took them one night. I love my pet lambs. It would be wrong to hurt them. Lesson 43. Laugh, snow, head, fun, mouth, made, pipe. The boys have made a big snowman. They have put a tall hat on his head and an old pipe in his mouth. Hear them laugh as they play. It is good fun for the boys. They would like to have it snow all day and all night. Lesson 44. Sweets, mean, please, be, buzz, vine, could, said, ones. Buzz, buzz, a bee said to Mary. What do you mean? Said Mary. Please tell me once more. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But Mary could not tell its wants. I think it said, please let me get some sweets in this vine. Lesson 45. Review. One day Nat and I sat on the high hill by the sea, where the tall lighthouse stands. We could look far out and could see the ships at sea. As we sat there, we saw a man near by with some sheep and lambs. The man had a pipe in his mouth. He sat with us and let the sheep eat the grass. What fun it is to see lambs play! It made us laugh to see them. The man said that once, when the sheep and lambs were out in the snow, an old wolf took one of the lambs and ran off with it. I think that men should watch their sheep, so that a wolf cannot catch them. Lesson 46. While, might, time, things, done, right, your, haves. Script exercise. Work while you work, play while you play. One thing each time, that is the way. All that you do, do with your might. Things done by halves are not done right. Lesson 47. Went, fish, fell, safe, arms, sprang, was, thank, got. One day John went to the pond to fish. His dog, Watch, went with him. John sat on a log for a time, but did not catch a fish. As he got up to go, he fell off the log. Watch sprang in to save him. John put his arms round the dog's neck and was soon safe on the log once more. Thank you, my brave old dog, said John to Watch. Lesson 48. James asks warm town, then drives been show. James has been to the mill. The day is warm, and he lets his horse stand in the shade. A girl asks him to show her the way to the town. He tells her the way, and then drives on. Lesson 49. I'll, she'll, don't, puss, purr, pat, fur, harm, deeds. I love my dear puss, her fur is so warm, and if I don't hurt her she'll do me no harm. I'll pat my dear puss, and then she will purr, and show me her thanks for my kind deeds to her. Lesson 50. Now, wreaths, who, queen, woods, shall, crown. It is the 1st of May. The boys and girls have gone to the woods to have a good time. See them at their play. The girls have wreaths in their hands. Now they will crown someone Queen of the May. Who shall it be? It should be the best girl, and that is Kate. Lesson 51. God small from world moon shine not long ago. Do you see that tall tree? Long ago it sprang up from a small nut. Do you know who made it do so? It was God, my child. God made the world and all things in it. He made the sun to light the day and the moon to shine at night. God shows that He loves us by all that He has done for us. Should we not then love Him? Lesson 52. Lord, smile, joys, tears, nigh, mourn, griefs, woes, stars, say. When the stars at set of sun watch you from on high, when the light of morn has come, think the Lord is nigh. All you do and all you say, He can see and hear. When you work and when you play, think the Lord is near. All your joys and griefs He knows, sees each smile and tear. When to Him you tell your woes, know the Lord will hear. Slate exercises. Script exercise. In, you, in. None. You are in. Earn. S-U-N. Sun. C-O-W. Cow. S-A-W. Saw. R-I-M. Rim. C-A-T. Cat. L-A-D. Lad. B-O-X. Box. H-E-N. Hen. K-I-D. Kid. Q-U-O. Quo. P-E-N. Pen. J-A-R. Jar. E-Y-E. Eye. G-U-N. Gun. V-I-Z. Viz. I-V-Y. Ivy. F-A-N. Fan. Script alphabet. Script exercise. Capital A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Lowercase. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Script figures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. End of McGuffey's Eclectic Primer Revised by William Holmes McGuffey. Methods of Wound Treatment by Alexis Thompson and Alexander Miles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Methods of Wound Treatment from Manual of Surgery. The surgeon is called upon to treat two distinct classes of wounds. 1. Those resulting from injury or disease in which the skin is already broken, or in which a communication with a mucous surface exists, and 2. Those that he himself makes through intact skin, no infected mucous surface being involved. Infection by bacteria must be assumed to have taken place in all wounds made in any other way than by the knife of the surgeon operating through unbroken skin. On this assumption the modern system of wound treatment is based. Pathogenic bacteria are so widely distributed that in the ordinary circumstances of everyday life, no matter how trivial a wound may be, or how short a time it may remain exposed, the access of organisms to it is almost certain unless preventative measures are employed. It cannot be emphasized too strongly that rigid precautions are to be taken to exclude fresh infection, not only in dealing with wounds that are free of organisms, but equally in the management of wounds and other lesions that are already infected. Any laxity in our methods which admits of fresh organisms reaching an infected wound adds materially to the severity of the infective process and consequently to the patient's risk. There are many ways in which accidental infection may occur. Take for example the case of a person who receives a cut on the face by being knocked down in a carriage accident on the street. Organisms may be introduced to such a wound from the shaft or wheel by which he was struck, from the ground on which he lay, from any portion of his clothing that may have come in contact with the wound, or from his own skin. Or, again, the hands of those who render first aid, the water used to bathe the wound, the handkerchief or other extemporized dressing applied to it, may be the means of conveying bacterial infection. Should the wound open on a mucous surface, such as the mouth or nasal cavity, the organisms constantly present in such situations are liable to prove agents of infection. Even after the patient has come under professional care, the risks of his wound becoming infected are not past, because the hands of the doctor, his instruments, dressings, or other appliances may all, unless purified, become the sources of infection. In the case of an operation carried out through unbroken skin, organisms may be introduced into the wound from the patient's own skin, from the hands of the surgeon or his assistants, through the medium of contaminated instruments, swabs, ligature, or suture materials, or other things used in the course of the operation, or from the dressings applied to the wound. Further, bacteria may gain access to devitalized tissues by way of the blood stream, being carried hither from some infected area elsewhere in the body. The antiseptic system of surgery. Those who only know the surgical conditions of today can scarcely realize the state of matters which existed before the introduction of the antiseptic system by Joseph Lister in 1867. In those days few wounds escaped the ravages of pyogenic and other bacteria, with the result that suppuration ensued after most operations, and such diseases as erysipelas, pyemia, and hospital gangrene were of everyday occurrence. The mortality after compound fractures, amputations, and many other operations was appalling, and death from blood poisoning frequently followed even the most trivial operations. An operation was looked upon as a last resort, and the inherent risk from blood poisoning seemed to have set an impassable barrier to the further progress of surgery. To the genius of Lister we owe it that this barrier was removed. Having satisfied himself that the septic process was due to bacterial infection, he devised a means of preventing the access of organisms to wounds or of counteracting their effects. Carbolic acid was the first antiseptic agent he employed, and by its use in compound fractures he soon obtained results such as had never before been attained. The principle was applied to other conditions with like success, and so profoundly has it affected the whole aspect of surgical pathology that many of the infective diseases with which surgeons formerly had to deal are now all but unknown. The broad principles upon which Lister founded his system remain unchanged, although the methods employed to put them into practice have been modified. Means taken to prevent infection of wounds. The avenues by which infective agents may gain access to surgical wounds are so numerous and so wide that it requires the greatest care and the most watchful attention on the part of the surgeon to guard them all. It is only by constant practice and patient attention to technical details in the operating room and at the bedside that the carrying out of surgical manipulations in such a way as to avoid bacterial infection will become an instinctive act and a second nature. It is only possible here to indicate the chief directions in which danger lies, and to describe the means most generally adopted to avoid it. To prevent infection, it is essential that everything which comes into contact with a wound should be sterilized or disinfected, and to ensure the best results it is necessary that the efficiency of our methods of sterilization should be periodically tested. The two chief agencies at our disposal are heat and chemical antiseptics. Sterilization by heat. The most reliable, and at the same time the most convenient and generally applicable, means of sterilization is by heat. All bacteria and spores are completely destroyed by being subjected for 15 minutes to saturated circulating steam at a temperature of 130 to 145 Celsius (266 to 293 Fahrenheit). The articles to be sterilized are enclosed in a perforated tin casket, which is placed in a specially constructed sterilizer, such as that of Schimmelbusch. This apparatus is so arranged that the steam circulates under a pressure of from 2 or 3 atmospheres, and permeates everything contained in it. Objects so sterilized are dry when removed from the sterilizer. This method is specially suitable for appliances which are not damaged by steam, such, for example, as gauze swabs, towels, aprons, gloves, and metal instruments. It is essential that the efficiency of the sterilizer be tested from time to time by a self-registering thermometer or other means. The best substitute for circulating steam is boiling. The articles are placed in a fish kettle sterilizer and boiled for 15 minutes in a 1% solution of washing soda. To prevent contamination of objects that have been sterilized, they must on no account be touched by any one whose hands have not been disinfected and protected by sterilized gloves. Sterilization by chemical agents. For the purification of the skin of the patient, the hands of the surgeon, and knives and other instruments that are damaged by heat, recourse must be had to chemical agents. These, however, are less reliable than heat, and are open to certain other objections. Disinfection of the hands. It is now generally recognized that one of the most likely sources of wound infection is the hands of the surgeon and his assistants. It is only by carefully studying to avoid all contact with infective matter that the hands can be kept surgically pure, and that this source of wound infection can be reduced to a minimum. The risk of infection from this source has further been greatly reduced by the systematic use of rubber gloves by house surgeons, dressers, and nurses. The habitual use of gloves has also been adopted by the great majority of surgeons. The minority, who find they are handicapped by wearing gloves as a routine measure, are obliged to do so when operating in infective cases or dressing infected wounds, and in making rectal and vaginal examinations. The gloves may be sterilized by steam, and are then put on dry, or by boiling, in which case they are put on wet. The gauntlet of the glove should overlap and confine the end of the sleeve of the sterilized overall, and the gloved hands are rinsed in lotion before and at frequent intervals during the operation. The hands are sterilized before putting on the gloves, preferably by a method which dehydrates the skin. Cotton gloves may be worn by the surgeon when tying ligatures, or between operations, and by the anesthetist during operations on the head, neck, and chest. The first step in the disinfection of the hands is the mechanical removal of gross surface dirt and loose epithelium by soap, a stream of running water as hot as can be borne, and a loofah or nail brush that has been previously sterilized by heat. The nail should be cut down till there is no sulcus between the nail edge and the pulp of the finger, in which organisms may lodge. They are next washed for 3 minutes in methylated spirit to dehydrate the skin, and then for 2 or 3 minutes in 70% sublimate or biniodide alcohol, 1 in 1000. Finally, the hands are rubbed with dry sterilized gauze. Preparation of the skin of the patient. In the purification of the skin of the patient before operation, reliance is to be placed chiefly in the mechanical removal of dirt and grease by the same means as are taken for the cleansing of the surgeon's hands. Hair covered parts should be shaved. The skin is then dehydrated by washing with methylated spirit, followed by 70% sublimate or biniodide alcohol, 1 in 1000. This is done some hours before the operation, and the part is then covered with pads of dry, sterilized gauze or a sterilized towel. Immediately before the operation, the skin is again purified in the same way. The iodine method of disinfecting the skin, introduced by Grossek, is simple and equally efficient. The day before operation, the skin, after being washed with soap and water, is shaved, dehydrated by means of methylated spirit, and then painted with a 5% solution of iodine in rectified spirit. The painting with iodine is repeated just before the operation commences, and again after it is completed. The final application is omitted in the case of children. In emergency operations the skin is shaved dry and dehydrated with spirit, after which the iodine is applied as described above. The staining of the skin is an advantage, as it enables the operator to recognize the area that has been prepared. If any acne pustules or infected sinuses are present, they should be destroyed or purified by means of the thermocautery or pure carbolic acid after the patient is anesthetized. Appliances used at operation. Instruments that are not damaged by heat must be boiled in a fish kettle or other suitable sterilizer for 15 minutes in a 1% solution of cresol or washing soda. Just before the operation begins they are removed in the tray of the sterilizer and placed on a sterilized towel within reach of the surgeon or his assistant. Knives and instruments that are liable to be damaged by heat should be purified by soaking in pure cresol for a few minutes, or in 1 in 20 carbolic for at least an hour. Pads of gauze sterilized by compressed circulating steam have almost entirely superseded marine sponges for operative purposes. To avoid the risk of leaving swabs in the peritoneal cavity, large square pads of gauze, to one corner of which a piece of strong tape about a foot long is securely stitched, should be employed. They should be removed from the caskets in which they are sterilized by means of sterilized forceps, and handed direct to the surgeon. The assistant who attends to the swabs should wear sterilized gloves. Ligatures and sutures. To avoid the risk of implanting infective matter in a wound by means of the materials used for ligatures and sutures, great care must be taken in their preparation. Catgut. The following methods of preparing catgut have proved satisfactory. The gut is soaked in juniper oil for at least a month. The juniper oil is then removed by ether and alcohol, and the gut preserved in 1 in 1000 solution of corrosive sublimate in alcohol (Kocher). 2. The gut is placed in a brass receiver and boiled for 3/4 of an hour in a solution consisting of 85% absolute alcohol, 10% water, and 5% carbolic acid, and is then stored in 90% alcohol. 3. Cladius recommends that the catgut, just as it is bought from the dealers, be loosely rolled on a spool, and then immersed in a solution of iodine, 1 part, iodide of potassium, 1 part, distilled water, 100 parts. At the end of 8 days it is ready for use. Moskowitz has found that the tensile strength of catgut so prepared is increased if it is kept dry in a sterile vessel instead of being left indefinitely in the iodine solution. If Salkinson's formula is used, tincture of iodine 1 part, proof spirit 15 parts, the gut can be kept permanently in the solution without becoming brittle. To avoid contamination from the hands, catgut should be removed from the bottle with aseptic forceps and passed direct to the surgeon. Any portion unused should be thrown away. Silk is prepared by being soaked for 12 hours in ether, for other 12 in alcohol, and then boiled for 10 minutes in 1 in 1000 sublimate solution. It is then wound on spools with purified hands protected by sterilized gloves, and kept in absolute alcohol. Before an operation the silk is again boiled for 10 minutes in the same solution, and is used directly from this. Kocher. Linen thread is sterilized in the same way as silk. Fishing gut and silver wire, as well as the needles, should be boiled along with the instruments. Horsehair and fishing gut may be sterilized by prolonged immersion in 1 in 20 carbolic, or in the iodine solutions employed to sterilize catgut. The field of operation is surrounded by sterilized towels, clipped to the edges of the wound, and securely fixed in position so that no contamination may take place from the surroundings. The surgeon and his assistants, including the anesthetist, wear overalls sterilized by steam. To avoid the risk of infection from dust, scurf, or drops of perspiration falling from the head, the surgeon and his assistants may wear sterilized cotton caps. To obviate the risk of infection taking place by drops of saliva projected from the mouth in talking or coughing in the vicinity of a wound, a simple mask may be worn. The risk of infection from the air is now known to be very small, so long as there is no excess of floating dust. All sweeping, dusting, and disturbing of curtains, blinds, or furniture must therefore be avoided before or during an operation. It has been shown that the presence of spectators increases the number of organisms in the atmosphere. In teaching clinics, therefore, the risk from air infection is greater than in private practice. To facilitate primary union, all hemorrhage should be arrested, and the accumulation of fluid in the wound prevented. When much oozing is anticipated, a glass or rubber drainage tube is inserted through a small opening specially made for the purpose. In aseptic wounds the tube may be removed in from 24 to 48 hours, and where it is important to avoid a scar, the opening should be closed with a Michaels clip. In infected wounds the tube must remain as long as the discharge continues. The fascia and skin should be brought into accurate apposition by sutures. If any cavity exists in the deeper part of the wound, it should be obliterated by buried sutures, or by so adjusting the dressing as to bring its walls into apposition. If these precautions have been successful, the wound will heal under the original dressing, which need not be interfered with for from 7 to 10 days, according to the nature of the case. Dressings. Gauze sterilized by heat is almost universally employed for the dressing of wounds. Double cyanide gauze may be used in such regions as the neck, axilla, or groin, where complete sterilization of the skin is difficult to attain, and where it is desirable to leave the dressing undisturbed for 10 days or more. Lotiform or bismuth gauze is of special value for the packing of wounds treated by the open method. One variety or another of wool, rendered absorbent by the extraction of its fat and sterilized by heat, forms a part of almost every surgical dressing, and various antiseptic agents may be added to it. Of these, corrosive sublimate is the most generally used. Wood wool dressings are more highly and more uniformly absorbent than cotton wools. As evaporation takes place through wool dressings, the discharge becomes dried, and so forms an unfavorable medium for bacterial growth. Pads of sphagnum moss, sterilized by heat, are highly absorbent, and being economical are used when there is much discharge, and in cases where a leakage of urine has to be soaked up. Means adopted to combat infection. As has already been indicated, the same antiseptic precautions are to be taken in dealing with infected as with aseptic wounds. In recent injuries, such as result from railway or machinery accidents, with bruising and crushing of the tissues and grinding of gross dirt into the wounds, the scissors must be freely used to remove the tissues that have been devitalized or impregnated with foreign material. Hair-covered parts should be shaved and the surrounding skin painted with iodine. Crushed and contaminated portions of bone should be chiseled away. Opinions differ as to the benefit derived from washing such wounds with chemical antiseptics, which are liable to devitalize the tissues with which they come in contact, and so render them less able to resist the action of any organisms that may remain in them. All are agreed, however, that free washing with normal salt solution is useful in mechanically cleansing the injured parts. Peroxide of hydrogen sprayed over such wounds is also beneficial in virtue of its oxidizing properties. Efficient drainage must be provided, and stitches should be used sparingly, if at all. The best way in which to treat such wounds is by the open method. This consists in packing the wound with iodoform or bismuth gauze, which is left in position as long as it adheres to the raw surface. The packing may be renewed at intervals until the wound is filled by granulations, or in the course of a few days, when it becomes evident that the infection has been overcome, secondary sutures may be introduced and the edges drawn together, provision being made at the ends for further packing and for drainage tubes. If earth or street dirt has entered the wound, the surface may with advantage be painted over with pure carbolic acid, as virulent organisms, such as those of tetanus or spreading gangrene, are liable to be present. Prophylactic injection of tetanus antitoxin may be indicated. End of Methods of Wound Treatment by Alexis Thompson and Alexander Miles.
On the Mexican War by Thomas Corwin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The President has said he does not expect to hold Mexican territory by conquest. Why then conquer it? Why waste thousands of lives and millions of money fortifying towns and creating governments, if at the end of the war you retire from the graves of your soldiers and the desolated country of your foes, only to get money from Mexico for the expense of all your toil and sacrifice? Who ever heard, since Christianity was propagated among men, of a nation taxing its people, enlisting its young men, and marching off 2,000 miles to fight a people merely to be paid for it in money? What is this but hunting a market for blood, selling the lives of your young men, marching them in regiments to be slaughtered and paid for like oxen and brute beasts? Sir, this is, when stripped naked, that atrocious idea first promulgated in the President's message, and now advocated here, of fighting on till we can get our indemnity for the past as well as the present slaughter. We have chastised Mexico, and if it were worth while to do so, we have, I dare say, satisfied the world that we can fight. Sir, I have no patience with this flagitious notion of fighting for indemnity, and this under the equally absurd and hypocritical pretense of securing an honorable peace. An honorable peace! If you have accomplished the objects of the war, if indeed you had an object which you dare to avow, cease to fight, and you will have peace. Conquer your insane love of false glory, and you will conquer a peace. But now you have overrun half of Mexico. You have exasperated and irritated her people. You claim indemnity for all expenses incurred in doing this mischief, and boldly ask her to give up New Mexico and California, and, as a bribe to her patriotism, seizing on her property, you offer 3 millions to pay the soldiers she has called out to repel your invasion, on condition that she will give up to you at least 1/3 of her whole territory. This is the modest, I should say monstrous, proposition now before us, as explained by the chairman of the Committee on Foreign Relations, Mr. Sevier, who reported the bill. I cannot now give my consent to this. You may wrest provinces from Mexico by war. You may hold them by the right of the strongest. You may rob her. But a treaty of peace to that effect with the people of Mexico, legitimately and freely made, you never will have. I thank God that it is so, as well for the sake of the Mexican people as ourselves, for unlike the senator from Alabama, Mr. Bagby, I do not value the life of a citizen of the United States above the lives of 100,000 Mexican women and children, a rather cold philanthropy, in my judgment. For the sake of Mexico, then, as well as our country, I rejoice that it is an impossibility that you can obtain by treaty from her those territories under the existing state of things. You have taken from Mexico 1/4 of her territory, and you now propose to run a line comprehending about another 1/3. And for what? I ask, Mr. President, for what? What has Mexico got from you parting with 2/3 of her domain? She has given you ample redress for every injury of which you have complained. She has submitted to the award of your commissioners, and up to the time of the rupture with Texas, faithfully paid it. And for all that she has lost, not through or by you, but which loss has been your gain, what requital do we, her strong, rich, robust neighbor, make? Do we send our missionaries there to point the way to heaven? Or do we send the schoolmasters to pour daylight into her dark places, to aid her infant strength, to conquer freedom, and reap the fruit of the independence herself alone had won? No, no, none of this do we. But we send regiments, storm towns, and our colonels prate of liberty in the midst of the solitudes their ravages have made. They proclaim the empty forms of social compact to a people bleeding and maimed with wounds received in defending their hearthstones against the invasion of those very men who shoot them down and then exhort them to be free. What is this territory, Mr. President, which you propose to wrest from Mexico? It is consecrated to the heart of the Mexican by many a well-fought battle with his old Castilian master. His Bunker Hills and Saratogas and Yorktowns are there. The Mexican can say, "There I bled for liberty, and shall I surrender that consecrated home of my affections to the Anglo-Saxon invaders? What do they want with it? They have Texas already. They have possessed themselves of the territory between the Nueces and the Rio Grande. What else do they want? To what shall I point my children as memorials of that independence which I bequeath to them when those battlefields shall have passed from my possession? Sir, had one come and demanded Bunker Hill of the people of Massachusetts, had England's lion ever showed himself there, is there a man over 13 and under 90 who would not have been ready to meet him? Is there a river on this continent that would not have run red with blood? Is there a field but would have been piled high with the unburied bones of slaughtered Americans before these consecrated battlefields of liberty should have been wrested from us? But this same American goes into a sister republic and says to poor, weak Mexico, "Give up your territory. You are unworthy to possess it. I have got 1/2 already. All I ask of you is to give up the other." Why, says the chairman of this Committee on Foreign Relations, it is the most reasonable thing in the world. We ought to have the Bay of San Francisco. Why? Because it is the best harbor on the Pacific? It has been my fortune, Mr. President, to have practiced a good deal in criminal courts in the course of my life, but I never yet heard a thief arraigned for stealing a horse plead that it was the best horse that he could find in the country. We want California? What for? Why, says the senator from Michigan, we will have it. And the senator from South Carolina, with a very mistaken view, I think, of policy, says you cannot keep our people from going there. Let them go and seek their happiness in whatever country or clime it pleases them. All I ask of them is, not to require this government to protect them with that banner consecrated to war waged for principles, eternal, enduring truth. Sir, it is not meet that our old flag should throw its protecting folds over expeditions for lucre or for land. But you will say you want room for your people. This has been the plea of every robber chief, from Nimrod to the present hour. I dare say, when Tamerlane, descended from his throne, built of 70,000 human skulls, and marched his ferocious battalions to further slaughter, I dare say, he said, I want room. Bajazet was another gentleman of kindred tastes, and wants with us Anglo-Saxons. He wanted room. Alexander, too, the mighty Macedonian madman, when he wandered with his Greeks to the plains of India and fought a bloody battle on the very ground where recently England and the Sikhs engaged in strife for room, was no doubt in quest of some California there. Many a Monterey had he to storm to get room. Sir, he made quite as much of that sort of history as you ever will. Mr. President, do you remember the last chapter in that history? It is soon read. Oh, I wish we could but understand its moral. Amon's son, so was Alexander named, after all his victories, died drunk in Babylon. The vast empire he conquered to get room became the prey of the generals he had trained. It was disparted, torn to pieces, and so ended. Sir, there is a very significant appendix. It is this: the descendants of the Greeks, of Alexander's Greeks, are now governed by a descendant of Attila. Sir, I have read in some account of your battle of Monterey, of a lovely Mexican girl, who with the benevolence of an angel in her bosom, and the robust courage of a hero in her heart, was busily engaged during the bloody conflict, amid the crashing of falling houses, the groans of the dying, and the wild shriek of battle, in carrying water to slake the burning thirst of the wounded of either host. While bending over a wounded American soldier, a cannon-ball struck her and blew her to atoms. Sir, I do not charge my brave, generous-hearted countrymen who fought that fight with us. No, no! We who send them, we who know that scenes like this, which might send tears of sorrow down Pluto's iron cheek, are the invariable, inevitable attendants on war. We are accountable for this, and this is the way we are to be made known to Europe. This is to be the undying renown of free Republican America. She has stormed a city, killed many of its inhabitants of both sexes. She has room! So it will read. Sir, if this were our only history, then may God of his mercy grant that its volume may speedily come to a close. Why is it, sir, that we, the United States, a people of yesterday compared with the older nations of the world, should be waging war for territory, for room? Look at your country, extending from the Alleghany Mountains to the Pacific Ocean, capable itself of sustaining in comfort a larger population than will be in the whole Union for 100 years to come. Over this vast expanse of territory your population is now so sparse that I believe we provided, at the last session, a regiment of mounted men to guard the mail from the frontier of Missouri to the mouth of the Columbia, and yet you persist in this ridiculous assertion, I want room. One would imagine, from the frequent reiteration of the complaint, that you had a bursting, teeming population, whose energy was paralyzed, whose enterprise was crushed, for want of space. Why would we be so weak or wicked as to offer this idle apology for ravaging a neighboring republic? It will impose on no one at home or abroad. Do we not know, Mr. President, that it is a law never to be repealed, that falsehood shall be short-lived? Was it not ordained of old that truth only shall abide forever? Whatever we may say today, or whatever we may write in our books, the stern tribunal of history will review it all, detect falsehood, and bring us to judgment before that posterity which shall bless or curse us, as we may act now, wisely or otherwise. We may hide in the grave which awaits us all, in vain. We may hope there, like the foolish bird that hides its head in the sand, in the vain belief that its body is not seen. Yet even there this preposterous excuse of want of room shall be laid bare, and the quick-coming future will decide that it was a hypocritical pretense under which we sought to conceal the avarice which prompted us to covet and to seize by force that which was not ours. Mr. President, this uneasy desire to augment our territory has depraved the moral sense and blunted the otherwise keen sagacity of our people. What has been the fate of all nations who have acted upon the idea that they must advance? Our young orators cherish this notion with a fervid but fatally mistaken zeal. They call it by the mysterious name of destiny. Our destiny, they say, is onward, and hence they argue, with ready sophistry, the propriety of seizing upon any territory and any people that may lie in the way of our fated advance. Recently these progressives have grown classical. Some assiduous student of antiquities has helped them to a patron saint. They have wandered back into the desolate pantheon, and there, among the polytheistic relics of that pale mother of dead empires, they have found a god whom these Romans, centuries gone by, baptized Terminus. Sir, I have heard much and read somewhat of this gentleman Terminus. Alexander, of whom I have spoken, was a devotee of this divinity. We have seen the end of him and his empire. It was said to be an attribute of this god that he must always advance and never recede. So both republican and imperial Rome believed. It was, as they said, their destiny. And for a while it did seem to be even so. Roman Terminus did advance. Under the eagles of Rome he was carried from his home on the Tiber to the farthest east on the one hand, and to the far west, among the then barbarous tribes of Western Europe on the other. But at length the time came when retributive justice had become a destiny. The despised Gaul calls out the contemned Goth, and Attila with his Huns answers back the battle shout to both. The blue-eyed nations of the north, in succession or united, pour forth their countless hosts of warriors upon Rome and Rome's always advancing god Terminus. And now the battle-axe of the barbarian strikes down the conquering eagle of Rome. Terminus at last recedes, slowly at first, but finally he is driven to Rome, and from Rome to Byzantium. Whoever would know the further fate of this Roman deity, so recently taken under the patronage of American democracy, may find ample gratification of his curiosity in the luminous pages of Gibbon's Decline and Fall. Such will find that Rome thought as you now think, that it was her destiny to conquer provinces and nations, and no doubt she sometimes said, as you say, I will conquer a peace. And where now is she, the mistress of the world? The spider weaves his webs in her palaces. The owl sings his watch-song in her towers. Teutonic power now lords it over the servile remnant, the miserable memento of old and once omnipotent Rome. Sad, very sad, are the lessons which time has written for us. Through and in them all I see nothing but the inflexible execution of that old law which ordains as eternal that cardinal rule, Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's goods, nor anything which is his. Since I have lately heard so much about the dismemberment of Mexico, I have looked back to see how, in the course of events, which some call Providence, it has fared with other nations who engaged in this work of dismemberment. I see that in the latter half of the 18th century, three powerful nations, Russia, Austria, and Prussia, united in the dismemberment of Poland. They said too, as you say, "It is our destiny." They wanted room. Doubtless each of these thought, with his share of Poland, his power was too strong ever to fear invasion, or even insult. One had his California, another his New Mexico, and the third his Vera Cruz. Did they remain untouched and incapable of harm? Alas, no! Far, very far from it. Retributive justice must fulfill its destiny too. A very few years pass off, and we hear of a new man, a Corsican lieutenant, the self-named armed soldier of democracy, Napoleon. He ravages Austria, covers her land with blood, drives the northern Caesar from his capital, and sleeps in his palace. Austria may now remember how her power trampled upon Poland. Did she not pay dear, very dear, for her California? But has Prussia no atonement to make? You see this same Napoleon, the blind instrument of Providence, at work there. The thunders of his cannon at Jena proclaim the work of retribution for Poland's wrongs, and the success of the great Frederick, the drill sergeant of Europe, are seen flying across the sandy plain that surrounds their capital, right glad if they may escape captivity or death. But how fares it with the autocrat of Russia? Is he secure in his share of the spoils of Poland? No. Suddenly we see, sir, 600,000 armed men marching to Moscow. Does his Vera Cruz protect him now? Far from it. Blood, slaughter, desolation spread abroad over the land, and finally the conflagration of the old commercial metropolis of Russia closes the retribution she must pay for her share in the dismemberment of her weak and impotent neighbor. Mr. President, a mind more prone to look for the judgments of heaven in the doings of men than mine cannot fail in this to see the providence of God. When Moscow burned, it seemed as if the earth was lighted up, that the nations might behold the scene. As that mighty sea of fire gathered and heaved and rolled upward, and yet higher till its flames licked the stars, and fired the whole heavens, it did seem as though the God of the nations was writing in characters of flame on the front of his throne, "That doom shall fall upon the strong nation which tramples in scorn upon the weak." And what fortune awaits him, the appointed executor of this work, when it was all done? He, too, conceived the notion that his destiny pointed onward to universal dominion. France was too small. Europe, he thought, should bow down before him. But as soon as this idea took possession of his soul, he too became powerless. His terminus must recede too. Right there, while he witnessed the humiliation, and doubtless meditated the subjugation of Russia, he who holds the winds in his fist gathered the snows of the north and blew them upon his 600,000 men. They fled, they froze, they perished. And now the mighty Napoleon, who has resolved on universal dominion, he too is summoned to answer for the violation of that ancient law. Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's. How is the mighty fallen! He, beneath whose proud footstep Europe trembled, he is now an exile at Elba, and now finally a prisoner on the rock of St. Helena, and there, on a barren island in an unfrequented sea, in the crater of an extinguished volcano, there is the deathbed of the mighty conqueror. All his annexations have come to that. His last hour is now come, and he, the man of destiny, he who had rocked the world, as with the throes of an earthquake, is now powerless still, even as a beggar. So he died. On the wings of a tempest that raged with unwonted fury, up to the throne of the only power that controlled him while he lived, with the fiery soul of that wonderful warrior, another witness to the existence of that eternal decree that they who do not rule in righteousness shall perish from the earth, he has found room at last. And France, she too has found room. Her eagles now no longer scream along the banks of the Danube, the Po, and the Borysthenes. They have returned home to their old eyrie, between the Alps, the Rhine, and the Pyrenees. So it shall be with yours. You may carry them to the loftiest peaks of the Cordilleras. They may wave with insolent triumph in the halls of the Montezumas. The armed men of Mexico may quail before them. But the weakest hand in Mexico, uplifted in prayer to the God of justice, may call down against you a power in the presence of which the iron hearts of your warriors shall be turned into ashes. End of On the Mexican War, by Thomas Corwin. Recording by Güero.
On the Theory of Compound Colors, by James Clerk Maxwell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On the Theory of Compound Colors with reference to mixtures of blue and yellow light, by James Clerk Maxwell. From the Report of the British Association, 1856. When we mix together blue and yellow paint, we obtain green paint. This fact is well known to all who have handled colors, and it is universally admitted that blue and yellow make green. Red, yellow, and blue being the primary colors among painters, green is regarded as a secondary color, arising from the mixture of blue and yellow. Newton, however, found that the green of the spectrum was not the same thing as the mixture of two colors of the spectrum, for such a mixture could be separated by the prism, while the green of the spectrum resisted further decomposition. But still it was believed that yellow and blue would make a green, though not that of the spectrum. As far as I am aware, the first experiment on the subject is that of M. Plateau, who, before 1819, made a disc with alternate sectors of Prussian blue and gamboge, and observed that, when spinning, the resultant tint was not green, but a neutral gray, inclining sometimes to yellow or blue, but never to green. Professor J. D. Forbes of Edinburgh made similar experiments in 1849, with the same result. Professor Helmholtz of Königsberg, to whom we owe the most complete investigation on visible color, has given the true explanation of this phenomenon. The result of mixing two colored powders is not by any means the same as mixing the beams of light which flow from each separately. In the latter case we receive all the light which comes either from the one powder or the other. In the former, much of the light coming from one powder falls on particles of the other, and we receive only that portion which has escaped absorption by one or the other. Thus the light coming from a mixture of blue and yellow powder consists partly of light coming directly from blue particles or yellow particles, and partly of light acted on by both blue and yellow particles. This latter light is green, since the blue stops the red, yellow, and orange, and the yellow stops the blue and violet. I have made experiments on the mixture of blue and yellow light, by rapid rotation, by combined reflection and transmission, by viewing them out of focus, in stripes, at a great distance, by throwing the colors of the spectrum on a screen, and by receiving them into the eye directly, and I have arranged a portable apparatus by which any one may see the result of this or any other mixture of the colors of the spectrum. In all these cases, blue and yellow do not make green. I have also made experiments on the mixture of colored powders. Those which I used principally were mineral blue from copper and chrome yellow. Other blue and yellow pigments gave curious results, but it was more difficult to make the mixtures, and the greens were less uniform in tint. The mixtures of these colors were made by weight, and were painted on discs of paper, which were afterwards treated in the manner described in my paper On Color as Perceived by the Eye, in the Transactions of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, Volume 21, Part 2. The visible effect of the color is estimated in terms of the standard colored papers vermilion, V, ultramarine, U, and emerald green, E. The accuracy of the results and their significance can be best understood by referring to the paper before mentioned. I shall denote mineral blue by B and chrome yellow by Y, and B3Y5 means a mixture of 3 parts blue and 5 parts yellow. Given color B8 100 equals standard colors 2V, 36U, 7E, coefficient of brightness 45. Given color B7, Y1, 100 equals standard colors 1V, 18U, 17E, coefficient of brightness 37. Given color B6, Y2, 100 equals standard colors 4V, 11U, 34E, coefficient of brightness 49. Given color B5, Y3, 100 equals standard colors 9V, 5U, 40E, coefficient of brightness 54. Given color B4, Y4, 100 equals standard colors 15V, 1U, 40E, coefficient of brightness 56. Given color B3, Y5, 100 equals standard colors 22V, minus 2U, 44E, coefficient of brightness 64. Given color B2, Y6, 100 equals standard colors 35V, minus 10U, 51E, coefficient of brightness 76. Given color B1, Y7, 100 equals standard colors 64V, minus 19U, 64E, coefficient of brightness 109. Given color Y8, 100 equals standard colors 180V, minus 27U, 124E, coefficient of brightness 277. The columns V, U, E give the proportions of the standard colors which are equivalent to 100 of the given color, and the sum of V, U, E gives a coefficient which gives a general idea of the brightness. It will be seen that the first admixture of yellow diminishes the brightness of the blue. The negative values of U indicate that a mixture of V, U, and E cannot be made equivalent to the given color. The experiments from which these results were taken had the negative values transferred to the other side of the equation. They were all made by terms of the color top and were verified by repetition at different times. It may be necessary to remark, in conclusion, with reference to the mode of registering visible colors in terms of 3 arbitrary standard colors, that it proceeds upon that theory of 3 primary elements in the sensation of color which treats the investigation of the laws of visible color as a branch of human physiology, incapable of being deduced from the laws of light itself, as set forth in physical optics. It takes advantage of the methods of optics to study vision itself, and its appeal is not to physical principles, but to our consciousness of our own sensations. End of On the Theory of Compound Colors by James Clerk Maxwell. Read by Avai in October 2010.
Chapter 2 The Teachings of the True One. From The Oriental Rose, or the Teachings of Abdul Baha, which trace the chart of the Shining Pathway, by Mary Hanford Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 2. The Teachings of the True One. The Bab was not long left in peace, however. His wanderings from place to place, his escapes from death, were for some time marvelous. His enforced separation from his beautiful young wife added to the pathos of this tragic situation. His bridal day was scarcely over before imprisonment snatched him forever from her side. For a long time she refused to sleep in a bed, and flung herself upon the hard floor, declaring that if she could not share his incarceration at least, she would weep through the dark hours of each night. At last, however, the True One wrote her a touching letter in which he said, "Do you not know that when you lie upon the floor I feel all its hardness, and that when you weep my eyes also are drowned in tears?" After that the poor lady wept no more, though the sorrow of her heart never lessened for the wonderful one who had been with her for so short and blissful a moment. At one time it was planned to destroy the Bab by secret assassination. The authorities did not dare venture upon a public execution, because the True One had won a position of such dignity through his wisdom and beauty of character that this did not seem to be advisable. The shock to public feeling would be too great, so the arrangement was made that his house should be entered on a certain date by a band of apparent thieves who would destroy him. After his cruel death the government would decently regret the distressing event. The date for this catastrophe was appointed, but suddenly cholera broke out with such violence that all fled from the town. The Bab also took his departure, and as a result was protected for some time by the governor of Isfahan, Mu'tamid-ud-Dawla, who became a believer, and might have kept the True One in concealment still longer, but he died suddenly, and his nephew who succeeded him was amazed to discover whom his uncle had been harboring. He demanded of Aghassi that what should be done with the Bab. The vizier was the implacable foe of the great teacher, and knowing his eloquence and charm, was determined that the Shah should not come in contact with him, so he sent him from place to place on one excuse or another. He appeared before various councils, was insulted and questioned, but invariably astonished his persecutors by the calm and the perfect illumination with which he met both cruelty and inquiry. On one occasion he was asked, "What do you mean by the Bab?" He replied, "Have you not heard the statement, 'I am the city of knowledge, and Ali is its gate'?" As these were Muhammad's words in regard to Ali his successor, and the Bab's interlocutor was one of the Muhammadan clergy, no farther comments were necessary. Again he had been speaking with supreme inspiration, and used the words ear, eye in the singular. Mullah Muhammad interrupted him with the query, "Why do you say eye and ear when we have two eyes and two ears?" "Oh, my soul, that means you must listen," was the response. "Open the ear of thy heart and comprehend God." Another asked him jeeringly, "Who was it wished you good morning and gave you the title of Bab?" "I am that one for whom you have waited 1,000 years," replied the True One. "And by what can we recognize you?" proceeded the interrogator. "By my inspired utterance," said the prisoner with imperturbable calm. Thereupon his investigators demanded that he should improvise upon some subject, and when he did so, they exclaimed, "But we do not understand anything that you say." Then the inspired one declared, "Whence were you able to comprehend that the Koran is the word of God? That which you say of the Holy Scriptures you should repeat here." He was condemned at length to incarceration in the fortress of Maku. Its governor had heard much of the Bab's teachings, and had wondered at them. Wherever the True One went, in spite of his persecution and the difficulties thrown in his way, in spite of the public scorn and vile accusations of the clergy, conversions multiplied in constant and unexplainable fashion. Ali Khan Makui had weighed the words that had been repeated to him. He sympathized heartily with the Bab's thunderings against the corruption and abuses of the age, yet he feared to put faith in him, lest he might prove an impostor. When the Bab arrived at the fortress, which was perched upon a mountain difficult of access, he asked immediately for permission to go to the public baths. He was always immaculate in his person and scrupulous in bathing, and in his writings are many injunctions to his followers that they resist the filthy habits of the unregenerate man. He craved at this moment the refreshment of the bath after his tedious and dusty journey. The governor had in his stables a young horse so vicious and dangerous that no one could ride him. It was in fact perilous to approach him, and almost impossible to put saddle and bridle upon him. The idea flashed into the mind of the governor that he should offer the Bab this charger. "If he mounts him and reduces him to docility," reflected Ali Khan, "I shall take it as a sign from God that I am to recognize him as the promised one whom he claims to be. If, on the contrary, he is thrown and killed in his struggle with the beast, the state will be easily rid of a bad man, who is only a false prophet guilty of deluding his fellow men." It required several men to accouter the horse, and conduct him to the entrance of the bath. The attendant explained that the governor wished to save his guest the fatigue of climbing the hill, and had sent him his own steed, with a little escort to do him honor. The Bab approached the creature, which was rearing and prancing in rage at the compulsion that had been put upon him. The stallion paused trembling as the Bab caressed its quivering head, and spoke to it with extreme kindness. After a moment the Bab commanded the groom to release the bridle. He mounted the beautiful animal and rode away with the utmost ease. In fact, the tradition of the event recalls that the horse sweat profusely in his effort at absolute gentleness in bearing this loving burden. A crowd of people who had watched the result of the experiment, knowing the horse and divining the governor's intention, rushed into the bathhouse and secured in various receptacles the water in which the True One had bathed, while those who were too late to obtain this wiped up the remaining moisture with towels and preserved them as relics. The governor, meanwhile, what must have been his feeling when he saw his prisoner approaching, his furious charger reduced to the submissive temper of a lady's pony? He fell at the feet of the True One and confessed his faith to him, declaring that he was his faithful servant for all time. The Bab remained in the fortress for 9 months in comparative freedom, receiving all who came. He wrote much and conducted an enormous correspondence, and the sojourn must have offered a welcome respite to the hunted and persecuted savior of his kind. One great word which reappeared constantly in the teaching of the Bab, and which lends its color with even more positive decision to the utterances of Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha, is that of unity. The degenerate followers of Muhammad, like the degenerate Christians, had become purely partisan, each considering his own religion the only true one, was eager to send missionaries with sword or book to convert the world, and each was convinced that only his particular cult could save the soul. The Bab cried aloud the truth that all the sublime prophets of God are revealers of his light. Moses and Zoroaster, Christ and Mohammed have led mankind to God, and all have been inspired by the same divine breath of the Infinite One. Each prophet who comes builds upon the foundations of his predecessor, and brings to a greater clearness the conception of God in the human consciousness. So the latest message is necessarily the most complete, though each possesses the same essentials, and all lead to God. Thus the Bab recognized the sacred books of the world as divinely inspired. The Bible, the Quran, the Rig Veda, the Zendavesta were all a part of the golden flood of heavenly knowledge given to the world to create in the mind of man a true and reverent conception of the ethereal and loving spirit that is behind all being. So the Bab regarded his own appearance as a fulfillment of prophecies not only in the Quran, but in the Zendavesta and the ancient Hindu scriptures, as well as in the Bible. He believed his mission was for the evangelization of the world, and that the coming of the wonderful day of God he heralded had been foretold by divine messengers in many languages. His conception of God was exceedingly lofty. He revealed the Creator as pure spirit, manifested in all things, but also hidden in his unmanifested essence, which is quite beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. But to advance, man must arrive at a knowledge of God, and therefore the prophets or manifestations of God have lived as pure mirrors everywhere, reflecting the light of the mighty central sun. The minds of men in their turn, receiving the radiance of these lovely mirrors, become filled with the true conception of God, and having once accepted the vital imprint of truth, grow in grace and add their touch to the increasing stature of spiritual manhood. Civilization is thus the result of the applied knowledge of God that the different prophets have brought to the universe, for whether or not one yields faith to them, they have been among all nations the enlighteners of the earth, the brilliant torches of progress, so far in advance of their contemporaries that almost invariably they have been martyred for the truth they proclaimed. In later ages it often happens that the independent thinker is more filled with the spirit of the original message than its theology building upholder, so that Voltaire was as deeply indebted to Christ as Calvin, and Galileo was nearer to the divine source of wisdom than the church which condemned him as a heretic. The writings of the Bab were numerous, considering his short mission, and are, of course, the result of the leisure rising from his continued confinement. Among these, the Bayan, or clear exposition, is most remarkable, and together with the 7 proofs is most generally read. None of his books have yet been translated into Western languages, so that we are obliged to depend upon the slight transcripts that have been granted us by Arabic and Persian scholars for an opinion of them. Besides these important volumes, however, there is a mass of wonderful letters, prayers, and addresses, all illuminating and only less remarkable in character than the production of Baha'u'llah. Many of the Bab's letters are exceedingly vivid and eloquent, and attest not only to his vital inspiration, but that sensitiveness and feeling which so endeared him to all with whom he came in contact. Here is one: O thou who art sorrowful, I have read thy letter, and thy sorrow and thy tears have filled me with grief. But as I am today in paradise, I obey the command of God and say, Glory to God, who has protected me from torment. This God is sublime, and beyond all the qualities which men could attribute to him. Now thou also, even as I, glorify God, who has kept thee also from torment. In truth, our God is he who pardons, he who is the provider. Now, O man, do not be distressed by anything, for thy distress affects me. Do not weep for anything, for thy tears cause mine to flow, and henceforth I can give thee no orders, for I love thee. Be now firm in obedience to God. In truth, thou art firm in the friendship of God. Be patient in the misfortunes that assail thee, for what thou seest is the way of fortune. It is not extraordinary that such torments assail the friends of God. It is not strange that men gather to the name of him who is the cause of the creation of all, who is the primitive will himself, the name of Mahavira. Fie upon fortune! Fie upon fortune! Another written at Maku to the father of Aga Seyyid Hossein is very touching. The latter was the secretary of the Bab, who was condemned to execution with his beloved master, but feigned a recantation of his faith at the last moment, according to the Bab's wish, in order to write an account of his last hours, for the consolation of the bereaved friends of the cause. The communication runs as follows: In truth, I have read the letter which thou hast sent to thy son. May God recompense thee for thy great sorrow, and for thy great patience in this sorrow. May God increase thy patience. And as for me, because I love death, I say for you these 4 verses. O death, thou who permittest none to escape, come and deliver me also from the difficulties of this world. Thou art, O death, the one who has taken all my friends. Truly, it is in thee that I see the safety of all those who love me. O death, ever thou dost turn towards one of my friends as if some one had pointed him out to thee. The remainder of the episode is filled with those tender and intimate details which one addresses only to the beloved. It had been inspired by news of the death of a son and brother in his secretary's family, and shows how clearly the Bab felt the deprivation of each one in the family circle at the loss of this cherished member. Some of the Bab's writings, while in the fortress of Maku, were almost pathetic in their recognition of the oppression that must follow the illumination that enveloped him, and rendered his earthly pilgrimage so difficult. He says in one passage, "The fruit of religion is to believe in the manifestation of the Bab, and they have imprisoned him at Maku." He says again that all had much respect for him while he remained a simple gentleman, but heaped insults and scorn upon him as soon as he became a manifestation of God. He reproaches the Mohammedans that they expected the coming of the Mahdi with such impatience, and imprisoned him as soon as he appeared. In another curious passage he pities the Mohammedans who refuse to recognize him, because, he declares, in your eagerness to serve God, you flout and distress him. He goes on, speaking of God in his own person, but not in blasphemy, as one might imagine at first. He speaks thus in that recognition of the spirit of illumination upon him which led Christ to say, I and the Father are one. There is no other way to the Father save through me. The Bab continues, in spite of the utterances which distill from my power, and the treasure of which rests in this person the Bab, in spite of the utterances which issue from his lips only by my permission, behold, with no shadow of right, You have immured him on the summit of a mountain, the inhabitants of which are not even worthy to quote them. Near him, that is, near me, is no one, not even one of the letters of life of my book. Besides his 2 hands, which are my hands, he has not a single attendant to light his lamp for him at night. And behold, the men of the earth have been created solely for his existence. It is by his generosity that they are full of joy, and they do not give him one light. Again, his sense of exaltation drives away the consciousness of suffering, and he says, all that belongs to the man of paradise is in paradise. This solitary chamber in which I am, and which has not even a door, is today the greatest of the gardens of paradise, for the tree of truth is planted there. All the atoms which compose it cry, in truth there is no other God than God. In truth I am God, and there is no other God than me, the Master of the universe. He says in his letter to the Shah, which he begins with his customary exalted praise of divine unity, and now let me tell you a secret. This man has imprisoned in my person all the prophets, all the saints, and all that the knowledge of God has embraced, and there is no sin of any degree under which I have not groaned. Again he says, as for me, I am that point of God whence all that exists has found existence. I am that face of God which dies not. I am that light which is never extinguished. He who recognizes me is accompanied by all good. He who repulses me has behind him all of evil. The light of God which shone upon the mountain for Moses is my light, he declares farther. He discusses the passage of the Quran in which the return of the Imam is foretold. It is the 4th verse of the 32nd chapter, and runs, God conducts the affairs of the world from heaven to earth, then recalls all to himself for a day, the duration of which is 1,000 years of our computation. This closing of the gate of knowledge was in 260 of the Mohammedan era, when the 12th Imam disappeared, and the Bab quotes the question of Mufazzal, who demanded when the Mahdi would arise, and the answer of the Imam, who replied, he will manifest in the year 60, and his name will be a great one. This, of course, indicates the often repeated year of 1260, corresponding to our date of 1844, which was that of the Bab's manifestation. One of the most touching of these utterances is that in which he speaks of his coming successor, the glory of God. I am only the suggestion of what he will be, he says, and may the followers of my Bayan not persecute him, as the followers of the Quran have persecuted me. End of chapter 2. The Teachings of the True One. From The Oriental Rose, or the Teachings of Abdul Baha, which trace the chart of the Shining Pathway, by Mary Hanford Ford. Read by Nicholas James Bridgewater.
The Pathless Profession by Henry Van Dyke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From Campfires and Guideposts, a book of essays and excursions by Henry Van Dyke. The Pathless Profession. It is a curious fact that there is no good guidebook to authorship. There are a few self-portraits, more or less convincing, of authors at work. There are many essays, more or less illuminating, upon the craft of writing in general, and upon the habits and procedure of certain great writers in particular. The best of these confessions and criticisms are excellent reading, full of entertainment and instruction for the alert and candid mind in every age and calling, and touched with a special, sympathetic interest for those young persons who have sternly resolved, or fondly dreamed, that they will follow a literary career. A volume of carefully selected material of this kind might be made attractive and rewarding to readers who are also intending authors. But the one thing for which such a book ought not to be taken or mistaken is a manual of the profession of literature. The reasons for this appear to me quite as remarkable as the fact itself. The business of authors being to write, why should we not be able to gather from them such instruction in regard to writing and the necessary preparation for it, as would make the pathway of authorship so plain that the wayfaring man, though a fool, need not err therein? The answer to this question is an open secret, an instructive paradox. There is no pathway of authorship. It is a voyage, if you like, but there are no guideposts in the sea. It is a flight, if you like, but there are no tracks in the air. It is certainly not a journey along a railway line, or a high road, or even a well-marked trail. In this it differs from other vocations like the church, the bar, the army, the navy, engineering, medicine, or teaching. For each of these there is a pretty clearly defined path of preparatory study, with fixed gateways of examination along its course. When the last gate is passed and the young doctor is licensed to practice, the young clergyman ordained to preach, the young lawyer admitted to the bar, the path broadens into a road which leads from one professional duty to another and brings him from task to task, if he is fortunate and industrious, with the regularity of a timetable, and it must be added with something of the monotony of a clock. It is not so with the young intending author. There is no time of preparation prescribed, or even authoritatively advised, for him or her. There are no fierce examiners standing like lions in the way. No hard-earned diploma or certificate or license is demanded. There are no set duties to be performed at certain times, like a case to be argued at the first session of the court in November, or an appendix to be removed next Thursday afternoon, or 2 sermons to be preached every Sunday. Intending authors, and for that matter, practicing authors, are like Milton's Adam and Eve when the closed gate of paradise was behind them. The world was all before them where to choose. It looks very free and easy and attractive, this vocation of making books. All that the young writer has to do is to provide himself or herself with paper and a pen or a typewriter, retire into a convenient room, almost any kind of a room will answer the purpose, and emerge with a book which a publisher will print, advertise, and sell, and which the public will read. And after that, why, after that it looks freer and easier still. All that the successful writer has to do is to repeat the process with a new book at any convenient season. But this very freedom, so alluring at a distance, becomes bewildering and troublesome at close range. The young intending author who has a serious ambition and a mind in thinking order very soon recognizes, either by the light of pure reason or by the glimmer of sad experience, that there are difficulties in this simple business of writing books, which publishers will desire to print and the public to read. Many manuscripts are offered, but few are chosen. How does one learn to cope with these difficulties and overcome them? How does one make ready to produce a manuscript which shall be reasonably sure of a place among the chosen few? By going to college, or by travel? By living in solitude or in society? By imitating select models, or by cultivating a strenuous originality? By reading Plato or the Literary Digest? Nobody seems to know the right answer to these questions. Guesses are made at them. Universities announce courses in daily theme writing. Schools of correspondence offer to teach the secrets of literature. Bureaus of authorship are advertised. But the results produced by these various institutions are not consistent enough to be regarded as inevitable. Travel does not guarantee an observing mind, nor solitude a profound one, nor does society always refine the intelligence. The strenuous effort to be original often ends in a very common type of folly. Conscious imitation may be the sincerest flattery, but it rarely produces the closest resemblance. Meantime, a sufficient number of authors, great and small, continue to arrive, as they always have arrived, from their native regions, by their own ways. Ask them how they got there, and they cannot tell you, even when they try to do so. The reason is because they do not know. There was no pathway. They traveled as they could. Power and skill came to them, sometimes suddenly, sometimes slowly, always inexplicably. Do you suppose it is possible to explain how Shakespeare became able to write Hamlet, or Milton to compose Paradise Lost? It is true that George Eliot describes how she came to write fiction, and Stevenson gives an entertaining sketch of some of the methods in which he pursued his own private end, which was to learn to write. But does George Eliot herself understand the secret of her preparation to create her vivid, revealing scenes from clerical life? Or will the study of those favorite authors to whom Stevenson says he played the sedulous ape enable the young short story tellers really to reproduce his inimitable style? In the middle of the 19th century, several learned, industrious, and wise Americans were delivering lectures. Why did Emerson's crystallize into essays? Where did Hawthorne learn how to write the Scarlet Letter? In Bowdoin College, or in the Salem Custom House? Could Thackeray have told you how he found the way from The Luck of Barry Lyndon to Vanity Fair, or Dickens from Sketches by Boz to Pickwick Papers? There is no other vocation of man into which the unknown quantity enters as largely as it does into authorship, and almost all writers who have won fame, even in a modest degree, if they are thoroughly candid, will confess to a not unpleasant experience of surprise at their own success. Now, all this implies an element of uncertainty in the author's profession, if indeed a vocation so pathless may be called a profession at all. In the regular and, so to speak, macadamized professions, those who follow the road with energy, fidelity, and fair intelligence may count upon a reasonable reward. But in the open field of literature, it is impossible to foretell which one of 1,000 aspirants will come to fame, or which 10 will be able to earn a living. It is for this reason, no doubt, that some instinct of prudence or some pressure of necessity has made many authors provide themselves with another breadwinner than the pen. When we consider how many well-known and even famous writers from Chaucer to Conan Doyle, have had some avocation besides writing, we may justly conclude that there is hardly any human occupation, from diplomacy to doctoring, in which the intending author may not learn to write, and from which genius, or even talent, may not find a passage into literature. Charles Lamb's labor as a clerk in the East India House did not dim the luminous wit of his essays. William de Morgan's long life as a manufacturer of tiles did not prevent him at last from making his novels somehow good. The career of James Ford Rhodes as an ironmaster was no bar to his notable success as a historian. Indeed, it almost seems as if some useful occupation, or at least some favorite recreation or pursuit, to bring the writer into unprofessional contact with the realities of life and the personalities of other men, may be more of a help than a hindrance to vital authorship. Writing in itself is not an especially interesting or picturesque employment. Romance can make little of it. Even when the hero of a novel is a literary person, like Arthur Pendennis or David Copperfield, the things that interest us most happen to him outside of the book room. It is what lies behind writing, and leads up to it, and flows into it, that really counts. The biography of an author is almost interrupted when he takes his pen in hand. Who would not ride with Scott on a summer raid through the Highlands, or walk with him and his dogs beside the Tweed, rather than watch him at work in the little room where he wrote Waverley by candlelight? I think it was Byron who said something like this: "The moment in which a poem is conceived is one of infinite pleasure. The hours in which it is brought forth are full of the pains of labor." Of course, I do not mean to deny that the author's vocation has its own inward delight, and its own exceeding great reward. The delight lies in the conception of something that craves utterance, and the reward lies in the production of something that goes out alive into the world. A true call to the vocation of literature is both inward and outward, a strong desire of self-expression, and a proved power of communicating thought and feeling through the written word. The wish to write merely for the sake of being a writer, if I may so describe a vague ambition which vexes many young persons, is rather a small and futile thing, and seldom leads to happiness, usefulness, or greatness. Literature has been made by men and women who became writers because they had something to say and took the necessary pains to learn how to say it. But how did this happen to these men and women? What brought them to this happy pass where the inward call to self-expression was confirmed by the outward power to interest readers? Who can tell? It looks simple, and no doubt there is a certain element of simplicity in the necessary processes of learning to spell, to construct sentences, to use words correctly, to develop plots, to recognize rhymes, and to observe meters. But there is a mystery in it after all. From Shakespeare's deepest tragedy to Kipling's most rattling ditty, from Wordsworth's loftiest ode to Dobson's lightest lyric, from Victor Hugo's biggest romance to de Maupassant's briefest tale, from Plato's profoundest dialogue to Chesterton's most paradoxical monologue, from George Eliot's Romola to Miss Alcott's Little Women, every bit of literature, great or small, has a measure of magic in it, and ultimately is no more explicable than life itself. End of The Pathless Profession by Henry Van Dyke. Read by Bill Mosley, Frellsburg, Texas, USA.
From The Voice and Spiritual Education by Hiram Corson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Can reading be taught? Is a question often asked, and partly for the reason, it may be, that so many readers who have gone through courses of vocal training in schools of elocution or under private teachers so frequently offend people of taste and culture by an extravagance of expression, by mimetic gesture, and by offensive mannerisms of various kinds. But a reasonable inference cannot be drawn from such readers that vocal training must necessarily do more harm than good. Yes, much can be taught, and is taught, and well taught, it may be. The desideratum is the education, intellectual and spiritual, especially the latter, without which the mere teaching and training are vain and impotent. The organs of speech can be brought by intelligent training into a complete obedience to the will and the feelings. And without this obedience of his vocal organs, a reader, whatever be his other qualifications, cannot do his best. He is in the position of a musical performer who has sympathetically assimilated the composition he is rendering, but whose instrument is badly out of tune. A reader may have the fullest possible appreciation of the subject matter, intellectual and spiritual, of a poem, and a susceptibility to all the subtlest elements of effect involved in its form, but if he have not full control of his vocal faculties, he can but imperfectly reveal through his voice his appreciation and susceptibility. This control can be secured only by long and intelligent training. The voices generally of even the most cultivated people have gone more or less astray, and need to be brought back from the error of their ways before they can serve effectively to interpret a literary product. Many great poets have written subtly organic verse, who could not vocally realise its potentialities, they not having their organs of speech sufficiently under control. Samuel Taylor Coleridge is an example. Among Coleridge's accomplishments, says De Quincey, alluding in his Literary Reminiscences to Coleridge's lectures on poetry and the fine arts at the Royal Institution, good reading was not one. He had neither voice nor management of voice. But he must imaginatively have heard the wonderful verse of Christabel and Kubla Khan as an organic, inseparable part of the poetical expression. Mere literary skill could not have produced such verse. It was a texture woven by the spirit, which he could not adequately exhibit to the physical ear, as he was not master of the physical means for so doing. To read naturally is a common and a very vague phrase. The question is, what is nature? It is the object of the science and art of reading to realise as fully as possible the imperfectly realised instincts of the voice. There is a power in science which searches, discovers, amplifies, and completes, and which all the strength of spontaneous effort can never reach. When people speak of the natural in expression, they generally mean nature on the plane on which they are best acquainted with it, the plane of common speech. But the language of the higher poetry, or of tragedy, or even of impassioned prose, is more or less an idealised language, for the expression of which a corresponding idealisation of voice is demanded. To read, for example, Milton's apostrophe to light at the beginning of the third book of Paradise Lost, after the manner of common speech, would be somewhat absurd. The idealisation of voice demanded for the reading of such language is not, however, a departure from nature, but is nature on a higher plane. Enter into the spirit of what you read, read naturally, and you will read well, is about the sum and substance of what Archbishop Whately teaches on the subject in his Elements of Rhetoric. Similar advice might with equal propriety be given to a clumsy, stiff-jointed clodhopper in regard to dancing. Enter into the spirit of the dance, dance naturally, and you will dance well. The more he might enter into the spirit of the dance, the more he might emphasise his stiff-jointedness and his clodhopperishness. Of this distinguished advocate of natural reading and speaking, Mr. Grant, writing in 1835, says, "Oratory is not his forte. He goes through his addresses in so clumsy and inanimate a way that noble lords at once come to the conclusion that nothing so befits him as unbroken silence. He speaks in so low a tone as to be inaudible to those who are any distance from him. And not only is his voice low in its tones, but it is unpleasant from its monotony. In his manner there is not a particle of life or spirit. You would fancy his Grace to be half asleep while speaking. You see so little appearance of consciousness about him, that you can hardly help doubting whether his legs will support him until he has finished his address." The writer of this justly says of the Archbishop's writings, "They abound with evidences of profound thought, varied knowledge, great mental acuteness, and superior powers of reasoning." But his natural theory in regard to speaking did not, it appears, avail with him, even when backed by such abilities. Nature, says the Archbishop, or custom, which is a second nature, suggests spontaneously the different modes of giving expression to different thoughts, feelings, and designs, which are present to the mind of any one who, without study, is speaking in earnest his own sentiments. Then if this be the case, why not leave nature to do her own work? Impress but the mind fully with the sentiments, etc., to be uttered, withdraw the attention from the sound, and fix it on the sense, and nature or habit will spontaneously suggest the proper delivery. Such instruction as this is not unlike that which Hamlet gives to Guildenstern for playing upon a pipe, and would be in the majority of cases hardly more efficacious. Govern these ventages with your fingers and thumb, give it breath with your mouth, and it will discourse most excellent music. Look you, these are the stops. Guildenstern replies, "But these cannot I command to any utterance of harmony. I have not the skill." The last sentence tells the whole story. The Archbishop, with all his great abilities, had not the requisite skill in oratorical delivery. So this may be said to be the conclusion of the whole matter. The main result which can be secured in teaching reading and in training the voice is technique and elocutionary skill of various kinds, a skill which the student can bring into his service when voicing his intellectual appreciation and spiritual assimilation of a poem or any other form of spiritualized thought. The illumination of the subject matter, intellectual and spiritual, must come from the being of the reader. He can't give to his hearers what he doesn't possess. The saying of Madame de Sévigné, "Il faut être si l'on veut paraître," is applicable to the reader. An attempt to express what is beyond the range of his spiritual life and experience at once betrays his deficiency, and no amount of mere vocal training will compensate for this deficiency. There are two unwarrantable assumptions in what Dr. Whately writes about elocution. 1. That a reader or speaker can do with an untrained voice what his mind wills, or his feelings impel him to do. Not one in 1,000 can. 2. That all principles of elocution which may be taught will continue in the consciousness of the reader or speaker, that he will be ever thinking of the vocal functions which he exercises. The reader's attention, he says, being fixed on his own voice, the inevitable consequence would be that he would betray, more or less, his studied and artificial delivery. All true culture, to be true, must be unconscious of the processes which induced it. But before it is attained, one must be more or less under the law, until he become a law to himself, and do spontaneously and unconsciously what he once had to do consciously and with effort. It may be that Dr. Whately's views in regard to elocution were somewhat the reactionary product of the highly artificial style of pulpit oratory which appears to have been the fashion in the Dublin of his day. He was a man of such perfect honesty and integrity, with such a resulting aversion to sham and empty display of every kind, that he came to regard all training in vocal delivery as unfavourable to genuineness. His theory was fully confirmed, he may have felt, by some of the popular theatrical preachers around him, who made a display of themselves, and who, in the Archbishop's words, aimed at nothing and hit it. When I was a small boy at school, 60 years ago, all the scholars had to read aloud twice a day, the several classes standing while they read and towing a chalk line. The books used were the New Testament and Lindley Murray's English Reader. The standard instruction imparted was very limited, but very good so far as it went, namely, speak distinctly and mind your stops. Each boy read at a time but a single verse of the New Testament, or a single paragraph of the English Reader. The master himself first reading a verse or a paragraph each time the reading went around the class. Well, the result was that all the boys acquired at least a distinct articulation and a fluent utterance, properly sectioned off by their minding the stops. Some of the boys, of whom I was one, had to read aloud at home from other books. When I showed by my expression, or rather by my want of it, that I did not understand what I was reading, I was at once told so. The passage was explained and read to me, and I had to read it again to show that I had caught the meaning and the proper expression. If I were required to read something which was entirely new to me, my eye was exercised in running ahead of my voice, and taking in what was coming, to the extent of a sentence or two, in order to read with sufficient expression not to be stopped, as I was very impatient of interruption, especially if I particularly enjoyed the subject matter. When I look back upon these daily exercises in reading, at school and at home, I feel that nothing could have been better at the time. There was no such thing as speaking a piece, with gesture, limbs all going like a telegraph in motion, and straining after effect. It was simply careful, honest reading, with no attempt at make-believe of feeling. No encouragement was given to any affectation of that kind, but whatever impressed my listeners as genuine feeling and appreciation on my part was duly praised, and I was very fond of praise, and was stimulated by it to do my best. I fear that such reading has very much gone out of use, and that untimely technical instruction has taken its place. Call on a college student to read any prose passage extempore, and what is the result in 99 cases out of 100? Why, he will read it experto credite in a most bungling way, with an imperfect articulation, without any proper grouping or perspective. And if the passage be an involved and long suspended period, which his eye should run along and grasp as a whole in advance of his voice, he will be lost in it before he get half way through it. He has had little or no practice in reading aloud. He has parsed much in the lower schools, but his parsing has not resulted in synthesis, which should be the sole object of all analysis, has not resulted in a knowledge of language as a living organism. And the consequence is that his extempore vocalization of the passage is more or less chaotic and afflicting. Extempore reading requires that the eye be well trained to keep ahead of the voice, and to take in a whole period or a whole stanza, in order that each part of it be read with reference to the whole, that is, with the proper perspective. To do this demands an almost immediate synthetic grasp, the result of much training. The perspective of speech is virtually a part of the meaning. One who reads without perspective does not give his hearers the exact meaning, for the reason that subordinate parts standing out as prominently as leading parts, the hearer does not get a correct impression of their various degrees of importance, unless he do for himself what the reader should do, and certainly not many hearers are equal to this, not 1 in 1,000. Our estimates of all things are more or less relative, so that perspective plays a large part in whatever we take account of. What would a picture be without perspective? But it is of equal importance, of greater importance indeed, in the vocal presentation of language. A true perspective demands on the part of the reader the nicest sense of the relative values of successive and involved groups or sections of thought, those belonging to the main current of thought being brought to the front with a fullness of expression, and the subordinate groups or sections, according to their several degrees of subordination, being thrown back with a corresponding reduction of expression. Along with this, the whole must have that toning which reveals the spirit of the whole. Could there be any better test than reading of a student's knowledge of the organic structure of the language, and the extent to which the thought is spiritualized? Hardly. The ordinary examinations of the schools, through questions, are wholly inadequate for getting at such knowledge, for evoking a student's sense of the life of the language as an organ of the intellectual and the spiritual. Technical knowledge is a good thing in its way, but a knowledge of life, in whatever form, is a far better thing. And it is only life that can awaken life. Technical knowledge by itself is only dry bones. The technical, indeed, cannot by itself be appreciated. It must be appreciated as an expression of life, as an expression of the plastic spirit of thought and feeling. Reading must supply all the deficiencies of written or printed language. It must give life to the letter. How comparatively little is addressed to the eye, in print or manuscript, of what has to be addressed to the ear by a reader! There are no indications of tone, quality of voice, inflection, pitch, time, or any other of the vocal functions demanded for a full intellectual and spiritual interpretation. A poem is not truly a poem until it is voiced by an accomplished reader who has adequately assimilated it, in whom it has to some extent been born again, according to his individual spiritual constitution and experiences. The potentialities, so to speak, of the printed poem must be vocally realised. What Shelley, in his lines to a lady with a guitar, says of what the revealings of the instrument depend upon, may be said with equal truth of the revealings of every true poem. It will not tell to those who cannot question well the spirit that inhabits it. It talks according to the wit of its companions, and no more is heard than has been felt before, by those who endeavour to get at its secrets. Good reading is a vocal manifestation of responsiveness on the part of the reader to the hieroglyphic letter. End of the opening sections of The Voice and Spiritual Education by Hiram Corson. Read by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.